Blackstone Audio and Skyboat Media present The CIA as Organized Crime: How Illegal Operations Corrupt America and the World by Douglas Valentine. This book is read by Stefan Rudnicki.
Personal violence is for the amateur in dominance. Structural violence is the tool of the professional. The amateur who wants to dominate uses guns. The professional uses social structure. Johann Galtung. Introduction. Chapter 1. How William Colby Gave Me the Keys to the CIA Kingdom. James Tracy. You've been doing historical research for close to 40 years, and I wanted to ask how you orient yourself toward a project, how you know where to look for information that's pertinent to a given story. Valentine. It's complicated, and my experience was different from other writers and researchers I've spoken with about it. From the time I started college back in 1967, I wanted to be a writer, and since then my philosophy of life has been based on the study of language and literary criticism. I have a very broad approach. I started out studying Greek and Roman literature, reading the Norton anthologies of English and American literature, taking courses in classical myth and the Bible. Very early in my studies, I was introduced to literary criticism, to people like Robert Graves, poet and author of The White Goddess, and Sir James Fraser, who wrote The Golden Bough. Fraser brought a socio-anthropological way of looking at the world of literature. That led me to Carl Jung, Eric Newman, Northrop Frye, and a few other people who approach literature from a variety of different perspectives: psychological, political, anthropological, sociological, historical, philosophical. All those things were of interest to me. When I look at a subject, I look at it comprehensively from all of those different points of view. Literary criticism teaches the power of symbolic transformation, of processing experience into ideas, into meaning. To be a Madison Avenue ad man, one must understand how to use symbols and myths to sell commodities. Ad men use logos and slogans, and so do political propagandists. Left or right, doesn't matter. The left is as adept at branding as the right. To be a speechwriter or public relations consultant, one must, above all, understand the archetypal power of the myth of the hero. That way you can transform, through words, Joe the plumber, or even a mass murderer, into a national hero. When I decided to research and write about the CIA's Phoenix program, that was how I went at it. I went directly to William Colby, who'd been director of the Central Intelligence Agency. Colby was the person most associated with Phoenix, the controversial CIA assassination program that resulted in the death of tens of thousands of civilians during the Vietnam War. No one had written a book about it, so I wrote Colby a letter and sent him my first book, The Hotel Tacloban. I told him I wanted to write a book that would demystify the Phoenix program, and he was all for that. Colby liked my approach, to look at it from all these different points of view, so he got behind me and started introducing me to a lot of senior CIA people, and that gave me access from the inside. After that, it was pretty easy. I have good interview skills. I was able to persuade a lot of these CIA people to talk about Phoenix. But I also approached it from an organizational point of view, which is absolutely essential when writing about bureaucracies like the CIA or the DEA. You really have to understand them as a bureaucracy, that they have an historical arc. They begin somewhere. They have a congressional mandate. They have a purpose, and organizational and management structures. And in that regard, I really lucked out. One of the first people I interviewed was the CIA officer Nelson Brickham, who actually organized the Phoenix program. Brickham graduated, magna cum laude, from Yale, and was something of an organizational genius. He explained to me how he organized Phoenix. He also explained the different divisions and branches of the CIA, so I'd be able to understand it. So I lucked out. Through Colby, I had access to the people in the CIA who created the Phoenix program, and I was able to find out what was on their minds and why they did what they did. That never would have happened if I had gone to the Columbia School of Journalism, or if I'd been involved with journalism for many years. I'd have had a much narrower way of going at the thing. But the CIA officers I spoke with loved the broad view that I was bringing to the subject. They liked me asking them about their philosophy. It enabled me to understand the subject comprehensively. Tracy. There's an associate of William Colby's whom you discuss and write about, also a CIA officer, Evan Parker. You were able to get a great many names from him, and then you ask these people for interviews. The interview subjects, many of whom were CIA personnel, would go back to Colby or Parker and ask if it was okay to speak to you, correct? Valentine: That's right. Once I had Colby's approbation, many CIA officers thought I was in the CIA. No one had heard of me. I wasn't Morley Safer or Seymour Hersh or someone who'd been a celebrity reporter in Vietnam. I was a nobody in the Eduardo Galeano sense of the word. I'd published a book about my father's experiences in World War II, which some of these guys would read. Those who did read the Hotel Tacloban tended to like it, because it was sympathetic to soldiers and showed I understood what it means to be a soldier. Most CIA officers consider themselves to be soldiers. The CIA is set up as a military organization with a chain of command. Somebody tells you what to do, and you salute and do it. Evan Parker had that feeling about me, that I would understand him personally, why he did the things he did, because I'd written this sympathetic book about my father as a soldier, and because Colby sent me to him. I had an interesting experience with him. He invited me to his house for an interview, and when I arrived, he invited me upstairs to his little den, which was stacked with bookshelves full of Welsh history and poetry books. Parker is a Welsh name. Because of my background in literature, I was able to talk to him about things like the Mabinogion, which is a book about Welsh mythology. I had this broad knowledge that helped me relate to people like him. I put him at ease. Also, for a year before I started interviewing people, I'd read everything I could find about Vietnam and the CIA. I was knowledgeable. Plus, I looked like a good Methodist. I wore a suit and a tie. We spoke for an hour, and Parker got to like me. I hadn't asked him anything about the CIA. We were just getting to know each other. But he had a stack of official-looking documents on his coffee table. He glanced at the documents and politely said he was going down to get us some tea and cookies. It'll take about 15 minutes. I'll be back. He winked and went downstairs. I opened the top folder. It was a roster of everybody in the Phoenix Directorate from when Parker started it in the summer of 1967. I started furiously writing their names and ranks and the position they held in the program. 15 minutes later, as I'm writing the last name, he yells from downstairs, "Doug, the tea is ready. I'm coming up." I closed the file and put my notebook away. He came up with a tray with tea and cookies on it. He winked and sat down, and I started to ask him about Phoenix. We never got to the documents on his desk, but he liked me, and he referred me to people. That's the way it went with most of the CIA people I met. They cooperated because Colby had sent me to them. Like Parker said, Colby was the director, and we still consider him to be the director. If he says you're okay, we believe it. He didn't say, "Now I can waive my secrecy oath," but that's what they did. I talked to members of almost every branch of the CIA, and I approached my interviews organizationally. What kind of a budget did you have? Who was your boss, and how did you report to him? Who worked for you, and what jobs did you give them? I had a big organizational chart in my den, and I'd fill in names and positions. I never asked anyone, "Did you kill anybody? Did you do this kind of illegal thing?" And because I approached it in that benign way, they were confident I was demystifying the program and just sticking to the facts. It had the effect of reverse psychology. They trusted me because I didn't ask them their secrets, so they told me their secrets. They didn't like it in the end because I exposed all the secrets. I talked to so many people that eventually they all started thinking that I was CIA. Because the CIA compartmentalizes itself, I ended up knowing more about the program than any individual in the CIA. I got a rat-a-tat going and pitted them against each other. They started telling me secrets about their rivals. They all want to be the hero in their myth. Tracy, the interviews you conducted and the multitude of conversations you documented were placed alongside actual documentation which you had to acquire through a considerable amount of research. Valentine. In the interviews, people were giving me original documents to confirm their assertions. Nelson Brickham was the CIA's head of foreign intelligence field operations in Saigon, 1965 to 1967. Brickham managed the liaison officers the CIA placed in the provinces to work with the South Vietnamese Police Special Branch, which is an organization like our FBI. The CIA created and funded the Special Police and sent them after the Viet Cong's civilian leadership, and anyone else trying to undermine the American puppet government. Phoenix is political warfare. He managed the staff that ran all those operations in the provinces. In late 1966, the CIA station chief in Saigon, John Hart, was working on improving operations against the VC's leadership with a CIA officer in Washington, Robert Comer. Comer was Lyndon Johnson's personal aide on pacification in Vietnam, what was called the Other War. Anyway, Hart gave Brigham the task of creating a general staff for pacification, at which point Brigham went to work for Comer. In creating a general staff for pacification, Brigham cobbled together the Phoenix program. And Brigham gave me, over the course of several interviews, copies of all the original documents he wrote for Comer and Hart. These were the enabling documents of the Phoenix program. That happened a lot. I'd ask a guy if he had any documents to back up what he was saying, and if he did, he'd give me copies of what he kept in his library. Everyone thought, because Colby had sent me, that somehow this was all going to be okay. I wasn't going to reveal all this stuff, or that Colby had decided it was okay to reveal all of it. The documents Brigham gave me showed in his own words what he was thinking when he created the Phoenix program. I posted all those documents online at CryptoComb, along with the taped interviews with Brigham, Colby, Parker, and several other CIA and military officers. They are part of the collection titled The CIA Speaks. I put them online, so my critics can't challenge me on the facts, other than by making up things, which they do all the time. I just quoted from these documents and my interviews. So it's accurate reporting. Tracy, there is a Douglas Valentine collection at the National Security Archives at George Washington University. Valentine, yes, the collection contains my interview notes with close to 100 CIA officers and military officers involved in the Phoenix program. People kept referring me to people, and I made some great connections. I met a guy named Tullius Acampora, who recently passed away. He was in his 90s. He'd been an Army counterintelligence officer and worked for General Douglas MacArthur in Shanghai after World War II. When the CIA was formed, Tully, like many Army counterintelligence officers, started working with the counterintelligence staff of the CIA. He was detailed to the CIA. Although he kept his military rank, Tully was a CIA officer for many years. He went to Italy in 1958 and met and worked closely with Bureau of Narcotics agents in Rome. In the 50s and 60s, federal narcotic agents spent half their time doing favors for the CIA, and in exchange the CIA gave them intelligence on the mobsters they were going after. Tully was sent to Vietnam in 1966 and was involved in one of the anti-infrastructure programs that Phoenix was based upon. Tully's program was called Cong Tac 4, and like Phoenix, it targeted civilians who were functioning as secret agents for the Viet Cong. When the CIA and military created Phoenix, Evan Parker moved into Tully's office. Tully knew the top Vietnamese officials and CIA officers in Vietnam, and he also knew the Italian-Americans who were prominent in the Bureau of Narcotics and later the DEA. Tully and I became personal friends, and he introduced me to senior people from the Bureau of Narcotics and the DEA. The same way I had entree through Colby into the CIA, I had an entree through Tully into federal drug law enforcement at a high level. I met historically important people and got historically important documents, most of it new history. I haven't gotten around to digitizing the tapes of the federal drug law enforcement officers I interviewed, but there are separate collections at the National Security Archive for both my CIA Phoenix program materials and my federal drug law enforcement materials. Tracy, I'm wondering how the former governor of Pennsylvania and Bush administration officer Tom Ridge fits into all this. Was he not involved in Operation Phoenix? Valentine, I'm not sure about Ridge. He was in an infantry unit in Vietnam from late 1969 into 1970. He worked in a team with 4 Americans and 7 Vietnamese soldiers going after insurgents, not North Vietnamese regulars. So he was part of the pacification program. He got a Bronze Star for killing a young man carrying a sack of potatoes. He may have been a sniper, and he may have been involved in one of the programs Phoenix coordinated, but it doesn't seem like he was a Phoenix advisor. Ridge had been a governor and had executive management experience when he was appointed to run the Office of Homeland Security and later the Department of Homeland Security, DHS. He was a political cadre who could be trusted to implement Republican Party policy. At the same time, the Department of Homeland Security was based on the Phoenix program model Nelson Brigham developed in Vietnam. Ridge may have had some related pacification experience, which is what Homeland Security is, but he certainly understood how to manage organizations. The key word is coordination. When the national security establishment wanted to centralize the war on terror here in the United States through the DHS, they copied how Phoenix had coordinated multiple agencies in order to streamline and bureaucratize the war against the Viet Cong infrastructure, VCI. Phoenix proved an incredibly successful model for pacification in South Vietnam. It was the silver lining in the Vietnam War. Politically, the war was a disaster, but bureaucratically, the Phoenix program succeeded. It became the model for CIA operations in Central America, the Salvador option. The Phoenix program established intelligence operations and coordinating centers in the provinces and districts, PIOCCs and DIOCCs, of South Vietnam. Similarly, the Department of Homeland Security has created fusion centers in every state and major city across the country. The fusion centers coordinate all the agencies in an area exactly like IOCCs did in Vietnam. Systematized and computerized, they coordinate contributing intelligence analysts and operating units. It's the same highly bureaucratized system for dispensing with anything and anyone who can't be assimilated. Tracy, that's an ominous set of observations for someone who has studied the Phoenix program in such great depth. You're saying the Phoenix template is something that has been grafted onto the American homeland? Valentine, absolutely. And I'm not the only one that talks about it. David Kilcullen was a counterinsurgency advisor to the Bush and Obama administrations, and in 2004, he called for a global Phoenix operation. Tom Hayden described Kilcullen as the chief advisor on counterinsurgency operations to General David Petraeus in planning the 2007 U.S. troop surge in Iraq. He also served as chief strategist in the State Department's Counterterrorism Office in 2005 and 2006, and has been employed in Iraq, Pakistan, Afghanistan, the Horn of Africa, and Southeast Asia. In the section titled A Global Phoenix Program in his 2004 article, Kilcullen describes the Vietnam Phoenix program as unfairly maligned and highly effective. Dismissing CIA sponsorship and torture allegations as popular mythology, Kilcullen calls Phoenix a misunderstood civilian aid and development program that was supported by pacification operations to disrupt the Viet Cong, whose infrastructure ruled vast swaths of rural South Vietnam. A global Phoenix program, he wrote, would provide a starting point for dismantling the worldwide jihadist infrastructure today. Tracy, how did Kilcullen want to see a Phoenix program imposed upon the world? Valentine, if he understood it correctly, he'd know that the strength of the Phoenix program was in the IOCC centers, which allowed for political control. Through a network of Phoenix centers, management is able to control targeting and messaging. I imagine Kilcullen wanted such highly bureaucratized centers set up in or near nations in which the CIA and military are hunting terrorists. Such centers would allow the White House to direct the CIA to direct the military to target the right terrorists. Leave ours alone. Seymour Hersh is always looked to for insight into the CIA. In December 2003, he wrote an article in The New Yorker in which he said the special operations people in the military were going to use Phoenix as a model in Iraq. True to his high-toned style, Hersh focused on the sensational death squad aspect of Phoenix, not the revealing organizational aspect. He keeps the focus narrow. Phoenix is greater than the sum of its parts because it has symbolic meaning, but its lurid aspects, like the death squads Hersh emphasizes, grab everyone's attention. In Iraq, the CIA handed out decks of playing cards featuring pictures of high-value Sunni officials in the Saddam Hussein government. That Psy-war gimmick and jargon was right out of the Phoenix program. The purpose of the Phoenix program was to neutralize the civilian members of the underground revolutionary government in South Vietnam. Neutralize was a broad term that included a number of measures. The first step was to identify a suspected subversive. After that, Nelson Brickham, the CIA officer who created Phoenix in 1967, explained the process to me as follows. My motto was to recruit them. If you can't recruit them, defect them. That's Chu Hoi. If you can't defect them, capture them. If you can't capture them, kill them. That was my attitude toward high-level VCI. VCI was the acronym for Viet Cong Infrastructure, the name the CIA gave to the members of the revolutionaries' underground government and guerrilla support system. As part of its congressional mandate, the CIA has the job of counter-subversion outside the United States. Thus, when the U.S. is waging a counterinsurgency in a nation like Iraq or Afghanistan, the CIA pursues a political order of battle, while the U.S. Armed Forces pursue a military order of battle. In practice, however, counter-subversion during a counterinsurgency is a paramilitary police function. Thus, in South Vietnam, the U.S. military supported the CIA's Phoenix program with troops and equipment. In 1969, the CIA ostensibly turned the Phoenix program over to the U.S. military, at which point soldiers first began to pursue a political order of battle and conduct systematic counter-subversive operations against foreign civilians. The creation of Phoenix was a watershed. Prior to it, military people were only allowed to target civilians if they were secret agents or guerrillas attacking military bases or personnel. But in its fanatical pursuit of victory in Vietnam, the military deliberately blurred the lines between subversives and innocent civilians, and killed anyone who got in the way, including children, like it did at My Lai and 1,000 other places. Following its ignoble defeat in Vietnam, America was driven by a reactionary impulse to reassert its global dominance. The justifications used to rationalize Phoenix were institutionalized as policy, as became evident after 9/11 and the initiation of the War on Terror. Since then, the CIA and U.S. military have been conducting joint Phoenix-style operations worldwide without any compunctions, most prominently in Afghanistan and Iraq. Also evolving was the relationship between the CIA, the military, and the media. In Vietnam, there was more press freedom, and the carnage was filmed and shown on TV every night. But the CIA and military felt those images turned the public against the war. So by the time America invaded Iraq in 2003, reporters were embedded in military units. The media became a PR unit of the military and the CIA, with the Orwellian result that the public did not see images of the mangled bodies. The public was denied access to the truth of what its government was actually doing, and when Chelsea Manning leaked the collateral murder video to WikiLeaks, she was summarily tried and imprisoned. When I was doing my interviews for the Phoenix program, certain CIA people would tell me how a particular correspondent from CBS or the New York Times would come into their offices and ask about the programs they managed. The CIA officers would talk openly about their operations, but the Vietnam-era correspondents wouldn't publish the details because their editors had a gentleman's agreement with the CIA not to reveal the secrets. They could know the secrets, and as long as they didn't reveal them, they could continue to have access. While I was researching Phoenix, I went to people like Seymour Hersh and Gloria Emerson, but they wouldn't talk to me. I had a harder time getting reporters to talk to me than I did CIA people, because as soon as they expressed any knowledge about Phoenix, the follow-up question was, why weren't you writing about it? Then they'd have to reveal this gentleman's agreement with the CIA. The old boy network existed in Vietnam, but it's gotten a lot worse. It's impossible now for anyone to interview mid-level CIA people on the record and reveal the facts. Since Iran-Contra, the bureaucracies have instituted incredible obstacles that make it impossible for people to see what's going on inside their private club. The public is totally reliant now on whistleblowers like Chelsea Manning and Edward Snowden, who are then vilified, imprisoned, and/or chased into exile. Tracy. We see what, for example, happened to Gary Webb in the mid-1990s. He had some people who had divulged significant information to him, and yet the CIA denied it, and that more or less cost him his career. He had no colleagues of his who actually went to bat for him to any significant degree to keep him in the industry, because what he was doing is what investigative journalists and historians such as you should be doing. Valentine. Yes. Gary Webb was an investigative journalist whose Dark Alliance series in 1996 exposed the link between the CIA's Contras in Central America and a crack cocaine dealer in Los Angeles. The story rattled the CIA. Members of the black community were up in arms. Then the CIA's old boy network sprang into action, and Webb was nitpicked to death by fellow journalists for minor inaccuracies in his work. But his real sin was revealing the CIA's criminal involvement in systematic racial oppression through the war on drugs. Webb committed suicide in 2004, but he wasn't the first American citizen to be attacked for telling the truth about the CIA's central role in drug trafficking. In his 1972 book, The Politics in Heroin in Southeast Asia, Al McCoy detailed much of the CIA's drug network in Vietnam and the Golden Triangle region of Laos, Burma, and Thailand. When the CIA found out what McCoy was doing, one of its most senior executives, Cord Meyer, tried to get McCoy's publisher to suppress the book. When that didn't work, the CIA tapped McCoy's phone, and the IRS audited his income tax. Behind the scenes, the CIA forced McCoy's sources to recant. The famous Church Committee, which exposed a lot of the CIA's secrets, investigated McCoy's allegations and found the CIA innocent of any involvement in drug trafficking. McCoy moved to Australia and didn't return to America for 11 years. The CIA's control of international drug trafficking is America's darkest secret, and after the web scandal, the Old Boy Network imposed even more restrictions on the media. The pressures the CIA imposes on the media amount to political warfare directed against the American public. It's no different than how the CIA mounts counter-subversion operations overseas. Nowadays, the only way you can discern what's going on is by studying and understanding the historical arc of these bureaucracies. Where did the CIA come from? Where is it going? If you look at it historically, you can see beyond the spin, and it becomes demystified. And that is not a happy story. As power gets more concentrated in the security services, the media is no longer simply compliant. It's functioning as their public relations arm. It simply ignores anything that contradicts the official line. Tracy, there is almost a complete blackout of Jade Helm in the mainstream media. It is only getting coverage and discussion and analysis in the alternative media. Valentine. Yes, Jade Helm was a military training exercise in Texas, Arizona, Florida, Louisiana, Mississippi, New Mexico, and Utah. Military and local officials set up Phoenix-style coordination centers as a way of giving special operations and civil affairs personnel experience working with paramilitarized police forces in what was called a realistic war experience in domestic counterinsurgency operations. The media blackout was an essential part of the plan. The censorship was symbolic of how, as a function of the concentration of capital, the communications/media industry has been centralized and is now part of the political warfare apparatus. The media industry has been reduced to a few huge corporations that control most of the outlets. Control of information has become the key to the oligarchy's success. Very few independent news organizations are able to compete with the giants or get information out across the country, so people really have to search for facts on the internet. Tracy. Even some of the alternative progressive left media that were good 20 or so years ago are increasingly dependent upon foundation money that comes with strings attached, and they're not as inclined to push the envelope as I think they once were. Valentine. Sure. As a person who is interested in how the CIA uses language and mythology to control political and social movements, I see this development as ominous. People like Glenn Greenwald, who take money from billionaires, insist it has no editorial influence on them. But media people who are taking money from billionaires and CIA-connected foundations must realize that their sugar daddies can sink their operations in a moment because of something they write, and that knowledge surely impacts what they are willing to do and say. Taking money from a billionaire also has tremendous symbolic meaning. It means the person taking the money approves of one person having $8 billion when 3 billion people barely survive. Through their example, celebrity media figures like Greenwald are telling their followers that they support the exploitation and imperialism their benefactors engage in. As all advertising people know, symbolic messages don't have to be articulated. They're understood subliminally. Greenwald's followers like it that way. It means they don't have to consciously confront their tacit support for an unjust system. That self-censorship allows celebrity journalists like Greenwald and his sidekick, Jeremy Scahill, to promote themselves as heroic adversaries of the system. And they'll continue to get away with the double game until their followers start challenging their own basic assumptions. The system will never change until people climb out of their comfortable darkness and start rejecting the system's inequalities instead of just feeding off of them. Tracy, you mentioned Greenwald. There are other prominent figures on the left who fashion themselves as freedom fighters in the informational sphere, where that's arguably not the case. This is something that I think goes back over 40 years to Daniel Ellsberg. The most important case in the freedom of the press in the 20th century, if not the country's history, was the Pentagon Papers, and yet Ellsberg himself was a member of the CIA. Valentine. Well, Greenwald and Ellsberg certainly aren't left, and Ellsberg was not a fully integrated, backstopped employee of the CIA. But for a period of time in 1965 and 1966, he did work for the CIA's station chief in Saigon, John Hart, whom I mentioned earlier as having initiated the Phoenix program, gathering intelligence on what prominent South Vietnamese politicians and officials were thinking. I was told that Ellsberg could recall conversations verbatim, and that he was introduced to these important political people at social events and then reported to Hart about their thoughts. He was also working at a high level in the pacification programs upon which Phoenix was based. Ellsberg worked with CIA officers Edward Lansdale and Lucien Conein, and U.S. Information Service officer Frank Scotton, about whom more remains to be said. The problem is that Ellsberg presented himself in his autobiography as having been working with the State Department. That was his cover. And in the movie about him, he's pictured in an army uniform on patrol. He misrepresented himself. He wasn't honest. All of his work with the CIA is absent. Why? It goes back to the fact that Ellsberg was a full-fledged hawk who turned against the Vietnam War. But after he leaked the Pentagon Papers, the left adopted him as a symbol of someone who saw the light. The left takes credit for ending the war, and Ellsberg is a central character in its narrative. So the anti-war movement in particular, and the left, whatever that is, in general, goes along with the cover story. But people can't understand the significance of the Pentagon Papers, or the true nature of the Vietnam War, without understanding Ellsberg's work for the CIA. His worldview was defined by his intimate relationships with his mentor, Ed Lansdale, and the other political warfare people he worked with in Vietnam, especially Frank Scotton. Ellsberg, Scotton, and a handful of other experts prepared America's organizational blueprint for pacifying South Vietnam's civilian population in the seminal Roles and Missions Report in August 1966. That study sets the stage for the Phoenix program. All this loops back to the issue of access. I didn't know who Scotton was until Colby referred me to him in 1986. Like the other people Colby referred me to, Scotton thought I was CIA approved. He tried to impress me, and when I interviewed him at his home in McLean, Virginia, he said we, which could only have meant him and Colby, had instructed Ellsberg to release the Pentagon Papers. Scotton has since written an autobiography in which he denies having told Ellsberg to do it. He now says Ellsberg merely showed him the Pentagon paper documents in 1970. All this also loops back to CIA drug trafficking. A moment ago, I mentioned that Al McCoy's sources had recanted. Chief among McCoy's sources who recanted was Dan Ellsberg's former comrade, Lou Conein. When McCoy spoke to him in the summer of 1971, Conein confessed to having arranged a truce between the CIA and Corsican drug traffickers in 1965, at the same time he was working with Ellsberg. The summer of 1971 was a busy time as well. Colby was due to testify to Congress about the Phoenix program in July, but a larger event grabbed the headlines. On June 13, 1971, the New York Times began printing lengthy excerpts from the Pentagon Papers, that painstakingly edited stack of documents that, even by name, deflected attention away from the CIA. Consequently, little public attention was paid when, on July 15, 1971, the Times reported, "Previously classified information read into the record of a House Government Operations Subcommittee today disclosed that 26,843 non-military Viet Cong insurgents and sympathizers were neutralized in 14 months through Operation Phoenix." All these threads weave together to create the myths Americans believe about the CIA, and Ellsberg's cover story is part of the fictionalized tale. Tracy, the reluctance of certain editors to publish what you've researched and revealed about Ellsberg, do you think in part that has to do with just a wish to sustain the legend of Ellsberg, the symbol of what he's become? Valentine, sure. They're part of the same network of management-level media people the CIA influences, what CIA officer Cord Meyer dubbed the compatible left. Let me tell you about my experience with the compatible left. William Morrow and Company published the Phoenix program in 1990, but before it hit the bookstands, the New York Times gave it a terrible review. After that, the media wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. As far as the left was concerned, the book presented new material they couldn't digest. I guess it threatened their proprietary claim on Vietnam War history. The militant right was never going to acknowledge it anyway, but the left's leadership is part of the CIA's old boy network, and like all American intellectuals, they look to the Times for direction and validation. So the word went out to ignore the book, not just because it revealed CIA secrets, but because it identified the media, and the Times in particular, as the reason why the public can't see the CIA clearly for what it is: a criminal conspiracy on behalf of wealthy capitalists. I had also noted that the release of the Pentagon Papers distracted attention from congressional hearings into Phoenix. In subsequent books, I added that it distracted attention from reports on CIA drug trafficking as well. In any event, all my access to the CIA was meaningless. The CIA, through its friends in the media, was able to neutralize me. Only a handful of people recognized the book's historical value, people like Al McCoy, who called the book the definitive account in a blurb for the iUniverse edition. But my supporters all had the same response: I'd crossed the line and would never get another book published in the United States. So I learned the hard way that the CIA has a strategic intelligence network of management-level people in the information industry who know, through instruments like the Times Book Review section, what books and authors to marginalize. Peter Dale Scott had also been marginalized as a result of his 1972 book, The War Conspiracy, and his 1993 book, Deep Politics and the Death of JFK. Peter supported me, and a few years after the Phoenix book was published, I mentioned to him that I was writing an article based on my interviews with Scotton and Conein about Ellsberg's deep political association with the CIA. Peter is Ellsberg's friend, and even though the article had the potential to embarrass Ellsberg, he arranged for me to interview him. Peter gave me Ellsberg's number, and I called at a prearranged time. And the first thing Ellsberg said to me was, "You can't possibly understand me because you're not a celebrity." If you want to understand the critical role celebrities play in determining what society accepts as real and valuable, read Guy Debord's books, The Society of the Spectacle and its sequel, Comments. Debord explains the symbolic role celebrities play, at times inadvertently, in maintaining the illusions we confuse with reality. Debord cites the German philosopher Ludwig Feuerbach, who famously said, "But certainly for the present age, which prefers the sign to the thing signified, the copy to the original, representation to reality, the appearance to the essence, illusion only is sacred, truth profane. Nay, sacredness is held to be enhanced in proportion as truth decreases and illusion increases, so that the highest degree of illusion comes to be the highest degree of sacredness." When Ellsberg told me he was a celebrity, he was saying that he underwent a symbolic transformation the moment he leaked the Pentagon Papers and landed in a social realm that alienated him from non-celebrities like me. He became an icon. And nobody on the left is about to say, "Oh my God, Valentine had this revelation about Ellsberg. Let's rethink everything we believe is true." Like its doppelgangers on the right, the management class on the left is invested in celebrity heroes who represent their business interests. They focus on the symbol and ignore any contradictory but essential facts, the way Greenwald and Scahill ignore Pierre Omidyar's funding of the Center for the United Action in Kiev, which was a Phoenix-style coordination center for covert political action. If the owners of a symbol are forced to talk about an embarrassing fact that undermines their business interests, they interpret the fact narrowly. This is one of the methodologies the political parties and their compatible media outlets employ. They summarize and misrepresent a problematic subject in 9 seconds and then repeat the summary over and over again. They don't take the approach of a literary critic. They don't look honestly at what the government's carefully chosen words mean. They don't look for what's not said. In fact, they play the same game. Their methods are identical. I experienced the same thing when I wrote my article about Ellsberg. No one on the American left would publish it. Eventually, Robin Ramsey published it in Lobster magazine in Great Britain. The article was called The Clash of the Icons, and demonstrated that Ellsberg and Al McCoy held contradictory positions about the CIA's relationship with drug traffickers in Vietnam. McCoy accused CIA officers Ed Lansdale and Lou Conein of collaborating with Corsican drug smugglers in 1965. At the same time, Ellsberg was working closely with them. But when I interviewed him, Ellsberg insisted that these CIA officers were not involved in the drug traffic, despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Several years later, Alex Cockburn and Jeff St. Clair published my Ellsberg article in Counterpunch. They were having fun ridiculing wacky left assumptions and sacred cows, like Israel. They loved my Phoenix program book and my article on Ellsberg, which they renamed Will the Real Daniel Ellsberg Please Stand Up? They featured it in Counterpunch, and of course everyone on the left ignored it. Maintaining Ellsberg's image is mostly a business decision, because Ellsberg is what the mafia calls a moneymaker. If one of these compatible left media outlets has Ellsberg talk at a peace conference it's sponsoring, 100 fans will pay cash to see him. The compatible left is a business venture that's dependent on the capitalist society within which it operates. At the same time, Ellsberg is a symbol of the illusion that change is possible within the system. He calls for reform, yes, and like the compatible left, he backs many important progressive programs. But more importantly, by covering up his own CIA connections, he's reassuring the bourgeoisie that subscribes to these media outlets that everything they assume about their leaders is right. And that's how symbolic heroes mislead the way. This is Ellsberg's symbolic function. As a certified hero who has achieved celebrity status, he proves the system works. He leaked the Pentagon Papers and stopped the war. And he suffered for it. President Nixon wanted to put him on trial for treason. Nixon's staff pulled all sorts of dirty tricks to intimidate and discredit him, but he soldiered on. That's the myth of the hero. But there are no heroes, and the system doesn't work for everyone, like it rewards Amy Goodman at Democracy Now!, or like it rewards Greenwald and Scahill. If Ellsberg were to reveal the CIA's secrets, he would no longer have the same reassuring effect on the liberal bourgeoisie. So his sponsors never mentioned that he had an affair with the mistress of a Corsican drug smuggler in Saigon. That's not in the book or the movie. He denies his CIA buddies were involved in the drug trade, even though they were. He won't talk about the CIA war crimes he witnessed or the contradictions of capitalism. Like Seymour Hersh and other liberal media icons, he avoids naming CIA officers or detailing the CIA's class functions. He's an expert who tells the bourgeoisie it's all under control. He serves this symbolic function, and he's been doing it for 40 years. And if, like me, you violate his sanctity by revealing the truth, you'll never get published by the compatible left. You lose access. Tracy, a recent incarnation of Daniel Ellsberg might be Jeremy Scahill. You mentioned Democracy Now! A moment ago. He was a correspondent for them in the early 2000s, when the Iraq War was ramping up along with the War on Terror. Valentine. Ellsberg was never a reporter or a media mogul like Scahill, but they are both celebrities. Ellsberg with the older generation, Scahill with naive millennials. They are also similar in that Scahill made a grandiose documentary film about himself in which he characterized himself as a hero. He barely mentioned the CIA in the film, and his publication, The Intercept, avoids any analysis of the CIA as an instrument of capitalism and imperialism. Scahill and Greenwald have the same pacifying effect on the liberal bourgeoisie as Ellsberg. They rile them up a bit with recycled exposés, but symbolically they're part of the system. They style themselves as alternative, but they're not about to engage in self-criticism or risk revealing the critical evidence that would indict individual CIA officers. It's a catch-22. Until the media stops covering for the CIA, people will never understand how illegal covert operations systematically distort our basic assumptions about everything. Meanwhile, these media celebrities perpetuate all the myths upon which the class system is based. Greenwald and Scahill are too busy grabbing for the candy and portraying themselves as heroes and winners who made it big. Tracy. The war on drugs, as you chronicle in your books, fundamentally changes in the late 1960s and early 1970s. Can you provide us an overview of the CIA's increased involvement up to the present? Valentine. The Bureau of Narcotics was removed from Treasury and recreated as the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs in the Justice Department in 1968, because it had gathered indisputable evidence that the CIA was running the Golden Triangle narcotics business. The heroin being sold to American soldiers in Vietnam was coming from the CIA's clients in Laos. Al McCoy wrote about this back in 1972. The CIA was protecting the major opium producers in the Golden Triangle, just like they've been protecting the major drug dealers in Afghanistan for the last 15 years. They were funneling heroin and opium to their warlords in South Vietnam as a payoff for advancing the U.S. policies that were detrimental to their own country. The CIA bought their services by allowing them to deal narcotics, and a lot of the dope made its way back to the homeland through enterprising soldiers and various criminal organizations. It was a criminal conspiracy of the highest order. The national security establishment realized the conspiracy was on the verge of being exposed in 1968, so it pulled various executive management, enforcement, and intelligence functions out of the BNDD and gave them to the CIA so the CIA could protect its drug smuggling assets around the world. At that point, federal drug law enforcement became an adjunct of national security. Tracy. So this firewall that theoretically exists between the CIA operations abroad and in the United States has been bypassed in the war on drugs. Valentine. Yes. And by studying the relationship between the CIA and federal drug law enforcement, you can see why I refer to the CIA as the organized crime branch of the U.S. government. Nowhere is that more evident than in how it controls international drug networks. If you're a general in Bolivia and you're assassinating leftists, the CIA will allow you to deal drugs. If you're Manuel Noriega and you're providing intelligence on revolutionaries in Central America, you're allowed to deal drugs. If you're a South Vietnamese general or an Afghan warlord, you're allowed to deal drugs because you're furthering the national security interests of the United States, which means it's corporate, as well as political and social interests. In order for this to happen, two things are important. The CIA has to control certain branches of the DEA, and it has to control the media. And it has systematized its control over these institutions. Chapter 2. One thing leads to another. My rare access in investigating the war on drugs. Ryan Dawson. Let's discuss the relationship between crime and law enforcement. You talked about this in an article about an experience you had growing up in New York. Let's start off with what you learned in your young adulthood, and do tell about the relationship between crime and law enforcement, if there can even be a line. Valentine. What I learned is that there isn't a line. The story I'm going to tell about my experience is allegorical. It's a microcosm of the way the world works, how propaganda and Madison Avenue advertising convince people that there are forces of good fighting forces of evil. But if people saw through the propaganda, they'd have different attitudes, and our country would be structured differently. But the lawmaking branch of our government is in the hands of professional criminals. Everything they do is in the service of crime, of holding down or stealing from the poor, and protecting or giving to the rich. I came to realize all this as a young person, thanks to my father. The lesson my father taught me occurred in 1968, just 23 years after World War II. It's almost 50 years since then, so the experience I had was contextually closer to the good war than the bad Vietnam War. Adult men in 1968 viewed America as having saved the world for democracy. It was easier to be rebellious back then, when millions of middle-class white males had to re-educate themselves and support one another in order to avoid being killed for Dow Chemical and Dow Jones in Vietnam. My father worked in the post office in the village where he'd lived as a child. He worked the graveyard shift, and I worked for a tree company in town. I was home from college for the summer, and I worked for the Coggeshall Tree Company, climbing trees. My father and I didn't get along, but I ate breakfast in the same diner where my father had a cup of coffee after getting off the graveyard shift. These were the days of the generation gap. He sat on one side of the diner by the kitchen door, with the cops and the older blue-collar workers. They'd talk about how much they hated Muhammad Ali, who had refused to go to Vietnam, and Joe Willie Namath. My friends and I had long hair and resisted the war. We were smoking dope and taking acid, and our girlfriends were young and pretty and sexually liberated, thanks to the pill, so they hated us too. One day my father and I met at the cash register. He was waiting for me when I got outside. "I want you to meet me tomorrow at the bank," he said. "There's something I want to show you. Come about an hour early." We didn't get along, but he was my father, so I did what he said. The bank was at the other end of Wheeler Avenue, but not far from the diner. My great-uncle Tom Colligan worked there as a security guard. Tom had been a cop in town for many years. My father's father had been a cop in town, too, during Prohibition. Anyway, we met at the bank the next morning and walked down Wheeler Avenue toward the diner. The sun was just coming up, and nobody was on the street. We got to the corner store at the end of Wheeler Avenue and turned right up Manville Road. The diner was a few steps up the street, and I could see the bread delivery truck parked in front of it. Another car was parked beside it. I knew who the car belonged to. My father walked into the street with me following behind. He stood behind the delivery truck, flung the back doors open, and said to me, "Take a good look." This is the true relationship between crime and law enforcement. Inside was the bakery truck driver, the mafia representative who picked up the money and slips from the local bookie. The bookie worked at the diner and was sitting beside the bread truck driver. In the back of the truck were 3 village cops. I'd known them all my life. I went to school with their kids. I knew their names. They'd been caught red-handed and their mouths were hanging open. When they started muttering curses, my father abruptly closed the doors. He walked away and went about his business. Me too. The next day, I was back in the diner, and nobody said a word. It was like I'd been initiated into a secret society. Most of the people in town had no idea this was going on. They thought the cops give you a speeding ticket. They don't see the cops associating with professional criminals and making money in the process. They believe that when a guy puts on a uniform, a guy who was a bully in school and didn't develop the skills to be a plumber or go to college, he becomes virtuous. But the guys who go into law enforcement relate more to the crooks they associate with on a daily basis than the citizens they're supposed to protect and serve. They're corrupted. The CIA is populated with the same kind of people. Nelson Brickham, whom I mentioned in the previous chapter as the CIA officer who created the Phoenix program, told me this about his colleagues. I have described the intelligence service as a socially acceptable way of expressing criminal tendencies. A guy who has strong criminal tendencies but is too much of a coward to be one would wind up in a place like the CIA if he had the education. Brickham described CIA officers as mercenaries who found a socially acceptable way of doing these things, and I might add, getting very well paid for it. Occasionally, the cops have to arrest criminals and put them in jail, but it's generally the ones who aren't in the mafia or mafia guys who broke some agreement. If you're black or a minority, you're rarely going to benefit from this accommodation the cops have with organized crime. What I witnessed was mind-boggling, and being 18 years old, I wasn't ready to think about it then. But I did think about it over the ensuing 20 years. And as I started researching and writing, that experience and some similar ones I had got me interested in the underworld, things like the mafia's involvement in the Kennedy assassination. I wanted to learn about those things. In 1981, my father gave me the lesson that got me writing. We hadn't spoken in 10 years, but he'd just gotten out of the hospital after his second open-heart surgery, and his defenses were down. He called me up and said, "I understand you want to be a writer. Come on home. I've got a story to tell you." Turns out he'd been a prisoner of war in World War II. He hadn't told anyone, but he'd been a POW in the Philippines in a camp with around 120 Australian and 40 English soldiers. My father was the only American and aligned with the Aussies. The camp commandant, a major in the British Army, made a deal with the Japanese. In exchange for having control over discipline in the camp, he would ensure that there would be no escape attempts. The Australians didn't care what this English major said, and 4 of them tried to escape. But the major found out and informed on them. The 4 Australians were brought back to camp and beheaded on Christmas Day 1943. A couple of days later, 2 Australians, along with my father, murdered this English major in retaliation. Nothing happened until the camp was liberated in October 1944, at which point the existence of the camp was covered up. The military gave my father a new military record and warned him that if he ever told anyone about the camp, he'd be prosecuted for his role in the murder of the English major. I wrote about that in my first book, The Hotel Tacloban. I'd seen the true relationship between crime and law enforcement, and after my father told me his story about the prison camp, I knew the military can rewrite history. It can coerce someone into silence so deep and damaging it causes heart disease. That was a turning point for me. I realized how deeply entrenched the corruption is, and I began to observe the forms it takes in our society, including racism. The double standard associated with racism allows one group to get away with breaking laws and unfairly punishes another group for breaking the same laws. That's corruption. It's organized crime. Meanwhile, the CIA, the military, and the cops are covering their collective asses through their propaganda outlets. They're corrupting our understanding of the world by controlling the information we receive. They create the myths we believe. If we were allowed to understand the CIA, we'd realize it's a criminal organization that is corrupting governments and societies around the world. It's murdering civilians who haven't done anything wrong. The military does the same thing in a more violent way. Cops, too. The Vietnam War had greatly affected my generation, and I wanted to find what sort of secret things the CIA did in Vietnam. As a first step, I spoke to the director of a veterans organization in New Hampshire, where I was living at the time. I asked if there was any facet of the war that hadn't been written about. Without hesitation, he said the Phoenix program. So I decided to write about Phoenix. I sent a copy of Tacloban to William Colby, who'd been director of the CIA and was closely associated with Phoenix. Colby read Tacloban and liked it. His reaction was, "Well, you have a basis to understand what happened in Vietnam." We did 2 interviews, and he introduced me to some senior CIA people who were involved in facets of the Phoenix program. It was incredibly eye-opening for me. I wrote about all that in the Phoenix program. In the course of investigating the CIA in Vietnam, I learned that huge amounts of narcotic drugs were flowing from the Golden Triangle area in Burma, Thailand, and Laos. The network began after World War II, when the CIA had set up a Kuomintang army in Burma. The Kuomintang was the ruling party of the nationalist Chinese, who'd been chased out of China by the communists in 1947. The CIA watched while the nationalist Chinese massacred about 30,000 people in Taiwan in 1947. The Kuomintang had fantasies of reconquering China, and the CIA played on those fantasies. It established a Kuomintang army in Burma and used it to attack China. At the same time, the CIA was conspiring with the Thai government, which was up to its eyeballs in drug trafficking. Opium trafficking wasn't frowned upon in that part of the world the way it is here, and the press here took little notice. By the 1960s, the CIA also had a secret army in Laos under Vang Pao, the leader of the Hmong tribe, who supported themselves by growing opium with considerable CIA assistance. The Hmong were looked down upon by the ruling ethnic Laotians, who ran a CIA-protected heroin processing operation. The CIA worked with the Hmong and Laotians just like the cops and the mafia ran that bookie operation in suburban New York. Opium from the Kuomintang army in Burma was moved by mule caravan to Wo Sai, Laos, next to the CIA's 118A base at Nam Yu, and from Wo Sai it was flown to Taiwanese middlemen who worked with the mafia. Opium from the Hmong was converted into heroin in Vientiane. The CIA controlled the operation and made sure that some of the heroin and opium got to Saigon. Top generals in Vietnam controlled various provinces and regions like warlords. The CIA made sure the drugs got to these generals. They each had a distribution franchise, and they'd sell the drugs in their area and make huge profits off it, which is why they supported American policy and gave the CIA a free hand. By the late 1960s, most of the drugs were going to American soldiers. By 1970, the Nixon administration was aware that thousands of soldiers were addicts and that the problem was affecting the course of the war. Veterans returned to America with their habits, and the CIA was underwriting the whole thing. I was curious about how U.S. drug law enforcement dealt with the fact that American soldiers were being addicted and that tons of drugs were pouring into the U.S. thanks to the CIA. The DEA had to be involved in this CIA drug smuggling operation, and I was determined to write a book about that. My next 2 books, The Strength of the Wolf and The Strength of the Pack, focus on the corruption the CIA fosters within U.S. law enforcement. Those books are about the role the federal drug agencies play in protecting the CIA and its drug smuggling assets. I did interviews with agents, and I provide a lot of documentation. Most of that material is archived at the National Security Archives. The books also show how the drug law enforcement agencies make sure drugs get to despised minorities, people our rulers want to see in prison and politically disenfranchised. I show how drug law enforcement serves the national security function of making sure the right people get the drugs. Essential to this arrangement is the CIA's accommodation with organized crime. The gangsters are allowed to import and distribute the drugs in the major cities in exchange for telling drug agents which street dealers they're supplying. The hoods get rich by informing, and when the CIA has no more use for them, they're discarded like the generals in Vietnam. Dawson, let's talk about plausible deniability. Valentine, the CIA doesn't do anything it can't deny. A senior CIA officer named Tom Donahue told me about this. Colby introduced me to Donahue, and he was very forthcoming. Some of the guys Colby referred me to were hoping for the opportunity to tell their stories. It has to do with grandiosity. There's no point doing dangerous things unless the guys talk about your heroics in saloons. They saw me as a chance to memorialize themselves as heroes. But in the process, they had to explain a bit about how the CIA works. If not sources, at least its methods. Donahue was a prime example. He'd studied comparative religion at Columbia University and understood symbolic transformation. He was a product and practitioner of Cook County politics who joined the CIA after World War II when he perceived the Cold War as a growth industry. He'd been the CIA's station chief in the Philippines at the end of his career, and when I spoke to him, he was in business with a former Filipino defense minister. He was putting his contacts to good use, which is par for the course. It's how corruption works for senior bureaucrats. Donahue said the CIA doesn't do anything unless it meets two criteria. The first criterion is intelligence potential. The program must benefit the CIA. Maybe it tells them how to overthrow a government, or how to blackmail an official, or where the report is hidden, or how to get an agent across a border. The euphemism intelligence potential means it has some use for the CIA. The second criterion is that it can be denied. If they can't find a way to set it up so they can deny it, they won't do it. Most everything the CIA does is deniable. It's part of their congressional mandate. Congress doesn't want to be held accountable for the criminal things the CIA does. The only time something the CIA does becomes public knowledge, other than the occasional accident or whistleblower, is when Congress or the President think it's helpful for propaganda reasons to let people know the CIA is doing this. Torture is a good example. After 9/11, and up until and through the invasion of Iraq, the American people wanted revenge. They wanted to see Muslim blood flowing. So the Bush administration let it leak that they were torturing evildoers. They played it cute and called it enhanced interrogation, but everyone understood symbolically. Dawson, they may have tortured people for 4 years. Valentine, they've always tortured people. Look at slavery. In America, the bosses cover it up, which goes back to what I was telling you at the beginning. If you visit Thomas Jefferson's estate at Monticello, you won't see the slave quarters. It's a cover-up, like the Hotel Tacloban. But unfortunately, many people like it that way. They prefer not to know. They prefer a poster with a happy cliché on it. If we all join hands and drink Pepsi, there will be peace in the world. Like any other kind of advertising, propaganda is meant to delude, not inform. But it's better to face the facts. While I was researching Phoenix, I found out about the CIA's involvement in drug trafficking. I also learned that as the Vietnam War was winding down, the CIA started reducing the number of officers serving in Laos and Vietnam. The CIA felt it had the situation under control there and was looking for new homes for these guys. I discovered that over 100 officers were funneled into the BNDD and DEA. These recycled CIA officers had been involved in Phoenix and associated programs, and I wondered, why are they going into the DEA? And who are they really working for? One of my CIA contacts was a fascinating man named Tully Akampora. Tully was a World War II veteran who started working for the CIA in Korea and ended up being detached to the CIA for most of his career. In Vietnam, starting in 1966, he was General Nguyen Ngoc Loan's advisor. Loan was famous as the guy who was photographed shooting a VC guerrilla in the head during the Tet Offensive in 1968. Al McCoy described Loan at length in The Politics of Heroin. Loan, McCoy explained, was Air Marshal Nguyen Cao Ki's deputy. After Key was appointed premier in July 1965, he appointed Loan to head the National Police, the Military Security Service, and the Central Intelligence Organization. Loan established and managed Key's political machine by using systematic corruption to combat urban guerrilla warfare. Corruption financed cash rewards for agents. Loan systematized the corruption, regulating how much each particular agency would collect, how much each officer would skim off for his personal use, and what percentage would be turned over to Key's political machine. As McCoy noted, the opium traffic was undeniably the most important source of illicit revenue. And my friend Tully was Loan's CIA advisor until 1968, until the CIA decided to replace Key's political machine with one under President Nguyen Van Thieu. Tully was one of the people that started funneling CIA officers into the DEA in the early 1970s. I don't want to bore you with details, but it's important to know why he was in position to do that. From 1958 until 1965, Tully worked for the CIA in Italy, and while he was there, he became close friends with 3 federal narcotics agents stationed in Rome. They were agents in the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, FBM. They were Italian-Americans, like Tully, and were making cases on the mafia and its associates throughout Europe and the Middle East. Tully formed friendships with FBN agents Charlie Siragusa, Hank Manfredi, and Andy Tartolino. Siragusa was the boss. He'd been in the OSS and had worked with James Jesus Angleton in Italy during World War II. As chief of counterintelligence in the CIA, Angleton became dependent on Siragusa for his mafia contacts. You might have wondered how it is that the CIA can reach into the underworld and compel mobsters to do its dirty work, like the assassination attempts on Castro. Well, the CIA often does it through senior law enforcement officials like Charlie Siragusa. According to Tully, Angleton kissed Siragusa's ass in Macy's window at noon. Hank Manfredi had been in the Army CID in World War II and was actually a CIA officer working under FBN cover. He spent his entire career in Italy until 1968, when he had a crippling heart attack and returned to the U.S. The FBN had been reformed as the BNDD by then, and Andy Tartolino was one of its deputy directors. Tartolino arranged for Manfredi to join the BNDD first as an inspector and later as a manager in its Foreign Operations Division. Siragusa and Manfredi were no longer alive when I started researching the CIA and the DEA, but Tartolino was. I told Tully that I want to learn about the CIA's involvement in drug trafficking, and he sent me to Andy. Andy became the DEA's Deputy Director of Administration when the organization was formed in 1973. He was one of the most knowledgeable guys about how the CIA corrupted federal law enforcement. So meeting Andy was like meeting Colby. I now had an entree into the highest levels of the DEA. Tully sent me to Andy, and Andy said, "Okay, I'll talk to you as a favor for Tully, but first you have to start at the beginning with the Bureau of Narcotics. Spend a year, talk to as many people as you can, and then come back and I'll talk to you." That's what I did, and it was amazing what I found out. Tartolino had led a corruption investigation that lasted from 1965 to 1968. It resulted in 32 agents having to resign for committing all manner of crimes. 27 informants had been murdered, allegedly by FBN agents. None of the agents were prosecuted for those murders, but the ones who were suspected were allowed to resign. It was a cover-up, like happened at the Hotel Tacloban POW camp. 4 or 5 agents were indicted for other crimes, and in 1968 the Bureau of Narcotics was taken out of Treasury and put in the Justice Department. It was merged with other agencies and reorganized as the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, BNDD, as a result of Tartolino investigation into corruption, mostly in New York City. The media loves to talk about corruption in foreign countries, but if you want to understand corruption, you have to study the relationship between crime and law enforcement in New York City. Siragusa, Manfredi, and Acampora were from New York. I'm from the suburbs, but my mother and her Italian-American family are from the city. Frank Serpico was a cop who exposed corruption in the NYPD in the early 1970s. He was a narcotics detective and was shot in the face by fellow cops. He survived and went to the Knapp Commission and revealed the extent of corruption within the NYPD. It was tied into what happened within the FBN, and Tartolino was involved in that investigation too. It uncovered rampant corruption among judges, prosecutors, and politicians. But they covered most of that up, too, because everyone involved in law enforcement depends on corruption so they can send their kids to college, move to the suburbs, and take vacations in Mexico. They don't get paid enough otherwise. But I'm getting ahead of myself. As you're probably aware, opiates were legal until 1914, when Congress passed the Harrison Narcotic Act, and the federal government started to regulate opium and cocaine. The act was a tax revenue measure. People who were importing opium and coca leaves into the U.S. had to report how much they were importing so they could be taxed, and the government could make some money. The government regulated how much they brought in and which companies could manufacture it. This explains how it was that the Bureau of Narcotics was first set up in the Treasury Department. Within a few years, Congress decided that it should be a law enforcement issue. It was a way of giving doctors, drug manufacturers, and pharmaceutical companies a monopoly and sending anyone else who used or sold regulated drugs to jail. They created a narcotics law enforcement agency to find out who the addicts and their suppliers were and to put them in prison. They gave narcotics agents guns. This is during Prohibition, and anyone who knows anything about Prohibition knows that a lot of booze was coming into the country in police vans, and that cops were out on the beaches protecting the gangsters, unloading the ships, and making sure the police chief got the best bottle of scotch. Prohibition was the genius invention of Congress that allowed crime to become organized under the direction of law enforcement in the United States. Dawson, they made it the biggest black market ever. Valentine, all of a sudden, crime becomes as big an industry as the oil industry. As Meyer Lansky famously said, "We're bigger than General Motors." Dawson, the same thing happened in Russia when they had Prohibition. Valentine, the demand was huge. So illegal drugs became a big money-making facet of our business society, and the guys smuggling booze and dope became politically powerful. People like Arnold Rothstein, the Jewish mobster who bankrolled most of the bookie operations in America. Rothstein was extorting labor organizations in New York City. He controlled the booze coming in from Canada and by ship from Europe and Asia. He had the alcohol smuggling infrastructure, so he controlled narcotics too. He had a network of Jewish gangsters working for him out of Eastern Europe and as far away as Shanghai. The first international drug smuggling network consisted of Jews who'd been relegated to certain illegal occupations, like smuggling, through discrimination. They got pushed into this business and excelled at it. Rothstein's organization ended in 1928 when the Mafia and the group of younger Jewish mobsters got upset because he had a monopoly. Lucky Luciano joined forces with Meyer Lansky, and they bumped off Rothstein and divvied up his empire. They incorporated crime and started dealing with the Kuomintang Chinese. That's the original syndicate. Before there was a CIA, the U.S. government was protecting the nationalist Chinese because they were fighting communists. The government protected Kuomintang opium and heroin routes into Mexico and the U.S. West Coast, which was another boon for this drug smuggling syndicate run by the Mafia. Luciano and Lansky organized crime on the totalitarian corporate model. They set up banks and created shell companies and paid off the cops at every step of the way. That's their plausible deniability. The CIA hired some of these drug traffickers in World War II for their expertise at creating false identities, crossing borders with contraband, and eluding policemen. The Mafia also controlled many unions the ruling class wanted to subvert and use for its own purposes. Hiring drug traffickers was no big deal when you consider that the military and CIA recycled a slew of Nazis like Werner von Braun and Reinhard Gehlen and used them in the secret war against the Soviets after World War II. Dawson, they consolidated power too. They had Bugsy Siegel kick off a couple of dons. It really became a syndicate, La Cosa Nostra. Like you said, it became a real corporate enterprise. They consolidated mafia power. Valentine, believe me, it's not actually called La Cosa Nostra. That's an FBI invention. Nobody had heard the phrase until the FBI told Joe Valachi to introduce it to the public during congressional hearings in 1963. La Cosa Nostra means the our thing. That's the literal translation of La Cosa Nostra, the our thing. I'll try to explain how corruption evolves. When Rothstein was assassinated, the cops ran to his office. He lived in a suite at the Park Central Hotel, but had an office elsewhere. Unfortunately, someone else got there first and grabbed Rothstein's accounting books. Maybe that's one of the reasons he was killed. Anyway, panic ensued in New York because everyone was on his payroll. The state Republicans started an investigation that tracked back to Tammany Democrats. Republicans were running for Congress, saying, "My opponent was on Rothstein's payroll, and here are the documents." Eventually, it tracked back to Republicans as well. The scandal also tracked back to the top federal narcotics agents in New York City and to Colonel Levi Nutt, who had been appointed in 1920 to run the narcotics division of the IRS Prohibition Unit. The Prohibition Unit was notoriously corrupt. It was in the Treasury Department, and Levi Nutt was in charge of its narcotics unit, and his agents were famous for being more corrupt than the Prohibition agents. The investigation of Rothstein ended up showing that narcotics investigator Levi Nutt's son-in-law was Rothstein's tax attorney. Village cops running the numbers racket with a mafia hood in the back of a bread truck is Corruption 101. The PhD-level course is the son-in-law of the chief of the narcotics division writing tax returns for the world's biggest drug smuggler. One narcotics agent told me there wasn't a drug deal that went down in Chicago in the 40s and 50s that didn't go through the cops to the politicians. That's still the case today, except they've gotten better at disguising it. They're able to hide the CIA's $50 billion budget. They're better at fooling the public, too, so you'd never in your wildest dreams think that your protectors are dealing with the people preying upon you. But that is a fact, and that accommodation between crime and law enforcement is the glue that holds the system together. Their most egregious crime is the systematic falsification of history. What starts out as an agent padding reports becomes, when all those reports are assembled, the myth of the cop or soldier or CIA agent as hero. FBN agent Frankie Waters explained it to me. One of my talents was testifying in court, Waters said. It was a situation that terrified me at first, but then I did it a few times and realized I liked it, because it fueled all the grandiose ideas I had about myself. And I was good at it. I could testify about a case made in Chicago. Walter smiled exuberantly. They called us pinch hitters. It didn't matter that some agents couldn't testify well, Waters added, especially in big cases where 20 agents were involved. Say Agent Joe Blow seizes the most crucial piece of evidence, a note that's essential for the jury to understand the case. Joe's a great agent, but he freezes if he has to speak in front of a crowd. A block away is his articulate partner. I'm the case agent to whom they both submit their memos. So when I write up the final report, guess who sees the note? As a way of justifying the systematic falsification of reports, Waters evoked the myth of the seasoned investigator who must bend the rules to get the bad guys. There's a bigger picture you've got to see, he stressed. There was a war between good and evil, and we were losing it, and it seemed that when justice triumphed it was by accident. So let me tell you about integrity. On the one hand, you had the critics who couldn't make cases for moral reasons or because they were inept. On the other hand were the case makers, who knew we had to be the superior force because the only thing that kept the criminals from overrunning us was that they knew that our goon squad would wipe out their neighborhood if they tried. To show success to the politicians who control their budgets, top managers in every bureaucracy rely on fictionalized reporting. The essential fictions, like the need to bend the rules, are taught to new agents. The agents must learn them by heart to advance. Over time, the agents come to believe the fictions, which reinforce all their false assumptions about society and their role in it. For example, black agents in the FBN weren't allowed to supervise whites. The bosses said the blacks couldn't write well enough because in their reports they didn't ascribe to the fiction of white supremacy. Not until 1968 was a black agent made a group leader in the FBN. The organization, like American society in general and its security services in particular, accepted white superiority as gospel, and compulsory belief in that gospel paved the way for the political cadre at the top of the organizations to propagate other myths, like the myth that the communist Chinese were pushing drugs on Americans as a kind of psychological warfare, and the myth that pot was as dangerous as heroin. The most important fiction of all is the need for secrecy to preserve our national security. From time to time, that is true, but far more often, officials use secrecy to conceal their corruption and crimes. So, Levi Nutt was shuffled off to Buffalo and given a sinecure job in upstate New York. And then the political bosses hired Harry Anslinger to run the Bureau of Narcotics, which was formed in 1930. Anslinger became the commissioner of the FBN when it was created. His job was to clean up corruption, and one way he did it was to limit the inspections staff. There were approximately 300 agents in the FBN around the country, and Anslinger had only 2 inspectors on his staff, one for agents east of the Mississippi River and one for agents west of it. Periodically, they hopped on the train and visited offices around the country and made sure nobody was getting exposed in the newspapers for being corrupt. The corruption obviously continued apace. I met agents who had been in the FBN in the late 1930s. Most of the FBN agents I interviewed had joined after World War II. These were the people Andy Tartolino introduced me to, old agents who knew how things really worked. If anyone out there wants to know all the details, read my books, The Strength of the Wolf and The Strength of the Pack. Tartolino, however, only introduced me to the straight agents who had worked with him trying to root out corruption. I soon realized that was not how I was going to get the story, but through Tartolino and his clique, I knew who the corrupt agents were, so I went to them and presented them with a deal. These were the case-making agents Frankie Waters talked about. The guys who brought down the mafia and its French connection. These guys had no fear and no ethics, and that's why the first book is called The Strength of the Wolf. I went to this group of agents, maybe 10 of them, and told them individually what I wanted to do. I told them the story about my father and the bread truck, and what I knew about the CIA. I promised I wouldn't link them to any murders or felonies. And on that basis, they agreed to talk to me. They talked about how they went about making cases. So if you want to understand the situation from their point of view, read the books. I can't explain it all to you in an hour, but I'll try to summarize it. Narcotics agents are agent provocateurs. They create a crime by setting up a series of undercover buys, which they do largely through informants who get paid or otherwise compensated for buying or selling drugs to people the agents bust. The best undercover agents would shoot heroin so they could pose as addicts and traffickers. These guys would do anything. But they had to provide heroin to their informants. An agent wasn't looking to cure an addict. He was looking to use an addict as an informant and sustain his habit while working up the ladder to his or her supplier. So the agents became suppliers of heroin. They became an instrumental part of the problem at the basic level, and that's still the case today, but on a grander scale. Agents are in the illicit narcotic business in both an official and unofficial capacity. Within the old FBN, a certain amount of illicit drug distribution was officially allowed. But behind the scenes, the case-making agents were competing with each other to make cases. In New York City, there were 5 groups of agents, maybe 10 agents in a group, and they were all trying to get promoted so they didn't have to be street agents forever, so they could become the bosses. Ideally, an ambitious agent latched onto an informant who could make a big case on a member of the mafia. Doing that guaranteed a successful career. But the competition was fierce, and sometimes an ambitious agent in one group would intentionally arrest another agent's informant for dealing junk. One case-making agent would subvert another case-making agent, and now you have life-and-death conflict between wolves. This is how informants ended up getting killed. The agents started bumping off each other's informants, and then each other. They killed each other. This was what got Andy Tartolino so upset. Agents were giving other agents hot shots. They'd slip heroin into someone's beer or tie him down and give him an injection of heroin and kill him. There were instances of this happening. So that's the level of corruption that permeated drug law enforcement. Without centralized control, it was a Hobbesian war. To make big cases, case-making agents needed to acquire heroin unofficially. They knew where the big dealers kept their stash, so they would burglarize an apartment and steal the drugs. They would cut the dope and resell it through their informants, share the profits, and make more cases. If they didn't get caught, they got promoted and became the bosses. Agents were raping women. A lot of addict informants were prostitutes, and the corrupt agents would force them to have sex to avoid going to jail. Agents were stealing money from floating crap games and gamblers. They were ripping off everybody, left and right. They were murdering people. So the FBN was dissolved in 1968 and reformed as the BNDD in the Justice Department. John Ingersoll, who had been chief of the Charlotte, North Carolina Police Department, became the director of the BNDD. The Johnson administration charged him with eliminating corruption, and the first thing Ingersoll did was ask CIA Director Richard Helms for help. Ingersoll told Helms that the senior managers of the BNDD, most of whom were former FBN agents, were still up to their eyeballs in corruption. The BNDD had 16 regional offices, and most were headed by a former FBN agent, and Ingersoll was worried they were spreading corruption throughout this new organization. Helms exploited the situation. He wanted to take over federal drug law enforcement, so he slipped a group of CIA officers into the BNDD, ostensibly to investigate the corrupt bosses. This actually made it into the 1975 Rockefeller Commission report about illegal domestic CIA operations. It's worth reading the 2 pages they devoted to this. I wrote an article about it called Operation Twofold. The CIA infiltrated around 20 officers into the BNDD. Each of these guys was given a job in a region. They were put in proximity to the regional boss and told to spy on him. Ingersoll thought the CIA was doing him a favor, which was very naive because the CIA used this secret program for its own nefarious purposes. You know the old adage about the camel that put its nose in the tent? Pretty soon the whole camel is inside. That applies here, and pretty soon the CIA had taken over certain facets of the BNDD. It was 1970, and people like Al McCoy were becoming aware of the CIA's drug connections in Southeast Asia. The CIA had to protect its drug smuggling operations in Vietnam or risk losing the war. It was not like the 50s and 60s. Press people were flying all over the world. They weren't taking boats anymore. They could communicate faster and learn things they didn't know before. Suddenly, the monstrous things the CIA had done for 20 years were in danger of being exposed. For 20 years, the CIA had been working with the criminal underworlds in every nation, doing exactly what the old narcotic agents did, creating crimes and covering them up. That's why the CIA wanted to commandeer federal drug law enforcement. Through Operation Twofold, the CIA infiltrated the BNDD's inspections staff and intelligence division. It created and staffed the BNDD's Office of Special Operations. It took over the BNDD's foreign operations and executive management staffs, and it still runs them today within the DEA. Dawson: the U.S. was getting opium from Afghanistan? Valentine: when the United States took over drug law enforcement in Afghanistan, opium production increased dramatically. All of a sudden, Afghan heroin is flooding the U.S. and Europe. It still is. You can say it's a coincidence, except all the opium warlords are on the CIA payroll. The DEA sends 600 agents to Afghanistan to make sure that nobody knows about it. Dawson: it's important to show what the money finances. It's more than personal profit. They use that black market money from the drugs to get into other shenanigans, supporting rent-a-terrorist groups. Valentine: the CIA is the most corrupting influence in the United States. It corrupted the Customs Bureau the same way it corrupted the DEA. It corrupts the State Department and the military. It has infiltrated civil organizations and the media to make sure that none of its illegal operations are exposed. Many CIA officers spent their careers posing as federal narcotics agents. Dawson: they're the managerial arm of the cartel. Valentine: it's the untold part of the Gary Webb story. Where the hell was the DEA? Well, the DEA was making sure no one made a case against CIA drug dealers. They make sure the drugs go to the black and Latino communities. In my opinion, that's the national security establishment's deepest, darkest secret. Exposing it was what got Webb in trouble, not a few inaccuracies in his reporting. The media's job is to bury stories about corruption, whether it's in Congress, law enforcement, or the CIA. It sticks to the fictionalized script and spreads disinformation about how things are organized and how they operate. They do it by telling the story in a certain way, just like Frankie Waters described how the FBN group leaders wrote reports. The DEA has a public affairs branch staffed by creative writers who filter out anything bad and tell you only what the bosses want you to know. The media echoes what the DEA and CIA PR people say, but it's a big lie, and it's pervasive. Part 1. The CIA's Phoenix program in Vietnam, a template for systemic domination. The secret dominates this world, and first and foremost as the secret of domination. Guide aboard comments on the Society of the Spectacle. Chapter 3. The Vietnam War's silver lining, a bureaucratic model for population control, emerges. The CIA's Phoenix program changed how America fights its wars, and how the public views this new type of political and psychological warfare, in which civilian casualties are an explicit objective. The CIA created Phoenix in Saigon in 1967 to neutralize the leaders and supporters of the communist-led insurgency in South Vietnam. Referred to by the CIA as the Viet Cong Infrastructure, VCI, the targets were civilians who were working at regular jobs while secretly engaged in administrative and support functions for the armed guerrillas. These people were patriots resisting foreign aggression and seeking to take back their country, but they were considered spies and terrorists. American officials wrote laws that allowed U.S. military forces to detain, torture, and kill them by every means possible, including B-52 raids, battalion-sized cordon and search operations, and death squads. Phoenix was originally called ISEX Side, for intelligence coordination and exploitation, screening, interrogation, and detention of the enemy. But the name was quickly changed for symbolic purposes. In time, the mere mention of Phoenix, the omnipotent bird of prey with a black list in one claw and a snake in the other, was enough to terrorize not only targeted members of the VCI, but the entire civilian population. Phoenix evolved from a rifle-shot approach to neutralize enemy leaders into a program of systematic repression for the political control of the South Vietnamese people. It sought to accomplish this through a highly bureaucratized system of disposing of people who could not be ideologically assimilated. The CIA found a legal basis for the program in emergency decrees and administrative detention laws that enabled American advisors to detain, torture, and kill national security offenders, as the VCI were legally referred to, without due process. The program was implemented over the objections of Government of Vietnam (GVN) officials who understood that it undermined their national sovereignty. Within this extra-legal judicial system, with its Stalinist security committees, a member of the VCI was anyone who didn't actively support the government. To be neutral or advocate for peace was viewed as supporting terrorism. Proof wasn't required, just the word of an anonymous informer. The psychological warfare aspect of Phoenix was so pervasive that people had to watch every word they said. Advocating peace with the communists was punishable by imprisonment without trial for 2 years or even death under the administrative detention laws. And the threat of being detained was a boondoggle for corrupt officials and professional criminals on the CIA payroll. Persons arrested as VCI suspects or sympathizers were released only when their families scraped together enough money to bribe the local security committee members. As a result, CIA officer Lucien Conin described Phoenix as the greatest blackmail scheme ever invented. If you don't do what I want, you're VC. Modeled by its creator, Nelson Brickham, on Ford Motor Company's command post structure, Phoenix concentrated power in a chief executive officer and an operating committee at the top of the embassy's organizational chart. The chief executive position, the Deputy for Civil Operations and Revolutionary Development, oversaw the Phoenix Directorate in Saigon. The directorate was headed by a CIA officer supported by a statistical reporting unit, which assigned a quota of 1,800 neutralizations a month to the Phoenix coordinators who ran the program in the field. But Phoenix was a CIA program, and deniability was one of its main objectives. So the CIA left gaping holes in its safety net in order to facilitate the systematic corruption that ensured the program's true but unstated objective of terrifying the entire civilian population into submission. As CIA officer Frank Snepp wrote in Decent Interval, the Phoenix strike teams opted for a scattershot approach, picking up anyone who might be a suspect, and eventually, when the jails were packed to overflowing, they began simply taking the law, such as it was, into their own hands. The program existed in relative secrecy until June 1969, when numerous South Vietnamese legislators complained in open session about Phoenix abuses. Everyone knew that thousands of innocent people were being extorted, jailed, and killed, but the complicit American press corps never reported it. And in the absence of any objection by the American public, the CIA had no reason to relent. It was not until late 1970, when a handful of anti-war Phoenix veterans exposed the program's many abuses, that Congress finally launched an investigation. But even then, thanks to skillful dissembling on the part of William Colby, the erstwhile Deputy for Civil Operations and Revolutionary Development in charge of Phoenix, the CIA was able to shirk any responsibility. At congressional hearings into Phoenix in 1971, Representative Ogden Reed, Democrat, New York, asked Colby, "Do you state categorically that Phoenix has never perpetrated the premeditated killing of a civilian in a non-combat situation?" Conflating stated policy with operational reality, the master of doublespeak replied, "Phoenix as a program has never done that. Individual members of it may have done it, but as a program, it is not designed to do that." Colby, to put it mildly, lied. In actuality, the Phoenix program was designed to be mismanaged, to open the door to and incentivize bribery, corruption, and terror as an unstated policy lever for ensuring domination over the Vietnamese population. The other side of the story. Censorship of opposing narratives is one of the main mechanisms for controlling information. Americans rarely get to hear the other side of the story, especially during a war. But in late 1970 and early 1971, a Vietnamese reporter named Pt.1 wrote a series of articles titled The Truth About Phoenix for the newspaper Tin Sang, Morning News. Tin Sang was published in Saigon by Ngo Cong Duc, a member of the Vietnamese legislature. Half of Tin Sang's issues about Phoenix were confiscated by the secret police on orders from the Minister of Information, Truong Bu Diem, a CIA asset. An knew from personal experience what he was writing about. He'd been a translator for Major Oscar L. Jenkins, one of the CIA's special police advisors running Phoenix operations in the Mekong Delta in 1968 and 1969. Phoenix, wrote An, is a series of big continuous operations which, because of the bombing, destroy the countryside and put innocent people to death. In the sky are armed helicopters, but on the ground are the black uniforms, doing what they want where the helicopters and B-52s do not reach. Americans in black uniforms, according to An, are the most terrible. The black uniforms were members of American hunter-killer teams. The Hunter team was a four-man unit, usually all Americans, sometimes with one or two Vietnamese, Cambodian, or Chinese mercenaries, called counter-terrorists, CTs for short. According to An, the CIA would send the Hunter teams into a village the day before a Phoenix cordon search operation to map out the village and capture people targeted for interrogation. The next day, the CTs would return in black choppers with the killer team, usually 12 to 25 South Vietnamese Special Forces or Rangers led by Green Berets. When they go back to their base, An said, they bring people's bleeding ears. But are these the ears of the VC? CIA officials like Colby did their best to narrowly define Phoenix as a perfectly legal program targeting specific individuals. But like Snepp explained, and as An alluded to above, everyone was caught up in the dragnet, including and especially those who were perfectly innocent. The original purpose of Phoenix, An said, was to avenge what the VC did during Tet, which is why President Thieu did not hesitate to sign Phoenix into law. But, he added, local officials, including the legislators who complained in 1969, knew nothing about the program except the decree. The central government didn't explain anything. Furthermore, the CIA and their assistants had a hard time trying to explain to province chiefs about operations to pacify the countryside and destroy the VC. Indeed, bombing villages and spraying fields with the toxic defoliant Agent Orange served only to kill, maim, and impoverish rural villagers. And despite the avalanche of American propaganda telling the villagers such operations were done for their protection, the rural population understood that such indiscriminate attacks were directed at them, not at a few specific VCI. By 1969, they also understood that American money and bribes prolonged the war as a means of preventing any coalition government being formed with the communists. They knew from first-hand experience that powerful South Vietnamese officials profited from the carnage, that corrupt province chiefs reported the damage to their American advisors, ostensibly to get compensation for those hurt in the attacks, but kept the money for themselves. The Americans knew their counterpart officials in the government of Vietnam, GVN, were keeping the blood money, but they wanted it that way. The Americans used those officials as straw dogs and blamed them for the problems they had created. It's the same patronage system that America imposes on any nation it wishes to control. In Vietnam, the patronage system enabled the CIA to maintain the illusion, pushed upon the American public by the complicit press corps, that it cared for the Vietnamese people and wanted to protect them, while assuring, through massive corruption, its freedom to pound them into submission and, of course, traffic in narcotics. The result was a total lack of trust in the GVN, not in the VCI. As An noted, the rural Vietnamese wondered how Phoenix could turn things around, the same way average Syrians, Iraqis, and Afghanis wonder how relentless U.S. bombing and death squad operations are helping them, as opposed to helping the corrupt warlords and government officials on the CIA payroll that authorize the bombings and death squads. Behind closed doors, CIA officials like An's American boss, the aforementioned Major Jenkins, argued that Phoenix was needed because B-52 strikes and defoliation dustings did not destroy the VCI's lower structure. This unstated policy was proof that the CIA could not reach the VCI leadership, and instead opted for genocide, wiping out grassroots support for the insurgency through the blanket application of terror. In the process, Ahn emphasized, Phoenix dragged everyone into its trap. For example, as more and more fields were destroyed by Agent Orange, people had no choice but to buy rice from Chinese merchants and smugglers. The CIA-advised special police knew this and accused them of collaborating with the VC. Naturally, the merchants and smugglers were then forced to bribe the police to keep from being arrested. This is how the CIA's patronage system of corruption turned into the greatest blackmail scheme ever invented. Anyone, including cops and soldiers, who visited family members in VC-controlled areas was put on the Phoenix blacklist and extorted by government security forces. They were surveilled, harassed, and forced to become informants in order to protect their family members from CIA hunter-killer teams and U.S. military assaults. The CIA relied heavily on false accusations to terrorize the Vietnamese. Ahn told of 5 teachers working for a Catholic priest in Vinh Long province. The women refused to attend a VC indoctrination session. When the group of actual VC were captured, they named these 5 teachers as VC cadres. The teachers were jailed without trial or evidence. That's why people feared Phoenix, Ahn explained. The biggest fear is being falsely accused, from which there is no protection. That's why Phoenix doesn't bring peace or security. Adding to the terror of being falsely accused, detained, tortured, and even killed, was the fact that the CIA rewarded security officials who extorted the people. The CIA, Ahn wrote, spends money like water. Many agents from the different police in 4 corps receive money from the CIA, Ahn reported, in the form of merit pay. Money was spent bribing cops on the CIA payroll with telephones, generators, air conditioners, Lambrettas, and Xerox machines. Pretty secretaries and cash awards were lavished on officials sitting on the Stalinist security committees the CIA created to prosecute national security offenders. Conveniences given to committee members, wrote Ahn, made it easier for them to explore information from agents, leading to the arrest of more suspects and, consequently, more bribes. The corrupting effect of massive infusions of CIA money was no secret. In an interview for the Phoenix program, CIA officer Warren Milberg told me, I had virtually unlimited resources to develop agent operations, to pay for a staff that translated and produced intelligence reports. Milberg had more secret CIA money, he claimed, than what the official province budget was. While he saw this as creating economic stability, the incentive to sell false information served only to further destabilize Vietnamese society. The CIA had no way of corroborating the information it bought, but the accusations were nevertheless used to build cases against VCI suspects in order to meet neutralization quotas imposed by the Phoenix Directorate. It was a perfectly deniable facet of population control. Ahn stressed that CIA officers took no disciplinary action against officials who took bribes because the payoffs were often a vehicle for agent penetration operations into the VCI. As Ahn explained, the CIA works to keep some communist areas intact so they can get information. These types of covert intelligence operations were in direct opposition to the stated Phoenix mission of protecting the people from terrorism. Such covert operations were many and varied. Ahn noted that South Vietnamese CIA agents often posed as pharmacists or doctors. These agents would smuggle CIA-supplied medicines to VC hideouts in Cambodia in exchange for information. Phoenix, explained Ahn, was watching and talking to the VC while at the same time working to prevent the National Liberation Front from reorganizing the VCI. All of the above and more led Ahn to conclude that America was never interested in ending the war. The goal was total victory, even if many lives must be lost. Phoenix, for Ahn, was a mechanism to extend the war indefinitely with a minimum of American casualties. It was a cynical ploy used to pit the Vietnamese against each other and undermine their efforts to negotiate a peaceful settlement by fueling the conflict with money, lies, and psychological operations designed to destabilize the society. Phoenix is gone, but the method lingers on. Ironically, before Phoenix was adopted as the model for policing the American empire, many U.S. military commanders in Vietnam resisted the Phoenix strategy of targeting civilians with Einsatzgruppen-style special forces and Gestapo-style secret police. They resented the fact that military officers were being involuntarily assigned to the program. People in uniform who are pledged to abide by the Geneva Conventions, General Bruce Palmer said in a letter to me, should not be put in the position of having to break those laws of warfare. Unfortunately, the current stab-in-the-back generation of military officers, government officials, and reporters was forged on the anvil of defeat in Vietnam. This generation, which staffs the burgeoning number of Phoenix-style committees in the public and private sectors, carries the burden of restoring America's reputation for invincibility. This ruling class within the national security establishment, represented most perfectly by Hillary Clinton, knows that its enemies, foreign and domestic, must be suppressed ideologically as well as militarily. Thus, they have embraced the Phoenix concept of employing implicit and explicit terror to control, organize, and pacify societies. Phoenix was always understood as the silver lining in the Vietnam debacle. The aforementioned CIA officer, Warren Milberg, wrote a thesis in 1974 titled The Future Applicability of the Phoenix Program. Many of the CIA and military officers I interviewed wrote similar papers extolling Phoenix. As I'll explain in greater detail in this book, Phoenix fulfilled its destiny in the wake of 9/11 and became the template for policing the empire and fighting its eternal war on terror. So successful were Phoenix operations in overthrowing the Ba'athist Party regime in Iraq that David Kilcullen, one of the U.S. government's top terrorism advisors in 2004, called for a global Phoenix program. The threat of a global Phoenix program is that it will become fully activated in the United States. If the CIA and military are successful at politically and psychologically neutralizing suspected terrorists, what is to stop them applying the full systematic extent of Phoenix-style operations to include political dissidents, immigrants, and despised minorities in America, just as they did in Vietnam? As Din Thuong An noted above, the program's stated policy, consumer safety, is contradicted by its operational reality. Buyer beware. This is nothing to take lightly. Security officials are adept at using doublespeak to hide repressive covert actions within intelligence operations, and they are using the exact same advertising campaign they used in Vietnam. When the Phoenix first arrived in America in the form of Homeland Security, it was advertised as protecting the people from terrorism, just as it was in Vietnam. Any domestic Phoenix-style organization or operation depends on doublespeak and deniability, as well as official secrecy and media self-censorship. The overarching need for total control of information requires media complicity. This was one of the great lessons defeat in Vietnam taught our leaders. The highly indoctrinated and well-rewarded managers who run the government will never again allow the public to see the carnage they inflict upon foreign civilians. Americans never will see the mutilated Iraqi, Afghani, Libyan, and Syrian children killed by marauding U.S. forces and their cluster bombs. On the other hand, falsified portrayals of CIA kidnappings, torture, and assassinations are glorified on TV and in movies. Telling the proper story is absolutely essential. Thanks to media complicity, Phoenix has already become the template for providing internal political security for America's leaders. The process began immediately after 9/11, with the repressive Patriot Act and a series of presidential executive orders that have since legalized the administrative detention and murder of American citizens said to be involved in terrorism, like Kamal Derwish, killed by a drone strike in 2002, and cleric Anwar al-Awlaki, killed by CIA drone strikes in 2009. Since then, the government has steadily sought to expand its powers to target Americans. In an editorial correction to an article written in 2010 by Dana Priest, the Washington Post said, "The military's Joint Special Operations Command maintains a target list that includes several Americans. In recent weeks, U.S. officials have said that the government is prepared to kill U.S. citizens who are believed to be involved in terrorist activities that threaten Americans." The list of targeted individuals is growing, too, and the intent to kill them is there. As part of the National Defense Authorization Act of 2012, the military, no mention is ever made of the CIA, was given the right to administratively detain and assassinate U.S. citizens without due process. Right now, the authorization is ostensibly limited to extraordinary circumstances. But the public is being prepared for the worst. In 2013, Attorney General Eric Holder announced that President Obama has authority to use drone strikes to kill Americans on U.S. soil. The bureaucratic groundwork is being laid as well. Just as Phoenix intelligence operations and coordination centers were established in every province and district in South Vietnam, the Department of Homeland Security has now established fusion centers, and the FBI has established joint terrorism task forces to coordinate representatives from every police, security, military, and civic organization in every state and major city. The fascistic merging of government and corporate forces against the public interest is the most insidious facet of Phoenix in American society. And it is done with the full cooperation of the corporate media, which exploits each and every mass murder we endure, whether it is a terrorist attack or not, like the gay attacker's assault on the gay nightclub in Orlando, to terrorize the public into consenting to greater restrictions on civil liberties and more wars overseas. The success of the Phoenix Doctrine is most evident in the ability of its advocates in the ruling class to corrupt Congress and force it to divert massive amounts of public money into the militarization of foreign and domestic policy. The constant barrage of propaganda about looming terrorist threats and the lurid human rights violations of straw dog enemies abroad serves only to justify heavily armed police officers and National Guardsmen patrolling in paramilitary formations in our airports and train stations. Implicitly, the public knows those weapons can be used against them. Now that the corrupt and corrupting Phoenix institutional structure is firmly in place in America, it is only a matter of time until we enter the next Phoenix phase of explicit terror here at home. Chapter 4. The Systematic Gathering of Intelligence. A census, if properly made and exploited, is a basic source of intelligence. It would show, for instance, who is related to whom, an important piece of information in counterinsurgency warfare, because insurgent recruiting at the village level is generally based initially on family ties. David Galula. As counterinsurgency expert Galula noted over 50 years ago, long before the Internet made it easy for governments and Internet corporations like Google to amass and manipulate private information about individuals, an old-fashioned door-to-door census was an effective basis for the political control of large numbers of persons. So it was in South Vietnam, where in 1962 the CIA implemented its Family Census Program. The Family Census Program was the brainchild of Robert Thompson, a British counterinsurgency expert the CIA hired in 1961 to advise it on population control in South Vietnam. The CIA was still learning the ropes of modern neo-colonial repression, and it looked to Brits like Thompson for guidance. Based on his success in suppressing a communist uprising in Malaya, Thompson proposed a three-pronged approach that coordinated military, intelligence, and police agencies in a concerted attack on the underground communist resistance to American rule. Managed by the National Police, the census meant compiling a dossier on every family in South Vietnam. Along with everyone's name and the portrait of the family, the dossier included each person's political affiliation, fingerprints, income, savings, and other relevant information, such as who owned property or had relatives outside the village and thus a legitimate reason to travel. By 1965, there were 7,453 registered families, primarily in Saigon and major cities. The family census dossiers also helped the CIA discover the names of secret Communist Party cell members in GVN-controlled villages. Apprehending these political cadres was then a matter of arresting their associates and softening them up until they informed. The idea was to weaken the insurgency by forcing its political cadres to flee to guerrilla units in rural areas, thus depriving the VCI of leadership in GVN-controlled areas. This was critical to winning the war, for as South Vietnam's President Nguyen Van Thieu once observed, Ho Chi Minh values his 2 cadres in every hamlet more highly than 10 military divisions. Thompson's three-pronged method was successful, but only up to a point, for many political cadres were not terrorists. As Galula wrote, many were men whose motivations, even if the counterinsurgent disapproves of them, may be perfectly honorable. They do not participate directly, as a rule, in direct terrorism or guerrilla action, and technically have no blood on their hands. Indeed, Thompson's systematic approach created little love for the GVN, as noted in the previous chapter, insofar as innocent people were routinely tortured or extorted by crooked cops. On other occasions, double agents tricked security forces into arresting people hostile to the insurgency. Recognizing these weaknesses, Thompson persuaded the CIA to organize a special police force, Kansat Dakbiet, later known as the Special Branch, within the National Police. The Special Police was to be composed, theoretically, of highly trained interrogators and carefully selected case officers, plainclothed professionals who, like FBI agents, could not be confused with regular cops. Many were trained at the Central Intelligence Organization, CIO, School of the CIA, established in 1961. The CIA used the same sophisticated method to recruit staff for the South Vietnamese Special Police and South Vietnam's version of the CIA, the Central Intelligence Organization, the CIO, that it used for recruiting cadres for the Korean CIA. As John Marks revealed in The Search for the Manchurian Candidate, the CIA sent its top psychologist, John Wynne, to Seoul to select the initial cadre, using a psychological assessment test. I set up an office with 2 translators, Wynne told Marks, and used the Korean version of the Wechsler. The CIA psychologists gave the personality assessment test to 25 to 30 military and police officers, and then wrote up a half-page report on each, listing their strengths and weaknesses. Wynne wanted to know about each candidate's ability to follow orders, creativity, lack of personality disorders, motivation, why he wanted out of his current job. It was mostly for the money, especially with the civilians. In this way, the CIA recruits secret police forces as assets in every country where it operates, including occupied Iraq. In Latin America, Marks wrote, the CIA found the assessment process most useful for showing how to train the anti-terrorist section. According to results, these men were shown to have very dependent psychologies and needed strong direction. That direction came from the CIA. Marks quoted one assessor as saying, "Anytime the company spent money for training a foreigner, the object was that he would ultimately serve our purposes." CIA officers were not content simply to work closely with these foreign intelligence agencies. They insisted on penetrating them, and the personality assessment system provided a useful aid. By 1964, plans were made to center the Special Police in Province Intelligence Coordinating Committees, PICCs, in South Vietnam's 44 provinces. But first, the government had to secure Saigon. And in July 1964, 2,500 regular policemen were introduced into 7 provinces surrounding Saigon. By December, 13,000 policemen were participating, of whom 7,000 were manning 700 checkpoints, and ABC TV had done a documentary on the program. Motivational indoctrination. At the same time as the CIA was forming special police units to identify, capture, interrogate, and kill secret communist cadres and their sympathizers in GVN-controlled villages, it was also developing paramilitary counter-terror teams to locate, capture, and kill cadres in rural areas. To this end, the CIA in 1964 formed experimental counter-terror teams in 7 districts surrounding Saigon. The CIA provided money and supplies, while U.S. military intelligence and special forces provided training and advisors. Lists of defectors, criminals, and other potential recruits came from special police files. Key to staffing the counter-terror teams was the motivational indoctrination training program designed by U.S. Information Service officer Frank Scotton. As Scotton explained it to me when we met at his home in McLean, Virginia, the idea was to develop improved combat skills and increased commitment to close combat for South Vietnamese. This is not Psy-war against civilians or VC, he emphasized. It meant finding the most highly motivated people, saying they deserted from the army, typing up a contract, and using them in these units. Our problem, Scotton said, was finding smart Vietnamese and Cambodians who were willing to die. Volunteers for Scotton's paramilitary program tended to be overly aggressive mercenaries. Many were recruited from South Vietnamese Special Forces units based along South Vietnam's borders with Laos and Cambodia. On a portable typewriter, Scotton would type a single-page contract, which each recruit signed, acknowledging that although listed as a deserter, he was employed by the CIA in a sensitive project for which he received substantially higher pay than before. The most valuable quality possessed by people serving in sensitive CIA paramilitary projects like Scotland's was their expendability. Deserters, deranged desperados, and hardened criminals facing lengthy prison terms or execution were placed in special reconnaissance teams, outfitted with captured enemy equipment and clothing, and given a one-way ticket to Cambodia to locate enemy sanctuaries. When they radioed back their position and that of the enemy encampment, the CIA would bomb them along with the target. Minds capable of such scenarios were not averse to exploiting American soldiers who'd committed war crimes. Rather than serve hard time in military stockades, they would volunteer for and be accepted to do reprehensible jobs for the CIA's paramilitary Special Operations Group. The CIA trained and treated its secret policemen differently than its mercenaries, but they were both CIA creations, and the CIA could plausibly deny them when necessary. And in each case, it got exactly what it wanted. Indeed, the counter-terror teams and secret policemen were the twin pillars upon which the Phoenix program would be founded in 1967. About the death squads he developed, Scotland said, "For us, these programs were all part of the same thing. We did not think of things in terms of little packages. That thing, of course, was a grand scheme to win the war, at the base of which were province interrogation centers, PICs. PICs and the systematic gathering of intelligence. John Patrick Muldoon, Picadune to the folks who knew him in Vietnam, was the first director of the CIA's Province Interrogation Center, PIC program in Vietnam. Standing 6'4" and weighing well over 200 pounds, Muldoon was a college dropout who, thanks to family connections, joined the CIA in 1958. He did his first tour in Germany and the next in South Korea. "I worked interrogation in Seoul," Muldoon recalled. "I'd never been involved in interrogation before. Ray Valentine was my boss. There was a joint KCIA-CIA interrogation center in Yondan-to, outside Seoul." Muldoon was assigned to South Vietnam in November 1964. "I was brought down to the National Interrogation Center, NIC, and told, 'This is where you're going to work. You're going to advise X number of interrogators. They'll bring you their initial debriefing of the guy they're working on, then you'll give them additional CIA requirements.' The CIA had its own requirements," Muldoon explained, "because the South Vietnamese wanted information they could turn around and use in their battle against the Viet Cong in the South. We were interested in information about things in the North that the South Vietnamese couldn't care less about. And that's where the American advisors would come in to tell them, 'You've got to ask this, too.' We had standard requirements depending on where a guy was from. A lot of VC had been trained in North Vietnam and had come back down as volunteers. They weren't regular North Vietnamese army, so if a guy came from the North, we wanted to know where he was from, what unit he was with, how they were organized, where they were trained. If a guy had been up north for any length of time, we wanted to know if he'd traveled on a train. What kind of identification papers did he need? Anything about foreign weapons or foreigners advising them, that sort of thing." Built in 1964, the NIC was where the CIA coordinated strategic civilian, police, and military intelligence. It was located down on the Saigon River, Muldoon recalled, as part of a great big naval compound. On the left was a wing of offices where the American military chief, an Air Force major, was located. In that same wing were the chief of the CIO, his deputy, and the CIA advisors. The same CIA interrogators were still at the NIC 2 years later when Muldoon departed for Thailand in 1966. There were 4 interrogators when he arrived. 3 were Air Force enlisted men serving under an Army captain. Muldoon's boss, Ian "Sammy" Sammers, was the CIA chief of the NIC and worked under the station's senior liaison officer, Sam Hopler. There was a conference in Nha Trang in April 1965, Muldoon continued. They were putting together an interrogation center in an existing building and asked for help from the NIC. I was sent up there with the Army captain to look at the place, figure out what kind of staff we needed and how we were going to train them. And while we were up there trying to break these guys in, the CIA liaison officer in Nha Trang, Tony Bartolomucci, asked Sammy if he could keep me there for this conference, at which all of our people were going to meet Jack "Red" Stent, who was taking over from Paul Hodges as chief of foreign intelligence. Bartolomucci wanted to show off his new interrogation center to all the big shots. The military people from the NIC had done their job, Muldoon continued, so they left. But I stayed around. Then Tucker, Googleman, and Red showed up for this conference. Tucker was chief of special branch field operations, and things were just starting to get off the ground with the PICs. A few were already underway, and Tucker told me, "We're going to build, and I need someone to oversee the whole operation. I want you to do it." So we had this big conference, and they packed the interrogation center full of prisoners. Bartolomucci wanted to show off, so he got his police buddies to bring in a bunch of prostitutes and what have you, and put them in the cells. I don't think they had one VC in the place. After the conference, they all went back to the regular jail, and I went to work for Tucker. It's funny, Muldoon recalled, but me and Tucker used to talk about the PICs. He said something like, "John, if we lose this war one day, we could end up in these goddamn things if we get caught." "Well," I asked, "what would you do if you were in there?" He said he thought he'd kill himself rather than go through interrogation. Muldoon laughed. Tucker wanted to turn the PICs into whorehouses. The interrogation rooms had two-way mirrors. Tucker was a hero in the Marine Corps in World War II, Muldoon added. He joined the agency right after and worked in Korea running operations behind the lines. He was in Afghanistan and worked in training. He got to Vietnam in 1962 and was base chief in Da Nang, running everything that had to do with intelligence and paramilitary operations. When I arrived in Saigon, he was trying to set up the Province Intelligence Coordination Committees with Jack Barlow, a British guy from MI6. Barlow had been in Malaya with Robert Thompson, and they were the experts. Thompson's proposed Province Intelligence Coordination Committee, PICC program, was designed to extend CIO operations into the provinces. Theoretically, the CIO officer assigned to run a PICC would guide, supervise, and coordinate all military, police, and civilian operations in a province. But the U.S. military refused to go along with Thompson's PICC plan, so, and please don't be confused by the similar acronyms, the CIA settled on its unilateral Province Interrogation Center, PIC, program. Starting in late 1964, the PICs became the places where the CIA hoped to coordinate its paramilitary and intelligence operations at the province level. The special police officers assigned to a PIC would interrogate suspects and then tell the CIA who and where the VCI were. The CIA liaison officer assigned to the PIC would share the information with the CIA's paramilitary officer in the province, and the paramilitary officer would then send a counter-terror team to kidnap or kill the VCI. This was the 1-2 punch of the counterinsurgency. Through the PICs, the CIA learned the identity and structure of the VCI in each province, and through the CTs, it eliminated VCI cadres and destroyed their organization. The problem with the PIC in Nha Trang was that it had been built within an existing structure, so the CIA logistics staff hired Pacific architects and engineers, PA&E, to design a standardized facility that was strictly functional, minimizing cost while maximizing security. The CIA's logistics staff scouted out suitable locations, and then, through PA&E, hired local Vietnamese contractors to build an interrogation center in each of South Vietnam's 44 provinces. Funds and staff salaries came from the CIA through the special police budget. After it was built, the CIA bought the PIC, then donated it to the National Police, at which point it became a national police facility under the direction of the Special Police. The 4 region capitals also had interrogation centers. The difference was that region interrogation centers were larger and held, according to Muldoon, 200 to 300 prisoners each. It was the job of the CIA's liaison officer to convince the province chief and his CIO counterpart to find a spot near the provincial capital to build a PIC. Once it was built, the liaison officer became its advisor, and Muldoon helped him recruit its staff. Most PICs were built or under construction by the time Muldoon was transferred to Thailand to build the CIA's huge interrogation center in Udorn. Inside a PIC. 1 story high, fashioned from concrete blocks, poured cement, and wood in the shape of a hollow square, a PIC consisted of 4 buildings with tin roofs linked around a courtyard. In the center of the yard was a combination lookout water tower with an electric generator under it. You couldn't get the guards to stay out there at night without lights, Muldoon explained. So we had spotlights on the corners, along the walls, and on the tower, shooting out all around. We also bulldozed around it so there were no trees or bushes. Anyone coming at it could be seen crossing the open area. People entered and exited the PIC through green steel-plated gates, which were wide open every time I visited, said Muldoon, who visited the PICs only during the day. You didn't want to visit at night when attacks occurred. PICs were located on the outskirts of town, away from residential areas, so as not to endanger people living nearby, as well as to discourage rubbernecking. These were self-contained places, Muldoon emphasized. Telephone lines to the PICs were tapped by the CIA. On the left side were interrogation rooms and the cell block, depending on the size of the PIC, 20 to 60 solitary confinement cells the size of closets. Men and women were not segregated. You could walk right down the corridor, according to Muldoon. It was an empty hallway with cells on both sides. Each cell had a steel door and a panel at the bottom where you could slip the food in, and a slot at the top where you could look in and see what the guy was doing. There were no toilets, just holes to squat over. They didn't have them in their homes, Muldoon laughed. Why should we put them in their cells? Prisoners slept on concrete slabs. Depending on how cooperative they were, you'd give them a straw mat or a blanket. It could get very cold at night in the highlands. A system of rewards and punishments was part of the treatment. There were little things you could give them and take away from them, not a lot, but every little bit they got they were grateful for. Depending on the amount of VCI activity in a province and the personality of the PIC chief, some were always full, while others always empty. In either case, we didn't want them sitting there talking to each other, Muldoon said, so we would build up the cells gradually until we had to put them next to each other. They were completely isolated. They didn't get time to go out and walk around the yard. They sat in their cells when they weren't being interrogated. After that, they were sent to the local jail or turned back over to the military, where they were put in POW camps or taken out and shot. That part I never got involved in, he said, adding gratuitously that political prisoners were treated better in the PICs than in the local jails for common criminals. Public safety was advising the jails with the national police. Sometimes they had 60 to 70 people in a cell that shouldn't have had more than 10, but they didn't care. If you're a criminal, you suffer. If you don't like it, too bad. Don't be a criminal. Interrogation. According to Muldoon, the CIA interrogation process worked like this. As we brought prisoners in, the first thing we did was run them through the shower. That's on the left as you come in. After that, they were checked by the doctor or nurse. That was an absolute necessity because God knows what diseases they might be carrying with them. They might need medication. They wouldn't do you much good if they died the first day they were there and you never got a chance to interrogate them. That's why the medical office was right inside the main gate. In most PICs, Muldoon noted, the medical staff was usually a local South Vietnamese army medic who would come out and check the prisoners coming in that day. After the prisoner was cleaned, examined, repaired, weighed, photographed, and fingerprinted, his or her biography was taken by a special police officer in the debriefing room. This initial interrogation extracted hot information that could be acted upon immediately. The whereabouts of an ongoing Communist Party committee meeting, for example, and other basic information needed to come up with requirements for the series of interrogations that followed. Then the prisoner was stuck in a cell. The interrogation rooms were at the back of the PIC. Some had two-way mirrors and polygraph machines, although sophisticated equipment was usually reserved for region interrogation centers, where expert CIA staff interrogators could put them to better use. Most CIA liaison officers were not trained interrogators. They didn't have to be, according to Muldoon. They were there to collect intelligence, and they had a list of what they needed in their own province. All they had to do was to make sure that whoever was running the PIC followed their orders. All they had to say was, "This is the requirement I want." Then they read the initial reports and went back and gave the special police interrogators additional requirements, just like we did at the NIC. The guards lived in the PIC. As they returned from duty, they stacked their weapons in the first room on the right. The next room was the PIC chief's office, with a safe for classified documents, handguns, and a bottle of scotch. The PIC chief's job was to help turn captured VCI into agents and maintain informant networks in the hamlets and villages. Farther down the corridor were offices for interrogators, collation and report writers, translator-interpreters, and clerical and kitchen staff. There were file rooms with locked cabinets and map rooms for tracking the whereabouts of VCI, and there was a room where defectors were encouraged to become counter-terrorists. Once an interrogation center had been constructed and a staff assigned, Muldoon summoned the training team from the NIC. Each member was a specialist. The Army captain trained the guards. One Air Force sergeant taught the staff how to write proper reports. There were standard formats for tactical as opposed to strategic intelligence, as well as for agent reports. To compile a finished report, an interrogator's notes were reviewed by the chief interrogator, then collated, typed, copied, and sent to the special police, CIO, and CIA. Translations were never considered accurate unless read and confirmed in the original language by the same person, which rarely happened. Likewise, interrogations conducted through interpreters were never considered totally reliable, given that significant information was generally lost or misrepresented. A second Air Force sergeant taught interrogators how to take notes and ask questions during an interrogation. "You don't just sit down with 10 questions, get 10 answers, and then walk away," Muldoon said. "Some of these guys, if you give them 10 questions, would get 10 answers for you, and that's it. They had to learn that you don't drop a line of questioning just because you got the answer. The answer, if it's the right one, should lead to 60 more questions." For example, Muldoon said, question 1 was, "Were you ever trained in North Vietnam?" Question 2 was, "Were you ever trained by people other than Vietnamese?" Well, lots of times the answer to question 2 is so interesting and gives you so much information you keep going for an hour and never get to question 3, "When did you come to South Vietnam?" Special police officers in region interrogation centers were sent to a special interrogation training program conducted at the NIC by experts from the CIA's Support Services branch, most of whom worked on Russian defectors and were brought out from Washington to handle important cases. Training of administrative personnel was conducted at region headquarters by professional female secretaries who taught their students how to type, file, and use phones. According to Muldoon, the special police employed the old French methods. That means interrogation that included torture. All this had to be stopped by the agency, he said. They had to be retaught with more sophisticated techniques. The Vietnamese, however, did not change their ways. It's also important to note that they did not conceive the PIC Gulag archipelago. The special police were the stepchildren of Robert Thompson, whose aristocratic Norman English ancestors perfected torture in dingy castle dungeons, on the rack and in the Iron Lady, with thumbscrews and branding irons. As for the American role, according to Muldoon, you can't have an American there all the time watching these things. These things included rape, gang rape using eels, snakes, or hard objects, and rape followed by murder. The Bell telephone hour, rendered by attaching wires to the genitals or other sensitive parts of the body, waterboarding, the airplane, in which a prisoner's arms were tied behind the back and the rope looped over a hook on the ceiling, suspending the prisoner in mid-air while he or she was beaten, beatings with rubber hoses and whips, and the use of police dogs to maul prisoners. All this and more occurred in PICs, one of which was run by former Congressman Rob Simmons, Republican Connecticut, while he was a CIA officer running the PIC in Phu Yen province in 1972. The PIC advisor's job was to keep the region officer informed about real operations mounted in the capital city or against big shots in the field, Muldoon said, adding that advisors who wanted to do a good job ran the PICs themselves, while the lazy ones hired contractors who were paid by the CIA but worked for themselves, doing a dirty job in exchange for an inside track to the black market. Apart from serving as torture chambers, PICs were faulted for only producing information on low-level VCI. Whenever a VCI cadre with strategic information, for example a cadre in Hue who knew what was happening in the Delta, was captured, he was immediately grabbed by the region bosses or the NIC, where expert CIA interrogators could produce quality reports for Washington. The lack of feedback to the PIC for its own operations resulted in a revolving door syndrome, wherein the PIC was reduced to picking up the same low-level people month after month. A lot of PICs didn't produce anything because the CIA advisors in the provinces didn't push them, Muldoon said. Some of them said, it's not that we didn't try, it's just that it was a dumb idea in the first place, because we couldn't get the military, who were the ones capturing prisoners, to turn them over. The military weren't going to turn them over to us until they were finished with them, and by then they were washed out. This, Muldoon conceded, was part of the overall plan. Let the military get the tactical intelligence first. Obviously, that's the most important thing in a war, but after the military got what they could use tomorrow or next week, then CIA should talk to this guy. That was the idea of having the province intelligence coordination committees, and why the PICs became part of them, so we could work this stuff back and forth. And in provinces where our guys went out of their way to work with the MACV sector advisor, they were able to get something done. As of August 2016, one can assume that similar CIA networks of secret interrogation centers have been built to updated PIC specifications in every nation the U.S. engages militarily: Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, and Libya, etc. The black sites the CIA establishes in other nations by corrupting that nation's security forces will also conform to the updated computerized PIC design. Last but not least, the CIA's interrogation methods remain unchanged, though the organization is now more perfectly able to punish people by driving them insane. The military's side of the story. The military's side of the story was presented by Major General Joseph McChristian in his book, The Role of Military Intelligence, 1965 to 1967. McChristian arrived in Saigon in July 1965 as the military's intelligence chief. He recognized the threat posed by the VCI, and in order to destroy it, proposed a large countrywide counterintelligence effort involved in counter-sabotage, counter-subversion, and counter-espionage activities. In structuring this attack against the VCI, McChristian assigned military intelligence detachments to each U.S. Army brigade, division, and field force, as well as to each Army of the Republic of Vietnam, ARVN division and corps. He created combined centers for intelligence, document exploitation, and interrogation, and directed the centers to support and coordinate Allied units in the field. He also ordered the construction of military interrogation centers in each sector, division, and corps. McChristian conceded the primacy of the CIA-advised special police in anti-VCI operations. He admitted that the military did not have the CIA's sophisticated agent nets, and that military advisors focused on acquiring tactical intelligence needed to mount offensive operations. But he was upset when the CIA, without coordination with MACV, took over control of the files on the infrastructure located in the PICs. He got an even bigger shock when he was refused permission to see the infrastructure file by a member of the CIA. Everyone was competing for success. As a result, some CIA officers prevented military personnel from entering their PICs, and in retaliation, the military refused to send its prisoners to those PICs. As a result, anti-VCI operations were often poorly coordinated at province level. The U.S. military assigned intelligence teams to the provinces to form agent nets with the ARVN's Military Security Service, MSS. These advisory teams sent reports to the Political Order of Battle section in the Combined Intelligence Center, which produced complete and timely intelligence on the boundaries, location, structure, strengths, personalities, and activities of the communist political organization or infrastructure. Information filtering into the Combined Intelligence Center was placed in an automatic database, which enabled analysts to compare known VCI offenders with known aliases. Agent reports and special intelligence collection programs provided information on low-level VCI, while information on high-level VCI came from the Combined Military Interrogation Center, which, according to McChristian, was the focal point of tactical and strategic exploitation of selected human sources. By mid-1966, U.S. military intelligence employed about 1,000 agents in South Vietnam, all of whom were paid through the 525th Military Intelligence Group's Intelligence Contingency Fund. The 525th had a headquarters unit, a battalion placed in each corps, and a battalion working with third countries. Like the CIA, it also had unilateral teams working without the knowledge or approval of the GVN. Operational teams consisted of 5 enlisted men reporting to an officer who served as team chief. Each enlisted man functioned as an agent handler. Some agent handlers worked undercover as State Department Foreign Service officers or employees of private American companies like PA&E. They kept their military IDs for access to classified information, areas, and resources. Upon arriving in South Vietnam, an agent handler was assigned a principal agent, PA, who usually had a functioning agent network in place. Some of the nets had been set up by the French decades earlier. Each PA had several sub-agents working in cells. Like most spies, sub-agents were in it for the money. In many cases, the war had destroyed their businesses and left them no alternative. Agent handlers worked with PAs through interpreters and couriers. In theory, an agent handler never met the PA's sub-agents. Instead, Each cell had a cell leader who secretly met with the PA to exchange information and receive instructions, which were passed along to the other sub-agents. Some sub-agents were political specialists. Others attended to military concerns, posing as woodcutters or rice farmers or secretaries or auto mechanics. Sub-agents infiltrated VC-controlled villages and businesses and reported on VCI cadres and the GVN's criminal undertakings, as well as on the size and whereabouts of VC and NVA combat units. Agent handlers managing political accounts were given requirements by their team leaders for information on individual VCI. The cell leader would report on a particular VCI to his PA, who would pass the information back to the agent handler using standard tradecraft methods, such as a cryptic mark on a wall or telephone pole that his handler would periodically look for. Upon seeing the mark, the agent handler would send a courier to retrieve the report from the PA's courier at a prearranged time and place. The agent handler would then pass the information to his team leader, as well as other customers, including the CIA liaison officer at the embassy house, as CIA headquarters in a province or major city was called. The finished products of positive and counterintelligence operations were called Army Information Reports. AIRs and agents were rated on the basis of accuracy, but insofar as most agents were in it for money, accuracy was hard to judge. An agent might implicate a person who owed him money, or a rival in love, business, or politics. Many agents were in fact working for the insurgency, and as a result, all agents were periodically given lie detector tests. They were also given code names. They were paid through the Military Intelligence Contingency Fund, but not well enough to survive, so most dabbled in the black market too. The final stage of the intelligence cycle was the termination of agents, usually by paying them off, swearing them to secrecy, and saying goodbye. Another option was termination with prejudice, which meant ordering an agent out of an area and placing his or her name on a blacklist so they could never work for the U.S. again. Third was termination with extreme prejudice, a euphemism meaning to kill, which applied when the mere existence of an agent threatened the security of an operation or other agents. Military intelligence officers were taught in off-the-record sessions how to terminate their agents with extreme prejudice. CIA officers received similar instruction. These methods still apply today, but on a grander scale. Military intelligence groups operate agent nets in the camp follower communities that surround the military's hundreds of overseas bases. Agent handlers conduct much of their business in the brothels and nightclubs that sprout up around the bases and provide sex and drugs to military personnel. These cottage industries provide what Warren Milberg cynically characterized in the previous chapter as economic stability. The agent handlers also spread money around, ostensibly for information, but actually as the preferred methods of bribing local officials to follow American policy at the expense of their own nation's best interests. Like missionaries of old, they preach the gospel and pave the way for capitalist investment. The end result is billions of unaccounted-for tax dollars. Case Studies: Ed Murphy and Sid Towell. Sergeant Ed Murphy was trained as a counterintelligence specialist at Fort Holabird, then sent to the Defense Language Institute in Texas for Vietnamese language training. From Texas, he was assigned to Fort Lewis. On the plane from Fort Lewis to Cam Bay, Murphy recalled, I was given an article to read. It was a study by the American Medical Association on interrogation methods used in the Soviet Union. It showed how to do things without laying a hand on a person, how you could torture a person just by having them stand there. Upon his arrival in Vietnam in May 1968, Murphy was assigned to 4th Infantry Division headquarters at Camp Nari outside Pleiku City, where his understanding of counterinsurgency warfare rapidly evolved from theory to reality. There were 5 enlisted men in his counterintelligence team, each with a sector, each sector having around 10 agents. The main function of the agents was to uncover VC plans to attack and sabotage Camp Nari. Murphy's agents, furnished by the MSS, acted as day workers on the base. He also ran a team of agents 11 miles away in Pleiku City. Sometimes the agents got tips about a suspected VCI, and when that happened, Murphy took the name and information to the local Phoenix coordinator. Phoenix, Murphy said, was a bounty hunting program, an attempt to eliminate the opposition, by which I mean the opposition to us, the Americans, getting what we wanted, which was to control the Vietnamese through our clients, the DMs, the Keys, the Thews. For Murphy, all other definitions of Phoenix are intellectual jargon. Once a week, Murphy went to the CIA's embassy house where he and the other civilian and military intelligence people in the area submitted the names of VCI suspects their agents had fingered. The names were sent to the Phoenix Committee, which decided how to handle each case. Surrounded by a concrete wall, its gate manned by a Montagnard PRU team, the CIA compound was located in a remote corner of Pleiku. Inside it was a barbed wire cage for prisoners. The cage was too small for prisoners to stand up in. Murphy was not permitted into the PIC, which sat on a hill and looked like a U-shaped school. I would never see a North Vietnamese or Viet Cong soldier, Murphy stressed. This is post-Tet, and those people are dead. We're talking civilian infrastructure people supporting the NVA and VC. It could be anybody. It could be somebody who works in a movie theater, somebody sweeping up. When asked what kind of information he needed before he could have a suspect arrested, Murphy answered, none. Whatever you wanted. When asked what sort of criteria he used to classify VCI suspects, Murphy replied, nothing. One of my agents says somebody's a spy. If I had reason to believe he's telling the truth, and if I wanted to bring somebody in for interrogation, I could do it. It was that easy. I had an agreement with the team leader that I could do anything I wanted. I wore civilian clothes. My cover identity was as a construction worker with Pacific Architects and Engineers. Murphy called his agents hustlers and entrepreneurs making money off intelligence. After noting the difficulty of verifying information submitted at Phoenix committee meetings, the lack of files and things like that, Murphy told how one female suspect was raped and tortured simply because she refused to sleep with an agent. Phoenix, Murphy said, was far worse than the things attributed to it. It was heinous, but no worse than the bombing. And I don't apologize. But it was a watershed for me. It focused things. I realized it wasn't just a war, but that based on the assumption that nothing is worse than communism, the government of Vietnam, backed by the U.S., felt justified in suppressing all opposition while extending its control throughout the country. That control, Murphy explained, served an economic purpose. An employee at Pacific Architects and Engineers told me about $2 million in materiel and cash being unaccounted for. That goods being sold on the black market didn't come from the Vietnamese, but from the Americans. In order to get into military intelligence school, Murphy continued, I had to write an essay on the debate about the Vietnam War. The thrust of my paper was, what we do in Vietnam will come back to haunt us. It was a one-world thesis. And, well, I go to Vietnam and see the bullshit going down. Then I come back to the United States and see the same thing going on here. I'm at the 116th MI group in Washington, D.C., and as you leave the room, they have 9 slots for pictures, 8 of them filled. Rennie Davis, Abby Hoffman, Ben Spock, Jerry Rubin, and I'm being sent out to spot and identify these people. This is Phoenix, Murphy said, then added for emphasis, this is Phoenix. In Nam, I had composite descriptions of a person's physical characteristics, but then I wasn't in a place where we had technology. It doesn't make any difference. The point is that it was used in Vietnam, it was used in the U.S., and it still is used in the United States. In 1969, Murphy was one of precious few Americans acquainted with Phoenix, and he was determined to make it a political issue. He came to that decision in October 1969, while participating in the March Against Death outside the Pentagon. I was being surveilled, Murphy said. I know because the people doing it told me so. I've been reading about you, one of the officers, Sid Towell, said. Having fought for his country in defense of its civil liberties, Murphy was enraged to learn that the 116th MIG was being used against American citizens exercising their constitutional rights to protest the war. To him, this represented the Phoenix mentality in the United States. To me, he explained, Phoenix was a lever to use to stop the war. You use what you got. I got Phoenix. I'm a former intelligence agent, fluent in Vietnamese, involved in Phoenix in the Central Highlands. That means I'm credible. I'm using it. Intent on making Phoenix a political issue to stop the war, Murphy joined forces with 2 other Vietnam veterans. At news conferences held simultaneously in New York, San Francisco, and Rome on 14 April 1970, the 3 veterans issued a joint press release laying out the horrifying facts about Phoenix. By then, the program was nearly 3 years old. Sid Towell's story. A graduate of Yale University, Lieutenant Sid Towell was assigned to the 116th MIG in Washington, D.C. in June 1969. As chief of a counterintelligence team, he reviewed cases, including the investigation into Ed Murphy's anti-war activities. Towell also conducted offensive counterintelligence operations that consisted of disrupting anti-war demonstrations by building bonfires and inciting people to riot, so the Capitol Police could be called in to bash heads and arrest demonstrators. During the period he was involved in military operations against American civilians, Towell was rated by his commander as one of the most dedicated, professionally competent, and outstanding junior officers I have had the privilege to serve with anywhere. But Towell didn't want to go to Vietnam, and in January 1971, he requested release from active duty, citing his complete abhorrence for the Vietnam War and the continued U.S. presence there. Towell filed for release under Army Regulation 635-100, but his request was denied and his 666 credentials withdrawn. He was sent to Vietnam in March 1971 as the Phoenix Phong Hoang Coordinator in Vung Liem District in Vinh Long Province. During his stint as a Phoenix Coordinator, Towell spent most of his time sifting through the District Intelligence and Operations and Coordination Center's target folders looking for aliases. A sergeant assigned to the DIOCC managed funds obtained from the CIA for informers and the PRU team. The sergeant also acted as liaison with the Vinh Long PIC. Towell lived in a villa with 6 other people in the MACV Civil Operations and Rural Development Support CORDS district team. Behind the villa were the PRU quarters. We turned up the radio when we heard the screams of the people being interrogated, he said. I didn't know what the PRU were doing 90% of the time, Towell explained. They were directed by the CIA's province officer in charge. To clear operations against the VCI, Towell had to get permission from Tom Ahern, the CIA's province officer in charge. Regarding operations, Towell said, I went after an average of 8 to 10 VCI per week. The special branch people would come up with the names, which I would check. Then the PRU went out. They went out every night and always killed 1 or 2 people. But verifying whether or not they were VCI was impossible. They'd tell you who they had killed, and there was always a name on the list, but how could I know? We had charts on the wall, and we'd cross off the name, and that was it. Towell kept score until the day the district chief took him for a ride in a helicopter. As they were flying over a village, they saw an old man and a girl walking hand in hand down the main street. The district chief said to the door gunner, "Kill them." The gunner asked Towell, "Should I?" Towell said no. That was the beginning of the end, Towell said. Ahern called me on the carpet. He told me the province chief was angry because I had caused the district chief to lose face. There was another reason why Towell didn't enjoy working in Phoenix. Ahern started a bounty program in which cash prizes were offered as an incentive to inform on VCI. Ahern even arranged a contest between the Phoenix district advisors to see who could rack up the biggest body count. Disgusted, the advisors got together and decided not to participate. A few days later, John Vann, who ran all Corps operations in 4 Corps, arrived in his private helicopter. He flew right into the DIOCC, Towell recalled. He was very critical. He asked where all the bodies and weapons were, then sent me into a funeral in progress. He had me open the casket to identify the body. I hated Vann, Towell said. He was really into body counts. On another occasion, while Towell was eating dinner in the Cords villa, the district chief stormed into the room with the PRU team and dumped a dirty bag on the table. 11 bloody ears spilled out. The district chief told Towell to give the ears to Ahern as proof of 6 VCI neutralized. It made me sick, Towell said. I couldn't go on with the meal. After the ear thing, Towell continued, I joined up with the air rescue team on one of its missions. I was promoted to captain while I was there and received a message from the district senior advisor saying, "Don't come back." So I went to see a friend in the Judge Advocate General's office in Canton, and he reported the ear incident to General Cushman. The general came down in a chopper and handed the province senior advisor a letter of reprimand. After that, I knew I could never go back, so I had one of my friends in Vung Liem bring my bags up to Canton. Towell was removed as the Vung Liem Phoenix Coordinator on 20 July 1971. 10 days later, he received orders reassigning him to Kien Phuong Province. It was the proverbial one-way ticket to Cambodia, he sighed. The last two guys sent out there as Phoenix coordinators were killed by their own PRU. So I went back to see the major running Phoenix administration in Canton, Major James Damron, but he refused to reassign me. So from there I went back to the JAG office, where my friend and I drafted a letter to the Phoenix Directorate in Saigon. In his letter to Phoenix Director John Tilton, Towell said that war crimes as designated by the Geneva Conventions were not uncommon in the Phoenix program. He requested immediate release from the program under MACV 525-36. The next day, Major Damron reassigned Towell to the Thuyen Bin DIOCC, the same DIOCC where the two previous 666ers had been killed. To avoid certain death, Towell hid at a friend's house in Canton until 10 August, when the new Corps' Chief of Staff, General Frank Smith, approved his release. Referring to the case that appalled us all, a senior Corps official suggested that a records check be made in Saigon before an officer or enlisted man is assigned to a Phong Hoang position in Vietnam, as a way to reduce chances of assignment of unsuitable personnel. At the same time, unsuitable Sid Towell was quitting Phoenix. Corps Director William Colby was assuring Congress that no Phoenix advisor had resigned on moral grounds through MACV 525-36. Colby also told Congress that incentive programs, like the one Ahern organized in Vinlong Province, were not policy. At the exact same time, however, Phoenix Director Tilton was organizing a high-value rewards program. In explaining the program to his wife, Tilton's Deputy Colonel Chester McCoy wrote, "A very substantial reward is placed on highly placed VC political leaders, as much as $8,000 at the rate on the black market, or twice that amount on the official rate of exchange. Our idea is to induce the lower-grade VCI to turn their bosses in for the bounty money." Said McCoy with dismay, "Our original proposal was watered down by the bleeding hearts who think placing a price on your enemy's head is excessively cruel. This despite Colby's support." Ultimately, the Phoenix concept is the sum of all the programs it coordinated, including the public information aspects, like the lies Colby told to Congress, that concealed its true goals and operational realities. All other definitions and expressions are, as Ed Murphy said, intellectual jargon. The point, Murphy reminded us, is that it was used in Vietnam, it was used in the United States, and it still is used in the United States. Chapter 5. What we really learned from Vietnam. A war crimes model for Afghanistan and elsewhere. Evan Thomas and John Barry began their 6 November 2009 Newsweek article, "The Surprising Lessons of Vietnam," by recounting a curt telephone conversation between the commander of the International Security Assistance Force in Afghanistan, General Stanley McChrystal, and author Stanley Karnow, whose book, Vietnam, the pundits described as the standard popular account of the Vietnam War. McChrystal asked Karnow if there were any lessons from the Vietnam War that could be applied to Afghanistan. The 84-year-old Karnow said the lesson was simple. We never should have been there in the first place. Alas, the Thomas Barry article, subtitled "Unraveling the Mysteries of Vietnam May Prevent Us from Repeating Its Mistakes," was not about the costs in blood and treasure of imperial aggression. It was about improving U.S. propaganda so that political and military leaders can build public support for the war on terror not only in Afghanistan, but anywhere profits are waiting to be made. Indeed, Thomas and Barry dismissed Karnow's advice as not all that useful to General McChrystal because, like it or not, he is already in Afghanistan. Understanding Thomas and Barry as individuals helps to understand their militant bias. For example, in his book, The Very Best Men, The Daring Early Years of the CIA, Thomas turned 4 racist, ruthless spies into daring, glamorous men who single-handedly stopped Soviet aggression. Thomas's big wet kiss to Frank Wisner, Richard Bissell, Tracy Barnes, and Desmond Fitzgerald earned him an inside track into the CIA's secret archives and access to its inner circle of supplicants. Nothing more than a paean to the CIA, his book became an instant bestseller. Barry is also graced with the love of the national security establishment. A British citizen hired in 1985 by media empress Catherine Graham, Barry was immediately granted an audience with CIA Director William Casey. As a sign of its commitment to Barry, Newsweek bought his house in England so he could afford to buy a new one in D.C. He repaid his benefactors over and over again with CIA-friendly propaganda, including the 2nd March 2003 article in which he cited a high-ranking defector as insisting that Iraq had not abandoned its weapons of mass destruction ambitions. Thomas and Barry exemplify that select group of national security correspondents, the Old Boy Network, who have been so thoroughly compromised by their personal connections to the CIA that they cannot be trusted by the public. True to form, the rest of their article expanded on the fantasy of a winnable war in Afghanistan. It also engaged in shameless revisionism, contending, for example, that Carnot's sage advice reflected the wrong-headed liberal consensus that the Vietnam War was unwinnable. Citing hawkish authors as experts. Thomas and Barry insisted that the American military could have won if 1. President Lyndon Johnson had been more militant in 1965, 2. President Richard Nixon had put more effort into pacification in 1970, and 3. Democrats in Congress hadn't stabbed the military in the back in 1974. To support their false assertions, Thomas and Barry relied on retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Louis Sorley and Professor Mark Moyer at the Marine Corps University at Quantico, Virginia. The Newsweek correspondents cited Moyer as the source of the revisionist theory that Johnson could have won the war by leveling North Vietnam with a 1960s version of shock and awe. In 1964-65, the top military leadership understood that to defeat the North it was necessary to go all out, Thomas and Barry wrote, citing Moyer's groundbreaking work with its idiotic title, Triumph Forsaken. Moyer claimed that a massive bombing campaign, mining Hanoi's port, and sending troops into Laos and Cambodia to cut off the North's all-important sanctuaries and resupply route, the Ho Chi Minh Trail, would have won the war in 1965. But, Moyer contended, girly politicians and groveling military commanders prevented the Hawks from going all out. In other words, committing genocide and annihilating the North. LBJ's advisers were reluctant, fearful in part of dragging China and the Soviet Union into a larger war, Thomas and Barry said. The military pressed, but not very hard, making the classic mistake of telling their political masters what they wanted to hear. Perpetrating myths like Moyer's requires quite a bit of dissembling, and nowhere in their article do Thomas and Barry mention that the history departments at the University of Iowa and Duke rejected Moyer's job applications based on his habit of spewing right-wing propaganda instead of facts. Moyer is to Vietnam War history what creationists are to science. But that didn't dissuade Barry and Thomas. According to their other biased source, Louis Sorley, the Democrats stabbed the military in the back by not financing a promising counterinsurgency effort late in the war. Sorley argues, in his 1999 book, A Better War, that contrary to the conventional wisdom, the United States could have won in Vietnam if only the U.S. Congress hadn't cut off military aid to South Vietnam, Thomas and Barry wrote. For good measure, the Newsweek correspondents demeaned the books that President Barack Obama's advisers were relying upon, including Gordon Goldstein's Lessons in Disaster. They said that Goldstein's book captures the conventional wisdom, at least at the center and left of the political spectrum, that Vietnam was a hopeless, unwinnable war. But was it unwinnable? They asked with eyebrows arched, before answering their own question. The lessons of Vietnam are not necessarily the ones we glibly assume, chief among them that Afghanistan, like Vietnam, is a quagmire, and that achieving some sort of victory is out of reach. The right course. Based on the flawed theories of Moyer and Sorley, Thomas and Barry advanced the theory that the right course of action in Afghanistan was to give McChrystal all the troops and resources he wanted for a full-scale counterinsurgency campaign. In this view, de-escalating in Afghanistan, or even ordering only a small troop increase, was not an option unless Obama wanted to invite questions about his resolve, a criticism adopted by Hillary Clinton in her hawkish presidential campaigns, and renewed accusations about political backstabbing of the military. According to Thomas and Barry, Ambassador Carl Eikenberry, a retired general who once commanded U.S. forces in Afghanistan, fell into the camp of timid Obama advisers when, in July 2009, he questioned the wisdom of sending more troops to prop up the corrupt Afghan government of Hamid Karzai. The bottom line of the Newsweek article was that the U.S. could easily have won in Afghanistan if Obama had had the heart to prevail and if Washington had learned the correct lessons from Vietnam. In advancing this theory, Thomas and Barry ignored the unprecedented violence Johnson did unleash against the North via his Rolling Thunder bombing campaign from March 1965 to November 1968, in which more than 300,000 bombing missions dropped 864,000 tons of bombs. It's hard to determine exactly how many bombs America and NATO have dropped on Afghanistan in the 15 years since 2001, but Thomas and Barry offered no sympathy for the people they fell upon. They also glossed over the disproven rationales for the Vietnam War, from the discredited domino theory to the idea of a unified Sino-Soviet strategy for world conquest. They also relied on sanitized military jargon to obscure the inhuman brutality that pervaded death squad operations like the Phoenix program. The Thomas Barry article was published on 6 November 2009. 3 months later, as reported by the New York Times, a raid by U.S. Special Operations Forces left 3 women, 2 of them pregnant, and a local police chief and prosecutor dead. It was one of the latest examples of Special Operations Forces killing civilians during raids, deaths that have infuriated Afghan officials and generated support for the Taliban, despite efforts by American and NATO commanders to reduce civilian casualties. Initially, the commando team claimed it had been fired upon by insurgents, and that the women had already been murdered when they arrived. When that lie was exposed, their commander confessed they'd made a terrible mistake. But he made no attempt to explain why, in an effort to cover up their crime, the American commandos, practicing the Manson family values they'd been taught by their CIA masters, carved their bullets out of the pregnant women's bodies. Is carving bullets out of dead pregnant women really a mistake? Were the American soldiers trained to do such things, or did they think it up on the scene? None of those questions were even asked. Murdering innocent civilians indeed has been infuriating Afghanis since early 2002, when they put down their weapons and submitted to American rule. But as Anand Gopal explains in his book, No Good Men Among the Living, CIA assets within its Northern Alliance started the insurgency by falsely accusing pro-American Afghanis in Maiwand of being al-Qaeda sympathizers. The CIA-sponsored murders of top leaders of the Nurzai and Ishaqzai tribes forced the tribe's remaining leaders into Pakistan, where their Pashtun relatives and associates gave them shelter while they plotted their revenge on the Americans and their occupation army of collaborators. The idea that the Americans running the war on terror are trying to reduce civilian deaths is pure propaganda, a repetition of stated policy with as much basis in fact as Colby's blatant lies about Phoenix to Congress 40 years earlier. If military commanders were trying to reduce civilian deaths, they would have arrested and tried the commandos who murdered those 5 people in Afghanistan. But we will never even know their names. They are free to murder to their heart's content, because murdering civilians is unstated policy. In the absence of punishment for war crimes and cover-ups, how can there be efforts to prevent civilian casualties? Indeed, you won't hear it said by the likes of Thomas and Barry, but the license to kill that is granted to American forces, along with the intentional corruption of collaborating officials, is what most closely links the barbaric war on terror with the Vietnam War. The wrong parallels. Another problem with the Thomas Barry analysis is that many of the tactics the Newsweek writers suggested should have been expanded in Vietnam have no relevance to Afghanistan. For instance, there is no North Afghanistan to bomb back to the Stone Age. There is no Soviet Union that can transform the war into a nuclear confrontation. And there is no formal Taliban army, which, like the North Vietnamese army, could come to the rescue of civilian insurgents caught up in the conflict. The support insurgents receive from Pashtun relatives in Pakistan, civilians the CIA has targeted for death and mutilation through a record-setting but secret number of drone strikes, is itself the product of British colonialists having invented the nation of Pakistan as a way of more efficiently looting the region. Omitting historical facts like that from their narratives is yet another trick used by propagandists like Thomas and Barry. The parallels between the two conflicts are mostly over the narrow issue of counterinsurgency tactics, which is why the Newsweek article skirted any serious discussion of the Phoenix program, instead using Pentagon-friendly language about a true counterinsurgency, focusing on protecting the population by a strategy of clear and hold. Lifting language first employed in the Phoenix program, Thomas and Barry praised the Special Operations Forces McChrystal directed in Iraq as focused on protecting civilians while ruthlessly targeting jihadist leaders. They did so without irony or reference to an earlier article authored by Barry in 2005. That article famously revealed that the Bush administration was taking to Iraq the death squad strategies that had been applied in El Salvador in the 1980s, what Newsweek called the Salvador option. And where indeed did the Salvador option originate? With the Phoenix program in Vietnam. The strategy was named after the Reagan regime's still-secret strategy of supporting El Salvador's right-wing security forces, which used clandestine death squads to eliminate both leftist guerrillas and their civilian sympathizers. As Barry reported at the time, many U.S. conservatives consider the policy to have been a success, despite the deaths of innocent civilians. Judging that those war crimes worked in Iraq, Thomas and Barry encouraged McChrystal to expand the death squad approach in Afghanistan. They wrote, U.S. Special Operations Forces use the intelligence gleaned from friendly civilians to find and kill Taliban leaders. That is precisely what the Phoenix program was designed to do 40 years ago in Vietnam, target and assassinate Viet Cong leaders. This true counterinsurgency, Thomas and Barry asserted, began to work in Vietnam when the top U.S. commanders began to smarten up. Their article confidently asserted that in late 2009, McChrystal is implementing a strategy that draws on the lessons of Iraq and looks an awful lot like the pacification program adopted by General Abrams in Vietnam in 1968. By ratcheting back the heavy use and overuse of firepower, McChrystal has reduced civilian casualties, which alienate the locals and breed more jihadists. The steady increase in civilian deaths in Afghanistan since 2010 and the emergence of ISIS in Iraq and Syria refutes their argument, which relies totally on disinformation and prejudicial terms like jihadist to justify the cold-blooded murder of innocent people falsely designated as militant religious fanatics. It is the same disinformation that was used to justify Phoenix. But just as in Vietnam, where the word communist was applied to anyone who resisted the U.S. occupation, American kidnapping and assassination programs in Iraq and Afghanistan make no distinction between jihadists and nationalists defending their homes and resisting foreign occupation. The wrong facts. Thomas and Barry ignored some basic facts about pacification in Vietnam, including that CIA and military special forces created South Vietnam's self-defense forces for the purpose of waging a clear-and-hold-style counterinsurgency well before Abrams arrived in 1968. The CIA created a General Staff for Pacification in 1967 that managed the Phoenix program. Westmoreland's main force battles with the NVA bought the U.S. military time to implement this counterinsurgency strategy and compelled the North to initiate the Tet uprisings of 1968, which decimated the South's guerrilla forces before Abrams took command in June of that year. The one accurate comparison Thomas and Barry cited between the situation in Vietnam and the conduct of the terror wars in Afghanistan and Iraq was already being implemented, the counterinsurgency tactic of targeting and assassinating enemy leaders. But the comparison they made was actually incomplete and misleading, since that tactic was but the exposed tip of the iceberg, riding upon a massive programmatic development below it. The CIA's counterinsurgency effort in Vietnam was based on its Provincial Interrogation Center, Counter-Terror, Armed Political Action, Hamlet Informant, Census Grievance, and Chiu Hoi Defector programs, all made possible under extra-legal administrative detention laws and emergency decrees established by Americans to allow American participation. These cornerstones of the counterinsurgency were already in place and incorporated within the Phoenix program in 1967. The purpose of these counterinsurgency programs was to chart the clandestine front organizations that drove the National Liberation Movement. In mapping out this secret government with its secret agents, the CIA came to understand how the Viet Cong infrastructure helped average citizens cope with the massive violence that the U.S. military and its puppet regime in Saigon were using to destroy their lives and livelihoods. Meanwhile, the CIA established its own secret government. Through its parallel secret government of secret collaborators, the CIA, after 1967, directed the dictatorial regime of President Nguyen Van Thieu, and through his clique, exercised control of South Vietnam's military, intelligence, security, and civil organizations. The CIA constructs similar secret governments in many nations throughout the world, including, and in particular, Afghanistan and Iraq. The death lists. In Vietnam via the Phoenix program, and now in Iraq and Afghanistan through the new and improved version, the CIA sends its hit teams after a long list of targeted individuals. Targets included tax assessors and collectors, people operating business fronts for purchasing, storing, or distributing food and supplies to the resistance, public health officials who distribute medicine, security and judicial officials who target American collaborators and agents, anyone proselytizing to the general population, officials involved in transportation, communication, and postal services, political indoctrination cadres, military recruiters, guerrilla leaders and their forces, and anyone who funds and staffs front organizations. As in Vietnam, all these categories of people and their sympathizers and supporters find their names on computerized Phoenix-style death lists in Afghanistan and Iraq. As counterinsurgency guru David Galula noted, most of these people have honorable intentions and do not participate directly as a rule in direct terrorism or guerrilla action and technically have no blood on their hands. In other words, non-combatants were already being targeted by McChrystal's true counterinsurgency, which Thomas and Barry nevertheless insisted had the goal of protecting civilians. They knew this, of course. As reported by Brown University's Watson Institute of International and Public Affairs, in 2009, the Afghan Ministry of Public Health reported that fully 2/3 of Afghans suffer from mental health problems. 2/3 by 2009. How many more have been driven insane after 7 years of the Thomas Barry-endorsed steady escalation of the violence? How many have been poisoned by depleted uranium and radicalized by economic insecurity, the toxic byproducts of military occupation that fuel injustice and drive people into the psychological traps set by the occupation's security forces in the name of freedom and democracy? The politics of corruption. While Thomas and Barry laid out incorrect parallels between Vietnam and Afghanistan in terms of the general dynamic of the conflicts, they ignored, in their search for lessons from Vietnam that might apply to Afghanistan, the parallels in the U.S. strategy tactics in these conflicts which actually were taking place. Indeed, they turned a blind eye to the single most important strategic parallel, the pervasive corruption by design, including sponsorship of drug trafficking by warlords on the CIA payroll, that was endemic to the U.S.-backed regime in South Vietnam. This systematic corruption was already operational in Afghanistan when they wrote their article, but they intentionally failed to address it. As outlined in Chapter 2, Air Force General Nguyen Cao Ky, while serving as head of South Vietnam's National Security Directorate, won control of a lucrative narcotic smuggling franchise in 1965. Through his strongman, General Lone, Ky and his clique financed both their political apparatus and their security forces through opium profits. Likewise, upon occupying Afghanistan in 2002, the CIA allowed its chosen president, Hamid Karzai, and his clique to traffic in opium without fear of arrest and prosecution. Karzai even rejected a proposal that he exile his brother, Ahmed Wali, the political boss in southern Kandahar province, after Ahmed was irrefutably linked to drug trafficking. Only Ahmed's timely assassination in 2011 spared his CIA sponsors any further embarrassment. Another overlooked parallel is the self-delusional hubris embodied in steadfast U.S. confidence that its forces possess accurate intelligence. But McChrystal, like every military commander before and after him, gained his intelligence about the Afghan resistance through what he referred to as friendly civilians, like the opium trafficking warlord Gul Agha Sherzai. The American public is largely unaware that the Taliban laid down its arms after the American invasion in 2001, and that the Afghan people took up arms only after the CIA installed Sherzai in Kabul. In league with the Karzai brothers, Sherzai supplied the CIA with a network of informants that targeted their business rivals, not the Taliban. As Anand Gopal revealed in No Good Men Among the Living, As a result of Sherzai's friendly tips, the CIA methodically tortured and killed Afghanistan's most revered leaders in a series of Phoenix-style raids that radicalized the Afghan people. If Thomas and Barry were to have addressed that fact, they certainly would have dismissed it as a mistake. But it wasn't a mistake. The CIA felt it was necessary to enlist Sherzai in order to consolidate the power of its drug-smuggling, money-laundering, land-stealing clique of warlords. In my opinion, the national security establishment was always after control of the drugs and money. As Karzai's successor, President Ashraf Ghani, admitted in May 2016, the most significant driver of corruption is the narcotic cartel. As an afterthought, Ghani noted, the corrupt engage in the most intense propaganda when they are prosecuted and accused. But all that is ignored, as are other uncomfortable facts. For example, that America's militant leaders used 9/11 to recruit and motivate a new generation of special operations forces, whose mission is to invade private homes at midnight on snatch and snuff missions. Nowhere in any establishment media outlet is it ever mentioned that our political and military leaders did this because they wanted to seize Afghanistan and use it to establish a colony in a strategic location near Russia and China. As Din-Tuong An stressed in his Truth About Phoenix series, cited in Chapter 3, friendly intelligence and false accusations are synonymous when an occupation force wages a counterinsurgency. And that's exactly what has been happening in Afghanistan and Iraq today. Revising history. CIA and military intelligence units now operate out of a global network of bases, as well as secret jails and detention sites operated by complicit secret police interrogators. Their strategic intelligence networks in any nation are protected by corrupt warlords and politicians, the friendly civilians who supply the death squads that are in fact their private militias, funded largely by drug smuggling and other criminal activities. CIA and military intelligence officials understand that much of the intelligence they rely upon is dubious at best, but they act on it anyway, as did Sid Towell's bosses Tom Ahern and John Van in Vietnam, because big body counts impress their superiors. As a result, anyone can be an insurgent on a death list. Phoenix program veteran Major Stan Fulcher, whom I interviewed at length in the Phoenix program, succinctly explained this reality. The Vietnamese lied to us. We lied to the Phoenix Directorate, and the Directorate made it into documented fact. It was a war that became distorted through our ability to create fiction. The big lesson from Vietnam that applies to Afghanistan and the War on Terror is the value of gray and black propaganda in maintaining public support through emotional appeals, twisted logic, and the promulgation of revisionist history. In this game for the hearts and minds of the U.S. public, U.S. hawks have learned to play the role of victim. In the spirit of the reactionary times, they claim reverse discrimination by the so-called liberal media. Their message is carried by Fox News and intermediaries like Thomas and Barry, whose complicity assures their career advancement and wealth. Like the German military after the First World War, McChrystal and his replacements in Afghanistan and Iraq have wholeheartedly seized upon the stabbed-in-the-back argument. Revising the history of the Vietnam War to insist that victory was within grasp, if only we had more heart, is central to that deception. That historical revisionism is what the Newsweek article promoted. The U.S. and its South Vietnamese allies finally adopted a winning counterinsurgency strategy in the early 1970s, Thomas and Barry wrote. But it was too late, they added, citing Sorley's A Better War. American public opinion had turned. President Richard Nixon signed a peace treaty with North Vietnam in 1973, but promised continued support to the GVN. The stab in the back came in 1974, Thomas and Barry said, when Congress cut off all aid to South Vietnam. Without logistical support or air cover, the South Vietnamese army collapsed in 1975, and the communists swept into Saigon. Citing Sorley, the Newsweek correspondents claimed that key war participants, such as General Creighton Abrams and U.S. Ambassador Ellsworth Bunker, were sure that the U.S. would have prevailed if defeatism hadn't taken hold. We eventually defeated ourselves, Bunker is quoted as saying. Having focused on this fatal betrayal, Thomas and Barry concluded that the key lessons to be drawn from Vietnam are the importance of decisive leadership and the presidential commitment to do what's necessary, including genocide, to achieve victory. They doubted that Obama was made of such stern stuff. Obama may decide that Afghanistan is too hard, Thomas and Barry opined, adding that if he did waver and begin an orderly withdrawal, he must explain to America and the world why it's necessary. The tragedy is that Thomas and Barry's disinformation and historical revisionism worked. After their article appeared in print, Obama found the heart to escalate a war that has no logical endpoint and, in the absence of terrorist attacks on American soil, scant popular support. Now more than ever, there are growing concerns that the underlying motivation is more about economics than national security. In a speech on 22 October 2009, former British ambassador to Uzbekistan, Craig Murray, said he had concluded that the motive for the long war in Afghanistan was the desire of Western energy interests to use its territory for a natural gas pipeline to connect the Caspian Basin to the Arabian Sea. Almost everything you see about Afghanistan is a cover for the fact that the actual motive is the pipeline they wish to build over Afghanistan to bring out Uzbek and Turkmen natural gas, which together is valued at up to $10 trillion, Murray said. There is a heavy price to pay for contradicting the official narrative, and Murray, notably, was forced out of the British public service after he exposed the use of torture by Britain's Uzbek allies. As a result of his political actions and his advocacy of diplomacy over militancy, the U.S. government denied him an entry visa and prevented him from presenting the Sam Adams Award for Integrity in Intelligence to CIA torture whistleblower John Kiriakou in September 2016. Then there's the question of access to Afghanistan's mineral wealth. In 2010, China signed a multi-billion-dollar deal for a copper mine contract, angering U.S. officials and their Afghan collaborators. Other natural resources lay waiting for American businessmen with bulging pocketbooks. It's Phoenix all over again, according to Major Stan Fulcher, the Bindin Province Phoenix coordinator in 1972. Phoenix, Fulcher said, was a creation of the Old Boy Network, a group of guys at the highest level, Colby and that crowd, who thought they were Lawrence of Arabia. The son of an Air Force officer, Stan Fulcher was brought up in military posts around the world, but he branded as hypocritical the closed society into which he was born. The military sees itself as the conqueror of the world, but the military is socialism in its purest form. People in the military lead a life of privilege in which the state meets each and every one of their needs. Having served in the Special Security Unit at Can Tho Air Base in 1968, where he led a unit of 40 riflemen against the VC, Fulcher understood the realities of Vietnam better than Thomas and Barry. He told of the MSS killing a Jesuit priest who advocated land reform, of GVN officials trading with the National Liberation Front while trying to destroy religious sects, and of the tremendous U.S. cartels RMK-BRJ, Sealant, Holiday Inns, Pan Am, Bechtel, and Vinel that prospered from the war. The military has the political power and the means of production, Fulcher explained, so it enjoys all the benefits of society. It was the same thing in Vietnam, where the U.S. military and a small number of politicians supported the Catholic establishment against the masses. Greedy Americans, Fulcher said, were the cause of the war. The supply-side economists were the emergent group during Vietnam. According to Fulcher, the Phoenix program was set up by Americans on American assumptions in support of American policies. Alas, America's allies in South Vietnam depended on American patronage and implemented a policy they knew could not be applied to their culture. In the process, the definition of an insurgent was deliberately made ambiguous, and Phoenix was broadened from a rifle-shot attack against the VC organizational hierarchy into a shotgun method of population control. It happened, Fulcher said ruefully, because any policy can find supporting intelligence, meaning the Phoenix Directorate used computers to skew the statistical evaluation of the VCI. Dead Vietnamese became VCI, and they lucked out the other 5% of the time, getting real VCI in ambushes. What Fulcher said earlier is worth repeating. It was a war that became distorted through our ability to create fiction. But really, there were only economic reasons for our supporting the fascists in Vietnam, just like we did in the Shah's Iran. Professor Nguyen Ngoc Huy, a Vietnamese historian and former professor at Harvard, was someone Barry and Thomas might have quoted in their article had they wanted the truth, or had they risen above their own racial prejudices and considered for a moment that a Vietnamese person's opinion might be valuable in analyzing the lessons of the war. For what it's worth, Professor Huy believed that America betrayed the ideals of freedom and democracy in Vietnam. Huy added that American politicians have not changed their policy. What happened later in Iran was a repetition of what happened in South Vietnam. Almost the same people applied the same policy with the same principles and the same spirit. It is amazing that some people are still wondering why the same result occurred. And one might add, the cycle is ongoing in Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, and many other places, thanks largely to the big lies told by propagandists like Evan Thomas and John Barry. Chapter 6. The Afghan Dirty War Escalates. NPR was badly embarrassed in 2000 when it was revealed that PSYOP, Psychological Operations personnel from Fort Bragg, were working in its Washington, D.C. newsroom, apparently as interns. Top managers were said to be unaware of the arrangement, which was blamed on people in its personnel department. However, based on NPR's cozy relationship with the military and its penchant to spew pro-military propaganda, some say the P in NPR stands for Pentagon, media watchdogs, myself included, believed the PSYOP soldiers were penetration agents meant to influence news coverage. In any event, on 30 December 2009, I listened in dismay but not surprise as an NPR terrorism expert condemned the suicide bombing that had killed 7 CIA employees in Afghanistan a few days earlier. That particular act of terrorism, the expert said, was especially hideous because the murdered CIA officers were spreading economic development, democracy, and love as members of a provincial reconstruction team, PRT. No less disingenuous were the comments of CIA Director Leon Panetta, who said the deceased did the hard work that must be done to protect our country from terrorism. Or fuel terrorism, as the case may be. President Obama added his 2 cents, saying the fallen CIA officers were part of a long line of patriots who have made great sacrifices for their fellow citizens and for our way of life. Our way of life in the 21st century means full-spectrum dominance and a burgeoning precariat. On New Year's Day 2010, the story of the martyred CIA officers having expired, Washington Post staff writers Joby Warrick and Pamela Constable ventured beyond the initial spin. Rather than cast the CIA officers as heroes, they hinted at the murderous activities they were involved in. Warrick and Constable said the CIA officers were secretly at the heart of a covert program overseeing strikes by the agency's remote-controlled aircraft along the Afghanistan-Pakistan border. So much for spreading love and development. In 2009, CIA drone strikes killed more than 300 people, perhaps as many as 700, all of whom were invariably described as suspected terrorists, jihadists, or militants, a word never applied to the Americans, or people said to be killed by accident. Neither the U.S. government nor the media ever make any distinction between nationalists defending their country from foreign invaders and real terrorists who have inflicted intentional violence against civilians to achieve a political objective, the classic definition of terrorism. There is never any hint that people could have honorable reasons for resisting the American military occupation of their country, or that they are doing so because they've been driven crazy with revenge and desperation by years of relentless U.S. air and ground attacks. There were other reasons to doubt the hype surrounding the original story, for despite the media's description of the attack on the CIA officers as terrorism, the act didn't fit the definition. The targets were engaged in military operations and thus were legitimate targets under the international laws of war. CIA officers managing killer drones are as guilty of terrorism as the Taliban commanders they target from the safety of their enclaves. A few press accounts did suggest that the suicide attack was in retaliation for drone strikes on Taliban forces, in which case, ironically, from the perspective of the indigenous resistance, the offing of the CIA officers was actually counterterrorism. There was also speculation that the suicide attack was payback for the killing of 10 people in Ghazi Khan, a village in the eastern Afghan province of Kunar. The 10 Afghanis were shot to death during a raid on their home by unidentified American militants. Often Green Berets or Navy SEALs detailed to the CIA's Special Activities Division operate outside the laws of warfare. Such death squad actions also fit the classic definition of terrorism. The rationale is that we must fight fire with fire, terror with terror. But do people understand, when they make such an argument, that they are calling on U.S. personnel to murder innocent civilians with a view to terrorizing the local population in general in order to get them to accept the U.S.-backed client Afghan government? As always, NATO spokespeople initially labeled the 10 victims in Ghazi Khan as insurgents and relatives of an individual suspected of belonging to a terrorist cell that manufactured improvised explosive devices used to kill American heroes as well as innocent Afghan civilians. However, Afghan government investigators and neighbors soon identified the dead as civilians, including 8 students aged 11 to 17 enrolled in local schools. All but one of the dead came from the same family. Allegations of handcuffed victims. According to a 31 December 2009 article in The Times of London, the U.S. commandos faced accusations of dragging innocent children from their beds and shooting them. Locals said that some victims were handcuffed before being killed. An official statement posted on Afghan President Karzai's website, no less, said the raiding party took 10 people from 3 homes, 8 of them school students in grades 6, 9, and 10, one of them a guest, the rest from the same family, and shot them dead. Investigator Asadullah Wafa told the UK Times that the American unit flew by helicopter from a military base in Kabul and landed about 2 kilometers from the village. The troops walked from the helicopters to the houses, and according to my investigation, they gathered all the students from 2 rooms into 1 room and opened fire. Wafa, a former governor of Helmand province, added, "It's impossible they were Al-Qaeda. They were children, they were civilians, they were innocent." The Times quoted the school's headmaster as saying the victims were asleep in 3 rooms when the death squad arrived. 7 students were in 1 room, said Rahman Jean Essas. A student and 1 guest were in another room, a guest room, and a farmer was asleep with his wife in a 3rd building. First, the foreign troops entered the guest room and shot 2 of them. Then they entered another room and handcuffed the 7 students. Then they killed them. Abdul Khalik, the farmer, heard shooting and came outside. When they saw him, they shot him as well. He was outside. That's why his wife wasn't killed. The guest was a shepherd boy, age 12, the headmaster said, adding that 6 of the students were in high school and 2 in primary school. All the students were his nephews. A local elder, Jean Mohammed, said that 3 boys were killed in 1 room and 5 were handcuffed before they were shot. "I saw their school books covered in blood," he said, according to the Times. Backed into a corner, the Afghan National Security Directorate, on behalf of its owners in the CIA, tried to cover up the war crime by saying forces from an unknown address came to the area and, without facing any armed resistance, put 10 youth in 2 rooms and killed them. Protests over the killings erupted throughout Kunar province, where the killings occurred, as well as in Kabul. Hundreds of protesters demanded that American occupation forces leave the country and that the unidentified killers from an unknown address be brought to justice. Fat chance. Incredibly, a NATO spokesperson claimed there was no direct evidence to substantiate the claim of premeditated murder. The unknown killers from an unknown address had come under fire from several buildings in the village. So picture these big, strong American soldiers encountering sleeping children and make an argument how they had no recourse but to tie them up, then kill them. The record of American forces engaging in indiscriminate and intentional killings of unarmed people in Afghanistan is now a long one, with testimony about premeditated executions even emerging in military disciplinary hearings, where the perps are always exonerated, like cops who routinely kill blacks in America. Engaging in war crimes, it seems, is as American as apple pie and compulsory Nuremberg-style celebrations of militant nationalism at football games. Even the United Nations must periodically warn American military forces about the dangers of conducting nighttime raids of private homes. But as the war on terror turns into a boondoggle for U.S. security firms and arms manufacturers, it is clear they will only increase in frequency. Obama's surge in 2010 added 30,000 additional troops into Afghanistan, bringing the total to about 100,000. Although that number has since been reduced and amounts to around 10,000 in 2016, the violence is escalating again thanks to an off-the-books mercenary army and ongoing military occupation that simply incites more and more revenge killings. In 2010, Afghani patriots vowed to avenge the killings of their schoolchildren in Ghazi Khan, and the CIA, in turn, vowed to avenge the killing of its officers, including the base chief, a mother of 3. Trapped in this cycle of violence, the surviving CIA personnel at FOB base Chapman barricaded themselves inside and began the systematic grilling of all Afghan employees who were on duty at the time of the attack. Afghans who worked with the CIA on the outside were locked out. Such is the downside of waging an endless but otherwise profitable war. Provincial reconstruction teams. The Ghazi Khan massacre serves as an entree into how covert CIA psyops and terror operations are conducted and then whitewashed by the American news media. Few Americans, for example, were aware that FOB Chapman, named after Nathan Chapman, a Green Beret member of a CIA unit who was the first American killed in Afghanistan, was a CIA outpost. The local Afghanis knew, of course, that Chapman was a base for launching commando raids, like the one at Ghazi Khan. They knew the CIA used its provincial reconstruction teams, PRTs, to obtain intelligence for its lethal raids, and that reconstruction was merely a cover. There would be nothing to reconstruct, if not for the fact that the Americans have destroyed so much. Since they were perfected in Vietnam, PRTs have been a primary means of gathering intelligence from informants and secret agents in enemy territory. Today, the PRTs are a foundation stone of the CIA's parallel government in Afghanistan and have been a unilateral CIA operation since 2002 when the program started under the reign of U.S. Ambassador Zalmay Khalilzad. As evidenced by the suicide attack at FOB Chapman, the resistance has infiltrated every entity the CIA has created in Afghanistan, including the PRTs. This infiltration is made possible, ironically, by the fact that CIA officers jealously guard their elevated status and class prerogatives. It's impossible to get them to run death squads and mutilate innocent people in drone strikes unless they are very well rewarded and shielded from responsibility for their acts of terror. CIA officers, as a result, do not perform menial tasks, enabling Afghan double agents to infiltrate the bases as chauffeurs, cleaning staff, and security guards. Other double agents prop up inflated CIA egos by pretending to be informants or loyal members of the police and military. In the case of the 30 December suicide bombing, the friendly civilian informant who carried out the deadly act was identified as Humam Khalil Abu Malal al-Balawi, a Jordanian national who had been captured and supposedly turned into a double agent by Jordanian intelligence and the CIA. Before detonating the bomb strapped to his chest, Humam lured his CIA bosses to the meeting at FOB Chapman with promises of target information relating to al-Qaeda's second-in-command, Ayman Zawahiri. The case of the Jordanian double agent raised questions about the quality of the intelligence that the CIA collects to mount its drone and death squad operations. If some informants were willing to die in order to kill CIA personnel, it was a reasonable assumption that other informants were, and still are, passing along bogus tips to discredit the CIA and sabotage its operations from within, as frequently happened in Vietnam. The likelihood that its operations had been penetrated presented CIA bigwigs in Washington with a dilemma, given that the PRTs provide CIA principal agents with a clever cover to gather intelligence from their sub-agents in the field, people in villages like Ghazi Khan who spy on their neighbors. Unfortunately, CIA officers managing the PRTs must rely on Afghani interpreters and policemen to determine if the intelligence about suspects in a particular village is reliable. If any one of the CIA's hired helpers is a double agent, then the PRT death squad components can easily be misdirected and subverted. Each PRT has an intelligence unit whose purpose is to identify members of the Taliban and al-Qaeda infrastructure. Typically, a sub-agent in a village tells the PRT intelligence unit where a suspect lives, how many people are in his house, where they sleep, and when they enter and leave. The sub-agent also provides a clandestinely obtained photograph of the target so the commandos know who to snatch or snuff. But the high-toned CIA is not a social welfare outfit. Its job is gathering intelligence and using it to capture, kill, or defect the enemy, and it needs dependable agents to do the job. Thus, since the military occupation began, it has relied on the same brutal and corrupt warlords, mercenaries serving their own self-interest and thus dependent on the CIA, it organized to fight the Soviets in the 1980s. The most effective PRTs are composed of members of a warlord's militia, people who have as little empathy for the Afghan people in a particular area as do the American commandos. They are soldiers whose job is to protect the PRT, while CIA-trained cadres are organizing community defense forces and spreading pro-American propaganda. Afghani leaders see big bucks to be made through this arrangement. Malik Osman, leader of a Pashtun tribe in Jalalabad, offered one fighter from each Shinwari family to fight the Taliban in return for no-bid construction project contracts. 6 years later, his son and 12 other guests were killed in a suicide bombing, apparently engineered by an ISIS faction fighting the Taliban as well as the government and its CIA collaborators. Nation building and the origins of PRTs in Vietnam. Vietnam was a laboratory for military weapon and psychological warfare experimentation. Helicopter gunships made their debut, along with futuristic Psy-war strategies for pacifying civilian populations. In the early 1960s, the CIA first developed the programs that would be combined in 1965 within its 59-man Revolutionary Development (RD) teams as part of the similarly named Revolutionary Development Cadres (RDC) program established at Vung Tau by the CIA's Chief of Covert Action, Tom Donahue. The original model, known as a Political Action Team, PAT, was developed by U.S. Information Service officer Frank Scotton and an Australian military officer, Ian Teague, on contract to the CIA. The original PAT consisted of 40 men. As Scotton told me, that's 3 teams of 12 men each, strictly armed. The control element was 4 men, a commander and his deputy, a morale officer, and a radio man. These are commando teams, Scotton stressed. Displacement teams. The idea was to go into contested areas and spend a few nights, but it was a local responsibility, so they had to do it on their own. Scotton named his special PAT unit the Trung Doi Biet Kich Nam Du, for People's Commando Teams. 2 functions split out of this, he said. First was pacification. Second was counter-terror. As Scotton noted, the PRU thing directly evolves from this. PRU, for Provincial Reconnaissance Unit, was the name given in 1966 to the CIA's counter-terror teams, which had generated a lot of negative publicity in 1965 when Senator Stephen Young charged that the CT teams disguised themselves as Viet Cong and discredited the communists by committing atrocities. It was alleged to me that several of them executed 2 village leaders and raped some women, the Herald Tribune reported Young as saying. CIA officer Tom Ahern, mentioned in the previous chapter as the CIA's province officer in charge in Vinh Long Province in 1971, documented a similar incident in his book Vietnam Declassified, The CIA and Counterinsurgency. Ahern told how in October 1965, the senior CIA officer in Da Nang briefed Senator Daniel Brewster, Democrat, Maryland, on the CIA's secret operations in the area. As Ahern recalled, Brewster conducted a detailed interrogation on the structure and activity of each program, and this led the CIA officer in charge in Da Nang, Robert Haynes, in the context of counter-terror, into a mention of black operations. Pressured to define the term, Haynes cited as a hypothetical example a killing by a CT team made to look like the work of the VC. Hard to imagine now, but the Congress of that era freaked out, and Haynes, who in 1967 was assigned to the original Phoenix staff, was summoned to Washington to explain himself. Afterwards, presidential advisor Clark Clifford visited the CIA station chief in Saigon and told him not to allow his minions to give congressional briefings anymore. Behind the scenes, the CIA was forced to admit that CT teams were, as Ahern reluctantly admitted, extra-legal. As a result, headquarters called for a GVN approval procedure whose application at the province level would allow the agency to say, in good conscience, that the government had approved each operation as in the best interest of the war effort. Since that incident in 1965, the CIA, in concert with its protectors in Congress and the media, has only gotten better at hiding, dissembling, and lying about its illegal and barbarous CT teams. Fitting the proper profile. Staffing unilateral CIA programs like CT teams and PRTs is the foundation stone of the nation-building aspect of American neocolonialism. Indeed, Scotton's patented motivational indoctrination program developed in Vietnam is still used today. A living legend among the swaggering warrior elite, he was attached to the 1st Special Operations Command at Fort Bragg the second time I spoke with him in 1988. His job was advising military commanders how to implement his Psy-War brainchild. Scotton's motivational indoctrination program was, ironically, modeled on communist techniques. The process began on a confessional basis. On the first day, Scotton explained, everyone would fill out a form and write an essay on why they had joined. Then the team's morale officer would study their answers and explain the next day why they were involved in a special unit. The instructors would lead them to stand up and talk about themselves. The morale officer's job, Scotton said, was to keep people honest and have them admit mistakes. Not only did Scotton copy communist organizational and motivational techniques, he relied on VC defectors as his cadre. We felt ex-Viet Minh had unique communication skills. They could communicate doctrine, and they were people who would shoot, he explained, adding, it wasn't necessary for everyone in the unit to be ex-Viet Minh, just the leadership. The Vietnamese officer in charge of Scotton's PAT program, Nguyen Bay, had been party secretary for the 9th Viet Cong Battalion before switching sides. In 1965, Scotton was transferred to another job while Bay and his new CIA advisor, Harry the Hat Monk, combined CIA Mobile Census Grievance Cadre, PATs, and CT teams into the standard 59-member Revolutionary Development, RD team, employed by the CIA in South Vietnam until 1975. The RD teams were facetiously called Purple People Eaters by American soldiers in reference to their clothes and terror tactics. To the rural Vietnamese, they were simply idiot birds. The Truth About Phoenix author Dinh Tuong An felt that reconstruction projects only helped the ever-adaptable VC, who simply returned from their jungle hideouts when the RD projects were done. Most Vietnamese certainly agreed with An that revolutionary development only teaches the American line. However, nation-building was seen as the key to winning the Vietnam War by stealing the hearts and minds of the rural Vietnamese from the communists. Scotton's PATs were central to the strategy, and the CIA created its nationwide RDC program based in Vung Tau on that premise. In July 1967, the chief of the CIA's RDC program, Lou Lapham, became a member of the national-level Phoenix Committee. RD team leaders and the local Chu Hoi defector program representative became members of Phoenix committees at district levels so that tips on VCI gained from RD teams and defectors could be rerouted by Phoenix coordinators to the PRU-CT teams for instant exploitation. In this way, the Phoenix Coordination Program became the centerpiece of U.S. pacification policy in Vietnam. The program took hold after the Tet Uprising of 1968, when many VCI were captured or killed and the National Liberation Front was weakened. By 1969, as defined by William Colby, the Deputy Ambassador for Civil Operations and Revolutionary Development, the first stage in nation building was military security as provided by U.S. military forces. The second stage was territorial security, the dubious self-defense forces put in place by RD teams. The third and final stage was internal political security provided by Phoenix. Despite Colby's claims of success, which he backed with carefully skewed statistics, the insurgency was regrouping. In a Defense Department report titled A Systems Analysis of the Vietnam War 1965 to 1972, Thomas Thayer recognized that the Revolutionary Development Program had significant problems in recruiting and retaining high-quality personnel. The desertion rate was over 20%, higher than for any GVN military force, perhaps because they have a 30% better chance of being killed. In response, the RD teams were redirected to concentrate on building hamlet security and to defer, at least temporarily, the hamlet development projects, which formerly constituted 6 of the team's 11 RD tasks. Given the drawbacks of military and territorial security, neutralizing the VCI through Phoenix replaced nation-building as Colby's top priority. The Phoenix program, along with the CIA's RDC program, were incorporated within the Chord's Pacification Security Coordination Division, and heavy-handed military personnel gradually took over civil operations, bringing about a further decline in performance. The CIA station under Ted Shackley moved CIA personnel away from nation-building operations back toward classic intelligence functions. But the CIA continued to collect RDC intelligence, and obviously, it still uses the modern manifestation of the RDC program today. The issue of nation-building was a hot topic in the 2016 presidential campaign. Donald Trump made getting out of the nation-building business and out of NATO the basis of his America First platform. "I do think it's a different world today, and I don't think we should be nation-building anymore," he said. "I think it's proven not to work, and we have a different country than we did then. We have $19 trillion in debt, we're sitting probably on a bubble, and it's a bubble that if it breaks, it's going to be very nasty. I just think we have to rebuild our country." In a 30 March 2016 article for the Huffington Post titled "Back to Nation Building," George Washington University professor Amitai Etzioni implied that Hillary Clinton would engage in nation building and cited her as calling for a more active foreign policy. When talking about conflicts around the world, from Syria to Ukraine to Afghanistan, she says the U.S. needs to do more. Secretary Clinton is, of course, not very forthcoming on the campaign trail about what exactly a more active foreign policy entails. As America wrestles with its role as the world's only superpower, hell-bent on full-spectrum dominance, the details of what nation-building actually entails become ever more vital for people to understand. PRTs in Iraq. The CIA's Revolutionary Development Team concept in Vietnam was the model for its Provincial Reconstruction Team concept in Afghanistan and Iraq. The new and improved PRT program started in Afghanistan in 2002 and migrated to Iraq in 2004. The standard PRT consists of anywhere between 50 to 100 civilian and military specialists. It has units for military police, PSYOPs, explosive ordnance/demining, intelligence, medics, force protection, security forces that organize community defenses, and administrative and support personnel. Like Scotland's PAT teams in South Vietnam, the PRTs engage in counter-terror operations as part of their political and psychological warfare function, under cover of fostering economic development and democracy. Long ago, the American public grew skeptical of the heavily censored but universally bad news they got about Iraq, and until the advent of ISIS, most were happy to forget the devastation their government had wrought. But few Iraqis are fooled by the war as economic development deception, or by the standards the U.S. government uses to measure the success of its PRT program. In his correspondence with reporter Dal Jamal, one Iraqi political analyst from Fallujah, a suburb outside Baghdad recently occupied by ISIS, put it succinctly when he said, "In a country that used to feed much of the Arab world, starvation is the norm." According to another of Jamal's sources, Iraqis are largely mute witnesses. Americans may argue among themselves about just how much success or progress there really is in post-surge Iraq, but it is almost invariably an argument in which Iraqis are but stick figures, or dead bodies. In a publication titled Hard Lessons, the Iraq Reconstruction Experience, the Special Inspector General for Iraq Reconstruction described the mission as the largest overseas rebuilding effort in U.S. history. In some places in Iraq, unemployment was at 40 to 60% in 2010. Repairing the damage done by U.S. bombing was the goal, but little connection was made between how the rebuilding would or even could bring about the heralded democratic transition that never happened. As in Vietnam and Afghanistan, the PRTs in Iraq are a gimmick to make Americans feel good about their government's imperial misadventures. The supposed successes of the PRTs are cloaked in doublespeak, and the meaningless statistics Phoenix coordinator Stan Fulcher referenced in the previous chapter when he said, "Any policy can find supporting intelligence." Achieving statistical progress is not difficult in nations whose public service infrastructures were destroyed by shock and awe invasions. where entire neighborhoods like Fallujah were leveled in the name of American prestige, and where the occupying power controls all information outlets. As Fulcher also noted, it's all about business profits. The truth about U.S. wars is less about combating Islamic terrorism or protecting the homeland than it is about the dark side of the American psyche, rooted in slavery and the genocidal conquest of a continent. For American businessmen, the global war on terror, with its relentless bombing campaigns and extra-legal methods shrouded in official secrecy, translates into big profits. For politicians, war is also a good way to get elected. As ex-Vice President Dick Cheney proved, calling a political adversary soft on terror remains a fearsome club to wield. Apparently, for many people, drone strikes and spectacular commando teams killing terrorists like Osama bin Laden quell carefully nurtured fears and sate the carefully cultivated hunger for revenge that was nurtured after 9/11. The same ultra-patriotic Americans who wave flags and salute the military at professional football games, apart from a few black players who raise their fists in defiance, seem happy as long as the outcome can be packaged as a win for the USA. Pushed out of the headlines, deep into the national subconscious, are the horrendous war crimes that have promoted the policies inflicted on the peoples of Afghanistan and Iraq. Chapter 7. Vietnam Replay on Afghan Defectors. After 8 years of waging a dirty war against the Taliban, whom Obama had described a month earlier as a cancer that must be irradiated out of existence, the U.S. government and its NATO allies tried a different tack in 2010. For the first time, they acknowledged that the insurgent enemy was, according to Defense Secretary Robert Gates, part of the fabric of Afghan society. Having acknowledged the humanity of Muslims in Afghanistan, the plan was now to entice low- and mid-level Taliban to switch sides. High-level Taliban and anyone connected to al-Qaeda, now manifest as ISIS, however, maintained their exalted status on Obama's hit list. In January 2010, U.S. and NATO officials started offering bribes drawn from a multi-million-dollar program, Peace and Reintegration Trust Fund, to get Taliban fighters to betray their leaders and become, as General Stanley McChrystal said, part of the solution in Afghanistan. In the U.S., the peace plan horrified some women's rights advocates, but appealed to elements of the public who were already weary of endless war. Taliban leaders condemned the buyout strategy as a trick and warned that offers of reconciliation were futile unless all foreign troops left Afghanistan. As ever, there was a darker CIA side to the reconciliation plan. The method in their madness. Historically, defector programs are an essential ingredient of brutal U.S. pacification efforts. The Chu Hoi Open Arms Program in Vietnam was touted by military strategists as having produced positive results by offering clemency to insurgents. The statistics they offered up proved the case. But, as with every CIA covert action, the Open Arms Program relied on deceptive advertising and media complicity to make the pacification of the Vietnamese countryside appear humane. In fact, amnesty and open arms programs have nothing to do with reconciliation. Rather, they serve as another component of covert CIA intelligence and counterinsurgency operations. Former CIA Director William Colby told me that the CIA's RD teams in Vietnam, like PRTs in Iraq and Afghanistan discussed in the previous chapter, relied on defectors whose job was to go around the countryside and indicate to the people that they used to be Viet Cong and that the government has received them and taken them in, and that the Chu Hoi program does exist as a way of VC currently on the other side to rally. Defectors contact people like the families of known VC, Colby said, and provide them with transportation to defector and refugee centers. Master Spy Colby, who perished mysteriously in a boating accident in 1996, would have agreed that information management is the key to political warfare in general and to defector programs in particular. Defector programs are ultimately aimed not at the enemy, but at the American public, which, when it hears words like clemency and amnesty, starts to see the war in a kinder, gentler light. After the information managers concoct an appealing slogan, additional public approval is garnered by composing and planting articles in foreign and domestic newspapers. The stories portray CIA operations as good deeds designed to bring about peace and prosperity while fostering freedom and democracy. Despite the warm and fuzzy language, Defector programs are a horrific aspect of dirty war. The CIA launches a covert action like the Taliban defector program only if it has the intelligence potential to produce information on an enemy's political, military, and economic infrastructure, which in turn leads to airstrikes and midnight death squad operations. Like Pt.1 said in his Truth About Phoenix articles, they are meant to prolong a war forever, or until total victory is achieved. In 2009, the CIA launched its defector program as a way of recruiting low and mid-level Taliban who had the best intelligence potential on the senior-level Taliban officials it desires most to eliminate. Not only does defection sap the enemy's fighting strength and morale and lead to capture, interrogation, and assassination of enemy leaders, genuine defectors provide accurate and timely intelligence on enemy unit strengths and locations. As a condition for amnesty, they are required to prove their commitment by serving as guides and trackers for other pacification programs, like counter-terror hit teams. Many are returned to their villages with a CT team to locate hidden enemy arms or food caches. Some are sent on one-way missions and bombed along with the targets they locate. After being profiled and interrogated by security officers, some defectors are turned into double agents. Defectors who return to their former positions inside opposition military or political organizations are provided with a secure means of contacting their CIA case officer's principal agent, to whom they feed information leading to the arrest or ambush of enemy cadres and secret agents. Some function for years as penetration agents and provide the greatest prize of all, strategic information on the enemy's plans. Defector programs also provide CIA talent scouts with cover for recruiting criminals into CT and RD political action teams. Burglars, arsonists, forgers, and smugglers have unique skills and no compunctions about committing havoc. In Vietnam, the entire 52nd Ranger Battalion of the South Vietnamese Army was recruited from Saigon prisons. Military operations like President Obama's surge in 2010 provide security for CIA officers to conduct covert operations through instruments like the PRTs, which is the real reason the Taliban defector buyout program was launched concurrently with the surge. As I predicted in my 2010 article for Consortium News, the multi-million-dollar defector program was doomed from the start. Indeed, after all the hoopla associated with its debut, it fizzled out after 6 months. The Times attributed the failure to the fact that the Pashtuns realized it was a trick, while their ethnic rivals within the CIA's parallel government feared losing whatever gains they'd made if the Taliban were incorporated. The program was revived in 2014 by President Ashraf Ghani and aimed at high-level reconciliation through a High Peace Council, a moniker only Madison Avenue ad men could devise. Provincial peace councils were installed in 33 provinces. However, disarmament was a precondition, and disarmament meant surrender. Statistics supplied by the United Nations Development Program showed stunning success. 10,404 former combatants have so far renounced violence and joined the Peace and Reintegration Program. Of these, 10,286 received financial assistance to reintegrate into their communities. Other statistics are less encouraging. There were over 11,000 civilian casualties in Afghanistan in 2015, marking a steady increase since Obama's surge in 2010. As a stranger could see at a glance, mounting civilian deaths indicate anything but a desire on America's part for reconciliation in Afghanistan. Frank Scotton, a case studied in PSYOPs. In Vietnam, officers within the Political and Psychological Warfare branch of the CIA's Special Operations Division managed low-level defector programs. In doing so, they worked with U.S. Information Service, USIS officers like Frank Scotton. The USIS was the overseas branch of the erstwhile U.S. Information Agency and specialized in the symbolic transformation of grim realities, like CIA-sanctioned drug trafficking, into happy myths that promoted the mythological American way. In their effort to convert the world into one big chamber of commerce, the CIA and USIS employed all manner of media from TV, radio, and satellites to armed propaganda teams, wanted posters, and selective terror. As noted in the previous chapter, Scotton played a pioneering role in U.S. political and psychological operations in Vietnam. After graduating from American University's College of International Relations in 1961, he received a graduate assistantship to the East-West Center at the University of Hawaii. CIA officer Lucian Konin told me that Scotton was recruited into the CIA while there, though Scotton insisted that he wasn't. Scotton did, however, acknowledge the CIA-sponsored East-West Center's espionage function. It was a cover for a training program in which Southeast Asians were brought to Hawaii and trained to go back to Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos to create agent nets, he said. Scotton told Associate Professor of History Jeff Woods about his early days in Vietnam. Here's how Woods described what Psy-War expert Scotton did. He went into the countryside alone with a .45, a grease gun, and a bag of money. Scotton started in the Central Highlands arranging meetings with local officials and learning what he could about the Viet Cong's People's War. He also met the wild group of multinational other warriors trying to pacify the Highlands. In an abandoned shack near An Khe, he found Englishmen, Dick Noon, Norman Herbold, and a group of Malayans. Noon was especially interesting. His brother Pat had been an anthropologist in Malaya and the originator of Senoi dream theory, which held that the tribesmen's collective dream world could be shaped to influence group solidarity. Dick Noon had worked in Malaya shaping the dreams of the once peaceful Orang Asli Aborigines, organizing them into the Senoi Prak, a police unit noted for its ruthless slaughter of captured communist guerrillas. Noon convinced Scotton that his biggest problem in persuading the rural Vietnamese and Montagnards to brave the jungle and kill the VC was that he had not done it himself. The American immediately took the advice to heart. Whoever dared the vacuum could control the vacuum. Determined to earn the respect of the people he intended to recruit, the novice disappeared into the jungle alone. He slept by day and laid ambush by night. Unsure who was VC and who was not, he let several armed black pajama-clad Vietnamese pass by without confrontation. After a few days of this, he encountered Nai Luet, a CIA-trained Special Forces operative who was hunting VC in the area. Luet told Scotton in no uncertain terms that any ethnic Vietnamese he encountered on the trails in the highlands at night were VC. He then handed Scotton a World War I bayonet and told him that if he carried it, the local Montagnards would recognize it as the sign of a VC killer and an ally. Luet then disappeared back into the jungle. By the end of his first week in the vacuum, Scotton had killed more than a half-dozen VC guerrillas. Woods is describing Jason, the grotesque character wearing a goalie's mask in the popular slasher movies. When I speak of psycho CIA officers, think of Scotton. Who gave him the legal authority to go off on his own and kill all these people? Can CIA, USIS officers do anything they want, from drug dealing to mass murder? In any event, after proving his manhood the militant American way, Scotton turned his attention to energizing the Vietnamese through the carefully scripted political action that advanced American policies at the expense of the aspirations of average Vietnamese. In looking for people to mold into political cadres preaching the American line, Scotton turned to the CIA's defector program, which resided under cover of the State Department's Agency for International Development, and was named the Chu Hoi Open Arms Program. There Scotton found the raw material needed to prove the viability of his experimental political action program. In Pleiku Province, he worked with Captain Nguyen Thuy, a graduate of Fort Bragg's Special Warfare Center, who commanded the 4th Special Operations Detachment, and Thuy's case officer, U.S. Special Forces Captain Howard Walters. As part of their pilot program designed to induce defectors, Scotton, Walters, and Thuy set up an ambush in VC territory and waited until dark. When they spotted a VC unit, Scotton yelled in Vietnamese through a bullhorn, "You are being misled. You are being lied to. We promise you an education." Full of purpose and allegory, he shot a flare into the night sky and hollered, "Walk toward the light." To his surprise, 2 men defected, convincing him and his CIA bosses that a determined GVN unit could contest the VC in terms of combat and propaganda. Back in camp, Scotton told the defectors to divest themselves of untruths. We said that certainly the U.S. perpetrated war crimes, but so did the VC. We acknowledged that theirs was the stronger force, but that didn't mean that everything they did was honorable and good and just, Scotton said. Scotton called his method the motivational indoctrination program. Going national In 1965, Tom Donahue, the chief of the CIA's Covert Action Branch in Saigon, recognized the value of intelligence obtained through defectors, and in 1965, he authorized the establishment of Chu Hoi programs based on Scotton's motivational indoctrination method in each of South Vietnam's 44 provinces. In typical CIA style, there was nothing in writing, and nothing went through the central government. CIA officers managed the Chu Hoi program in the provinces, where the process worked as follows. Upon arriving at the Chu Hoi Center, the defector was interviewed, and if he had information on the VCI, sent to the local province interrogation center. If he had tactical military information, he was sent to military interrogators. If a defector had the potential to serve in one of the RD cadre programs, the CIA put him on a plane and sent him to its indoctrination center in Vung Tau, where he was plied with special attention and wowed with eye-popping gadgets. The training was rigorous, but the defectors were treated well. They received medical care for infections, and the food was full of protein. Next came political indoctrination, lasting from 40 to 60 days depending on the individual, in which previously conscripted defectors preached the beauty of the American way. They had a formal course, said Jim Ward, the CIA officer in charge of Phoenix and the Delta, 1967 to 1969. They were shown movies and given lectures on democracy. Upon graduation, each defector was given an ID card, a meal, money, and a chance to gain redemption by killing former comrades. The Chu Hoi program was thought to be so promising that in June 1967, Nelson Brickham incorporated it within the Phoenix program. Brickham appreciated Chu Hoi as one of the few areas where police and paramilitary advisors cooperated. He also viewed the defector program as a means for the CIA to develop unilateral penetrations unknown to the South Vietnamese police. By 1969, the defector program was a centerpiece of pacification and was managed by military PSYOPs teams like the one that penetrated NPR, replete with posters, banners, loudspeakers mounted on trucks, and leaflets falling from the skies. For example, on 22 January 1970, 38,000 leaflets were dropped over 3 villages in Go Vap district. Addressed to specific VCI cadres identified by RD teams, they read, "Since you have joined the NLF, what have you done for your family or your village and hamlet? Or have you just broken up the happiness of many families and destroyed houses and land? Some people among you have been awakened. They have deserted the communist ranks and were received by the GVN and the people with open arms and family affection. You should be ready for the end if you remain in the communist ranks. You will be dealing with difficulties bigger from day to day and will suffer serious failure when the ARVN expand strongly. You had better return to your family, where you will be guaranteed safety and helped to establish a new life." Defects in the program. The military CIA and USIS were so convinced by their own propaganda that they funded TV and radio shows and produced movies with real actors to spread the word. And from the language of scripted Phoenix reports, one would think that the Chu Hoi program was a rollicking success. All rallied VC, real and imagined, were included in Phoenix neutralization statistics, and by 1970, more than 100,000 were said to have been processed through 51 Chu Hoi centers. Many so-called defectors, however, simply regurgitated the American line in order to win amnesty. They considered defector programs as a chance for R&R. They made a quick visit to their families, enjoyed a home-cooked meal, and then returned to the war for independence. According to AID Public Safety Advisor Douglas McCollum, who monitored the Chu Hoi program in 3 provinces in Vietnam, it was the biggest hole in the net. They'd come in, we'd hold them, feed them, clothe them, get them a mat. Then we'd release them, and they'd wander around the city for a while, and then disappear. As American war managers knew full well, genuine defectors were pariahs in Vietnam's village-based culture. They could never go home. The same lesson applies in Afghanistan's tribal culture. In the 15 years of occupation, American and NATO forces are solely responsible for the deaths of thousands of innocent civilians. As a result, they have no popular support or connection to the people they wish to dominate. They can only reach the people through media like translated leaflets and bounty programs that offer rewards to traitors. Nothing could be a clearer indication of just how detached America's war managers are from the reality of life in Afghanistan's villages. And while the CIA relies on leaflets and motivational indoctrination programs to sell itself, the Taliban go from person to person, speaking a common tongue, proving that technology is no substitute for human contact. The tragedy is that America has no alternative to systematic brainwashing, and while brimming with the comic enthusiasm of an Amway convention or a Bible Belt religious revival, defector programs remain a serious business. Today they are conducted secretly at high-security CIA bases in Afghanistan and Iraq, and occasionally produce spectacular results. For example, when the Bush regime was preparing the American public for the invasion of Iraq, the CIA recruited high-level defectors from the Iraqi army. Offers of Swiss bank accounts and positions of power in the liberated Iraq of the future were balanced with CIA-prepared scripts the defectors read to the U.S. media. 2 such defectors were channeled to New York Times reporter Chris Hedges, who dutifully wrote an article titled, "Defectors Cite Iraqi Training for Terrorism" on 8 November 2001. The horrifying, though patently untrue idea that Iraq was training terrorists to attack America had the intended effect, and public support for the pending war grew. In hopes of acquiring similar sources for domestic propaganda coups, all defector debriefing reports are sent to CIA stations for analysis and possible use against the American public, which alone can be fooled. It's a risky business, as evidenced by the Jordanian defector who turned out to be a triple agent and blew up a handful of CIA officers at FOB Chapman. But it's the only game in town. The United States was defeated in Vietnam for just this reason, and though packaged as a new initiative, the latest Taliban defector buyout program simply heralds a replay of the Vietnam experience in Afghanistan. Nothing new in the grim world of counterinsurgency. Chapter 8. Disrupting the Accommodation. CIA killings spell victory in Afghanistan and defeat in America. Why, everyone wondered, did a suicide bomber target the CIA, knowing that the most violent gang on earth was going to start dropping bombs and slitting throats until its lust for revenge was satisfied? Over the course of its 70-year reign of terror, the CIA has overthrown countless governments, started innumerable wars, costing millions of innocent lives, and otherwise subverted and sabotaged friends and foes alike. Despite all this murder and mayhem, it has only lost around 100 officers. No one is supposed to kill CIA officers. No matter how many innocent women and children they destroy, CIA officers are the protected few. Why would the terrorists in Afghanistan suddenly deviate from the norm and throw the whole game into chaos? Consider the Afghan war veteran Micah Johnson, the black American who killed 5 Dallas cops in July 2016. Johnson was enraged because it doesn't matter how many black men cops kill, they are never punished. It doesn't matter that the cops have an accommodation with the criminal underworld, or that their bosses allow their gangster informants to move drugs into black communities. Cops are members of the Universal Brotherhood of Officers. They exist above the law, the end. Granted, the Universal Brotherhood of Officers is hard for civilians to find, let alone comprehend. It exists in the twilight zone between imagination and reality, in Bob Kerry's Fog of War, in the realm of the insulated ruling class. It is why officers of opposing formal armies have more in common with one another than they have with their own enlisted men. Officers are trained to think of enlisted men as cannon fodder. They know when they send a bunch of foot soldiers up a hill, some of them will die. That's why they do not fraternize. That's why it's illegal for a working-class individual like me to speak the name of an active-duty CIA officer. It's also why civilians can't know the names of CIA commandos who shoot pregnant women and dig the bullets out of their corpses. The laws only apply to the little people and the defenseless. Only grand poobahs like Deputy Secretary of State Richard Armitage, who leaked the name of CIA officer Valerie Plame to syndicated columnist Robert Novak back in 2003, can get away with it. Not only was it a felony, it was a political crime of the highest order, given that Armitage leaked Plame's name in retaliation for her husband, Joe Wilson, a career diplomat, having disproved the Bush's regime big lie that Saddam Hussein had obtained enough yellow cake to build a nuclear bomb. This class distinction is the basis of the sacred accommodation. It's why the Bush family, despite its repeated denials, had the FBI round up the Saudi royals and fly them out of the U.S. the day after 9/11. If anyone was a case officer to the bombers, or knew about their plans, he was among those protected few. CIA officers are at the pinnacle of the brotherhood. Blessed with fake identities and bodyguards, they fly around in private planes, live in villas, and kill with state-of-the-art technology. They tell army generals what to do. They direct congressional committees. They assassinate heads of state and innocent children equally, with impunity, with indifference. In Afghanistan, CIA officers manage the drug trade from their hammocks in the shade. Opium production has soared since they purchased the government in 2001. They watch in amusement as addiction rates soar among young people whose parents have been killed and whose minds have been damaged by 15 years of U.S. aggression. They don't care that the drugs reach America's inner cities. CIA officers have an accommodation with the protected Afghan warlords who convert opium into heroin and sell it to the Russian mob. It's no different than cops working with the mafia in America. It's an accommodation with an enemy that ensures the political security of the ruling class. The CIA is authorized to negotiate with the enemy, but only if the channels are secure and deniable. It happened during the Iran-Contra scandal, when President Reagan won the love of the American people by promising never to negotiate with terrorists, while his two-faced administration sent CIA officers to Tehran to sell missiles to the Iranians and use the money to buy guns for the drug-dealing Contras. In Afghanistan, the accommodation within the drug underworld provides the CIA with a secure channel to the Taliban leadership to negotiate on simple matters like prisoner exchanges. The exchange of British journalist Peter Moore for an Iraqi insurgent in CIA custody was an example of how the accommodation worked in Iraq. Moore was held by a Shia group allegedly allied to Iran, and his freedom depended entirely on the CIA reaching an accommodation with leaders of the Iraqi resistance. The details of such prisoner exchanges are never revealed, but always lead to secret negotiations over larger issues of strategic importance to both sides. The criminal espionage underworld in Afghanistan provides the intellectual space for any eventual reconciliation. There are always preliminary negotiations for a ceasefire, and in every modern American conflict, that's the CIA's job. For the CIA has the best intelligence on family relationships in any nation where the U.S. is operating. CIA officer John Mason directed the Phoenix program from 1969 to 1971. In a 19 August 1969 New York Times article, Terrence Smith quoted Mason as saying, "Sometimes family relationships are involved. We know very well that if one of our units picks up the district chief's brother-in-law, he's going to be released." Ed Brady, an Army officer detailed to the CIA and assigned to the Phoenix Directorate in Saigon, explained how the accommodation worked in Vietnam. Brady told me how he and his Vietnamese counterpart, Colonel Tan, were lunching at a restaurant in Dalat. Casually, Tan nodded at a woman eating noodle soup and drinking coffee at the table near theirs. Colonel Tan whispered that the woman was the Viet Cong province chief's wife. Brady, of course, wanted to grab her and use her for bait. Colonel Tan said to Brady, "You don't understand. You don't live the way we live. You don't have any family here. You're going to go home when this operation is over. You don't think like you're going to live here forever. But I have a home and a family and kids that go to school. I have a wife that has to go to market, and you want me to kidnap his wife? You want me to set a trap for him and kill him when he comes in to see his wife? If we do that, what are they going to do to our wives?" The VC didn't run targeted operations against top GVN officials either, Brady explained. There were set rules that you played by. If you conducted a military operation and chased them down fair and square in the jungle, that was okay. If they ambushed you on the way back from a military operation, that was fair. But to conduct these clandestine police operations and really get at the heart of things, that was kind of immoral to them. That was not cricket, and the Vietnamese were very, very leery of upsetting that. Obama's dirty war in Afghanistan relies largely on immoral operations in which wives and children are used as bait to trap husbands, or are killed as a way of punishing men in the resistance. That is why CIA officers reign supreme. Like Brady in Vietnam, they have no personal, religious, or social connection with the indigenous population. They are not bound by moral rules and are free to slaughter with impunity. The CIA plays the same role in Afghanistan that the Gestapo and SS Einsatzgruppen performed in France in World War II, terrorizing the urban resistance and partisan bands in the countryside by targeting their friends and families. The CIA's objective is to rip apart poor and working-class families, and in the process unravel the fabric of Afghan society until the Afghan people accept American domination. They don't care how long it takes either. Afghanistan is a means to get at Russia, similar to how Nixon played the China card in Vietnam. And that is why CIA officers were killed in Afghanistan. The Taliban have no reason to negotiate a settlement. They know history, and that the racist elites in America will never accommodate them. As I said in 2010, the CIA is utterly predictable. I said it would invoke the symbolic 100-to-1 rule made famous by the Gestapo and go on a killing spree, killing 100 Afghanis for every CIA officer killed until its lust for vengeance was satisfied. 2010 was indeed the deadliest year for civilians in Afghanistan since 2001. In 2013, the rate was still rising and included an alarming increase in women and children casualties, which reflected the changing dynamics of the conflict over the year, which was increasingly being waged in civilian communities and populated areas, the United Nations said. The statistics are skewed to blame civilian deaths on the Taliban, but even the U.S. military acknowledges the steady increase. As of June 2016, Afghans feel less secure than at any recent time, a new Pentagon report says, as Afghan battlefield deaths continue to escalate and civilian casualties hit a record high. Perceptions of security remain near all-time lows, the report said, adding that only 20% of Afghans surveyed in March called security good. That is a drop from 39% a year earlier. In the latest polling, 42% of Afghans said security is worse now than during the time of the Taliban, which ruled the country from 1996 to late 2001, when U.S. troops invaded to eliminate an al-Qaeda sanctuary. The report called the 42% figure a historic high. The Afghan people hate the Americans more and more, year after year. And that makes the CIA happy, insofar as it spells protracted war and increased profits for its sponsors in the arms industry. Afghan anger means more resistance, and more resistance provides a neat pretext for the eternal military occupation of a disposable nation strategically located near Russia and China. The Taliban will never surrender, and for the CIA, that means victory in Afghanistan. But it also means spiritual defeat for America, as it descends ever further into the black hole of self-deception, militarism, and covert operations. Chapter 9. The CIA in Ukraine. Ryan Dawson. This is Ryan Dawson of the ANC Report. With me today is Doug Valentine. I'm going to be asking him tonight about the CIA's role in Ukraine and in infiltrating the media. Mr. Valentine, it's a pleasure to have you back on the show. Valentine, it's my pleasure, thank you. Dawson, I want to ask you about this organization working with NGOs in the Ukraine. It's called United Action Center. I want to read something short from their page and get your thoughts. It says, the NGO Center UA has a strong professional human potential. The team has experience running projects in the sphere of European and Euro-Atlantic integration. At the same time, the Center UA consists of experts and activists who have experience in journalism, public service, PR, public activities, etc. Also, the Center UA has an extensive database of contacts with international experts, politicians, and journalists. At the moment, the Center UA is the coordinator of the New Citizens Public Campaign, which brings together around 40 NGOs. We know from the Carl Bernstein report on the media how much the CIA has infiltrated the media. Could you give your thoughts about Center UA and what they're doing there with 40 NGOs, supposedly to promote democracy and have activists and experienced journalists working together? Valentine. The Center UA is the organization that Pierre Omidyar co-founded 2 years ago. Center UA is an umbrella organization that is linked to various activist projects and NGOs, one of which is the New Citizen Campaign, which, according to the Financial Times, played a big role in getting the protest up and running. In fact, according to the Kyiv Post, the Center UA received more than $500,000 in 2012, 54% of which came from PACT Inc., a project funded by the U.S. Agency for International Development. Nearly 36% came from Omidyar Network, a foundation established by eBay founder Pierre Omidyar and his wife. Other donors include the International Renaissance Foundation, whose key funder is billionaire George Soros, and the National Endowment for Democracy, funded largely by the U.S. Congress. Why did Omidyar prove willing to come on board with such known regime change sponsors as USAID and NED, to say nothing of Soros? Where else is he cooperating? It should never be forgotten that this is the kind of company he keeps. Why? While Omidyar was born in Paris and his parents moved to Maryland from France when he was young, he appears to be of Iranian descent. His mother was a Farsi linguist, and as of 2016 is president of the Roshan Cultural Heritage Institute. As bizarre as it may seem, little information is publicly available about his father, including his name. He apparently was a urologist or surgeon at Johns Hopkins, and if that was the case, his name should be available. The secrecy suggests some sort of intelligence connection, perhaps to the type of upper-class émigré circles the CIA cultivates in America. It is a fact that the CIA station in Iran served as one of the agency's main bases for agent operations against the Soviets. The CIA and Mossad created SAVAK, the Shah's notorious internal political security service, and the Shah in turn gave the CIA a free hand to run operations against the Soviets. Maybe Pierre Omidyar is accessible to U.S. foreign policy agencies due to some prior family connections. Maybe that accounts for why he spent a few $100,000, a paltry sum for a billionaire, to help put the Center UA in place in the Ukraine, so the CIA could run operations against the Russians like it did out of Iran. I've never heard any explanation from inquisitive Glenn Greenwald. When it comes to his sugar daddy's monkey business, Greenwald's policy is pure see no, hear no, speak no evil. Why? Is that the quid pro quo for the handout? What I do know is that billionaires like Omidyar and George Soros and the Rockefellers, to say nothing of USAID and NED, aren't funding political action out of the goodness of their hearts. They're doing it to advance their interests. That's why an organization like Center UA is created, to advance the interests of its financial backers. To me, it looks like a CIA-facilitated mechanism to create a crisis in Ukraine and exploit it. The 40 NGOs it coordinates are perfectly placed to provide cover for covert CIA political action. The Center UA does, in fact, coordinate politicians and journalists with experts on international affairs and public relations. It says so on its website. All these people are involved in managing information. Maybe they're linked on a private server like Hillary Clinton used while Secretary of State. It will have occurred to the political and Psy-war experts in the CIA's digital dark army that they could easily garner public support for their color revolutions by creating websites that unite and direct people, that they could manipulate potential rebels using the same, albeit updated motivational indoctrination methods people like Frank Scotton pioneered in Vietnam. The Center UA's public relations experts certainly guide pro-American candidates in Kiev the same way American PR people manipulated Boris Yeltsin in Moscow. As is well known, Yeltsin gave away the store after he became president of the Russian Federation. In the same way the CIA promoted Yeltsin, Center UA journalists certainly make sure that pro-American politicians get favorable press. They spin the facts in such a way that Omidyar, who has made their operation possible, will be happy. The Center UA's stated purpose was to pull Ukraine out of the Russian orbit and deliver it to Western corporations. And that's what happened, along with obligatory political payoffs. Indeed, a few short years after Center UA was established, Vice President Joe Biden's son joined the board of directors of the largest Ukraine gas producer, Burisma Holdings. Hunter Biden heads Burisma's legal department and liaises with international organizations. The book Flashpoint in Ukraine provides ample evidence that the Obama regime and its privateering corporate partners overthrew the pro-Russian Ukraine government and installed a government packed with neo-Nazis and American elites. They did this for their own enrichment, and yet the U.S. media never made it an issue. It's business as usual. The average Ukrainian citizen doesn't benefit, just the super-predator American elite who organized the coup. It's amazing to behold. Biden's smash-and-grab operation occurred in 2014. In 2016, another super-predator, Natalie Jaresko, took control of Data Group, the company that controls Ukraine's telecom market. Jaresko at one time held a top job at the State Department, coordinating the trade and commerce agencies that dealt with the former Soviet Union, including the Overseas Private Investment Corporation. Check her out on Wikipedia. She's a part of the global elite. the IMF, World Bank, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development Network. In the Clinton administration, she served as chief of the economics section of the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine and helped pave the way for the coup d'etat that occurred there 20 years later. These coups take years to organize. Many more are planned. Geresko acquired Ukrainian citizenship on the same day as her appointment as Minister of Finance of Ukraine in 2014. Next, she squeezed her competitor, the owner of Data Group, out of business, using the kind of foreign currency loan debt scam favored by mafia hoods and economic hitmen. That's how freewheeling capitalists work. They overload targeted nations and business people with debt and then clean them out. Again, not a word of protest from the mainstream media. It's free trade in action. The CIA plays a central role in these schemes, doing the illegal but plausibly deniable things that require high-tech espionage and underworld assets, reaching into police files or using private investigators to get dirt on people, then setting them up and blackmailing them. These kinds of subversion operations can't be done publicly by the likes of Biden or Geresko or their PR people. Foreign shakedowns have to be done secretly through the criminal underworld, and that's where the CIA comes into play. Other times the media plays the central role. In the U.S., for example, people win elections through negative campaigning. The Democratic Party hires investigators to get dirt on Republican candidates. Republicans do the same thing. The truth doesn't matter because events are happening instantaneously. Hyperbole becomes fact before anyone can respond. Senator Elizabeth Warren reportedly claimed to be part Native American in her application to Harvard, and once she started campaigning for Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump called her Pocahontas every chance he got. There are all sorts of ways within the eternal present of spectacular domination of influencing events through manufactured scandals and misrepresentations without it being illegal or secret. It just requires celebrity status, a Twitter account, and the attention of the networks of information control. As Guy Debord said long before the Internet in his book Comments on the Society of the Spectacle, one aspect of the disappearance of all objective historical knowledge can be seen in the way that individual reputations have become malleable and alterable at will by those who control all information, information which is gathered, and also, an entirely different matter, information which is broadcast. Their ability to falsify is thus unlimited. Anyone can be smeared, and apart from the unknown protected few in the CIA and national security establishment, there's no defense. Overseas, the CIA is perpetually collecting information on adversaries like Vladimir Putin and passing it along to the Western media, which rejoices in spinning it a million different ways. What is less well known is the CIA is engaged in tipping the balance in the domestic as well as international contests. That's why it's secret and why all the privateers protect it. They share the same business ideology. CIA officers, PR people, journalists, politicians, and academics who get paid to give expert testimony on Fox or MSNBC are knowingly manipulating social and political movements here in the U.S., just like they do for the Ukrainian opposition or the Venezuelan opposition. The CIA sets up Twitter accounts and Facebook pages and social websites to move people into mass organizations to achieve its secret ends. In May 2016, Twitter cut off U.S. intelligence agencies from a service that sifts through the entire output of Twitter's social media postings. The guilty party was the CIA's open-source enterprise, which contracted with a private contractor, Dataminer, through the CIA's ubiquitous venture capital fund, In-Q-Tel, to spy on American citizens. Such super-secret intelligence operations are frequently used as cover for highly illegal, offensive counterintelligence operations. Dawson. We saw the National Endowment for Democracy, which is totally CIA, at the forefront in the Ukraine. But why does the CIA need so many NGOs as middlemen? What is their purpose for having 40 different non-governmental organizations? Valentine. I'll give you an example. When the CIA moved into Vietnam, which had a culture the U.S. hadn't dealt with before, the first thing it did was buy a lot of property. This was during the First Indochina War, and they did this clandestinely through cutouts, so they'd have safe houses to set up organizations later on. It's always best for them to buy real estate during times of crisis when prices are down. Like Trump always says, buy low, and when are prices lowest? As Baron Rothschild famously said, when there's blood in the streets. The CIA bought huge tracts of property in Saigon in between 1952 and 1955, During the First Indochina War, when there was blood on the streets, the CIA bought prime property at 10% of its value. That's the first step: get your nose in the tent. These buildings served as places where CIA officers could meet their agents and plot dirty deeds. They passed some to NGOs and civil organizations to operate. William Colby introduced me to one of his cohorts, Clyde Bauer, the CIA officer who ran Air America in Vietnam in the early days. Bauer told me he set up South Vietnam's Foreign Relations Council, Chamber of Commerce, and Lions Club to create a strong civil base. That's what the CIA is doing in Ukraine through the Center UA. It's creating a pro-American civil base from which political candidates emerge. The CIA influences politics in foreign nations in many ways. CIA officers are constantly funneling money to all political parties, right and left, and establishing long-range agents to monitor and manipulate political developments. That's standard operating procedure. The next thing the CIA does is seize control of a nation's secret services. That's what they did in Vietnam and in Ukraine. As I've explained elsewhere, they offer training and high-tech gadgetry to people in the secret services. They corrupt them and use them for their own purposes, like they used Savak in Iran. It's highly illegal to suborn officials in foreign nations. We don't like it when it's done to us, and it's not something even an influential billionaire like Omidyar is trained to do, although his private security force is probably staffed by former CIA officers who do know how to do it. The CIA infiltrates all the political parties, and as soon as a politician they own is in place, right or left, they can elevate him or her to defense minister or interior minister. These ministers are on the CIA payroll and appoint military, security, and police officials who do the CIA's bidding. The CIA tries to place its people throughout the captive nation's government and civil society. In South America, they recruit junior military officers via the School of the Americas, now innocuously renamed, and when the time is right, have them stage a coup with the support of all the other people they've been cultivating for years, sometimes decades. U.S. corporations need the CIA to put these parallel governments in place. The CIA penetrates the military and security services and simultaneously creates a civil base through deniable organizations like Center for UA. This is how societies are ruled when there's no overwhelming popular support, through the ownership of property and by having the proper people in government and civic institutions. The CIA recruits people in place, like Lech Wałęsa in Poland. Often the people running the unions are on the CIA payroll. People running the education system, too. The CIA can recruit these people because it has so much money. The Russians can't compete when billionaires like George Soros are sprinkling $1 million here and $5 million there, money that goes into building civic institutions that are ideologically attuned. Whether people do it for love or money, or belief of a brighter future, the CIA is manipulating the social and political processes. Its officers and their agents are recruiting people and putting them in place, having them sign contracts that effectively say, in exchange for working for us in advancing our interests here in Kiev, you will get $100,000 in a Swiss bank account and your life will be rosy. It's illegal. It's treasonous. You can't take money from a foreign intelligence agency and work against your own country, but that is what the CIA is doing in the Ukraine right now and around the world on a massive scale. Dawson, I wanted to ask you about that human intelligence. What is the Intelligence Community Directive 304? Valentine. That came out in 2009. If anybody wants to read it, it's only 4 or 5 pages long. It spells out in broad, simplistic terms what the FBI, the CIA, and the Department of Defense do for the National Director of Intelligence in terms of human. The position of Director of National Intelligence didn't exist until Bush became president in 2001. Until then, the person who supervised all intelligence operations was the Director of the CIA, who doubled as Director of all intelligence agencies. After 9/11, the CIA Director was no longer officially overseeing all other intelligence agencies. That role passed to the new Director of National Intelligence, which since 2010 is a position held by James Clapper. The DNI job was created by Bush to enable more political control over domestic intelligence operations. In 2009, the Director of National Intelligence issued Directive 304 to define the jobs of the military, CIA, and FBI. The most recent online copy has redactions. They cut out parts about what the CIA does. It's standard to classify the names of CIA officers in the Ukraine, what their cover positions are, who they've bribed and suborned. If the president of the Rotary Club or the police chief in Kiev is a CIA agent, those things are classified because they are illegal. But now, thanks to Directive 304, you can't even know what is unclassified about CIA operations. That is how bad it has gotten. Again, it's all about the control of information. They don't want you to know anything. That's how they exert power over you. Your rulers are obsessed with controlling information and not letting you know what goes on, the same way Greenwald hides his treasure trove of NSA documents obtained from Snowden and dribbles out only what he wants you to see, because a person's or an institution's power is directly equivalent to its ability to control the information upon which its power depends. Dawson, and to profit from it. Valentine, that's the whole point. Democracy is corrupted when your government prevents you from knowing what the CIA is doing. That kind of secrecy is the antithesis of democracy. If the public doesn't know what's going on, then it has no control over its fate. Americans have given up so much control, so much freedom. Dawson, every time they declassify something, we find out it had nothing to do with sensitive secrets. It's just hiding illegal activity. That's it. Valentine, the CIA isn't conducting secret illegal actions around the world to bring class, gender, and racial harmony to America, or encourage Palestinians and Jews to hold hands and sing Pepsi commercials together. The CIA is doing this on behalf of the Clintons and Bushes. They do it for Omidyar and Bill Gates and George Soros and the people who rule us. Dawson, they are the secretive military wing of the plutocrats. Valentine, yep. Phil Agee called the CIA capitalism's invisible army. The CIA isn't doing illegal things so the minimum wage will go up, or so that bankers will be more careful about selling mortgages to people who can't afford them. They're working with the bankers. They want Ukrainians putting their money in a Morgan Stanley brokerage firm in Kiev. They want to suck the life out of Ukrainians. That is what the CIA is there for, and they are very careful and cautious about whom they recruit to achieve that goal. Dawson, they want things that have intrinsic value. Property, farming. Valentine, yeah. The first thing they want is property, and the best way to drive prices down is to start a war. People are fleeing war zones in Iraq, Libya, and Syria. As soon as that happens, prices go down, and corporate privateers like Omidyar, Biden, and Jaresko go swooping in. Dawson, the IMF engages in predatory lending to push people into debt, so they have to start selling assets to pay the piper. When Ukraine started making deals with the Russians, suddenly there's a coup d'etat. It just makes me laugh that the NGOs that are coordinated by the Center UA are talking about spreading democracy when the current government in Western Ukraine was appointed. Valentine, sure. The history of the U.S. intelligence operations in Ukraine is educational. OSS officers in World War II released Stepan Bandera from prison in 1944. Bandera was a Nazi collaborator whose militia slaughtered Poles, Jews, and communist workers on the Eastern Front. The U.S. recruited Bandera so he could fight the advancing Soviet Union. Nothing has changed. Just over 10 years ago, the CIA initiated its Orange Revolution for the same purpose, to thwart the Russians. It was one of the first color revolutions, and it involved the same people the CIA employed in its coup in 2014. Dawson, the dioxin poison scandal. Valentine, the wife of the acting president of the Ukraine in 2014 is an American, and she's part of a Ukrainian exile faction. The CIA has a stable full of exiles from everywhere. Ngo Dinh Diem was living in exile in America when Ed Lansdale and the CIA installed him as president in South Vietnam. He was sweeping floors at Mary Knoll Seminary in Lakewood, New Jersey. They keep their exiles in storage and activate them and their agent networks when required. A current example is Fethullah Gulen, the America-based Turkish exile and business magnate who tried to overthrow Prime Minister Erdogan in July 2016. As Joshua Cook reported in 2014, Gulen came to the United States in 1999 due to cited health problems and has stayed in the United States after gaining his visa with help from former CIA officials. The FBI previously resisted granting permanent residency status to Gulen. According to leaked cables, parts of the U.S. government believed that Gulen is a radical Islamist whose moderate message cloaks a more sinister and radical agenda. Cook reported that Gulen-inspired schools are the largest charter network in the U.S. and receive approximately $150 million a year in taxpayer money. There are about 130 of these charter schools in 26 states, where the majority of the teachers are from Turkey, and many of the contracts for construction and operation have gone to Turkish businesses. Those actions have raised red flags for the U.S. government. People like Diem and Gulen come out from under their rocks and fill the governmental and civic institutions the CIA creates in nations it subverts. This is another thing it does all around the world. Dawson, we saw in Cuba, for example, the CIA actually hired out Meyer Lansky and the Mafia to do its dirty work. Then we see the Ukrainian government hiring out a bunch of neo-Nazis. Valentine, as usual, I was taking the long road to get to my point, but yes, the CIA has been operating with Ukrainian exiles since the end of World War II, when they hired Reinhard Gehlen. Gehlen had been the chief anti-Soviet spy for the German army. U.S. Army intelligence hired Gehlen in 1945, but as soon as the CIA was formed, it grabbed him and put him in charge of Eastern Europe. The CIA used this former Nazi to reactivate the spy networks he had in Ukraine, Poland, Latvia, all the Eastern European countries. And these old Nazi spies and saboteurs went to work for the CIA. Dawson, they did the same thing in Japan. They got Yakuza and former Japanese spies to spy on the Chinese. They needed that intelligence, and they didn't have enough Chinese speakers or people who could infiltrate. So they kept the same imperial Japanese who had been there during World War II. Valentine, all of this is illegal, but this is what the CIA does all around the world. It's been doing it in the Ukraine for generations. It has the grandchildren of Nazis on its payroll, an incredible infrastructure of neo-Nazi secret agents who've been battling against Russia for 70 years. The Russians know their names, where they live, where the CIA has its safe houses, but the American public has no clue. They think the crisis began today because of the way the news is presented. The journalists, their editors, the industry owners, the publishers, which now include Omidyar, don't want you to know about all the illegal activities the CIA is involved in on their behalf. So the owners of the New York Times and the Washington Post hire editors who will direct reporters in such a way that they never report on what the CIA is doing. Dawson, some of them are CIA. Valentine, journalism in the U.S. is a traditional cover for CIA officers. And when the owners of the media aren't covering for the CIA, they're selling commercial time slots to the multinational corporations that in turn are selling you commodities made in sweatshops in foreign nations that have been subverted by the CIA. You could almost say there's no such thing as factual reporting. It's as valuable as most of the overpriced commodities people buy to elevate their status. Everything is twisted and delivered in 9-second sound bites. So you'll buy something, not know something, or forget about something. Dawson, if anyone is confused, just look at the reporting on Ukraine, or the reporting during the build-up to the Iraq War. Look how uniform all these three-letter networks were. The reporting got debunked online, yet on television you had a completely one-sided story. It's pro-war, pro-coup d'etat. Valentine, the problem, in my opinion, is not that the CIA infiltrated journalism, but rather that the CIA is promoting the business of journalism, which is actually the advertising branch of capitalism. They're working together. The reliable journalists who report on the CIA, guys like Seymour Hersh, never say the things I'm saying here. The CIA and the media are part of the same criminal conspiracy. You're never going to learn anything substantive by reading what mainstream reporters dish out about the CIA. You can't take a journalism course in CIA Criminal Conspiracies 101. Dawson, that's why I made a documentary film called Decades of Deception that went over a bunch of covert operations that have been busted wide open, that the CIA was involved with or completely in control of. But getting that out there is a drop in the bucket compared to what the mass media disseminates, and how much bull we're fed in school and from television. Valentine, American society, since its creation 240 years ago, has had as its goal the enrichment and empowerment of a small group of property owners and their succeeding generations, who, after they conquered the continent, took over the world. The civic and government institutions in the USA have been organized for over 240 years to advance that purpose. The fact that the CIA came along 70 years ago and pushed the process forward by doing illegal things on an industrial basis hasn't changed the thrust of the American empire and its frontmen. The people who control the Center UA and manage its operations in Ukraine are doing the same thing here. It's the same rulers. It's the same PR people and journalists, the same politicians, and they are doing the same things. Just trace the provenance of so many of them. Dawson, And they can distort massive events. I mean, trying to get one newspaper or one talking head to mention that Palestine is under occupation. It will never happen. Never. Valentine. And yet people really think that they have freedom here. I guess it's all relative. But if you start to know a little bit, you realize you don't know much truth at all. Dawson. The internet is making a small dent in it, but not enough. Not yet, but I have hope in it anyway. Valentine. I'm 66. When I started writing back in the early 1980s, it could take a month to get in touch with someone to learn a particular fact. Things are faster now, but CIA is faster now too. It created a new digital directorate so it can more perfectly control internet information. The control of scientific and technological information is as important as the control of words, the intellectual information that is written down or broadcast. Control of scientific information is a means of controlling our ideas and assumptions about things. Just as the CIA is at the forefront of propaganda on the internet, its science and technology division is at the forefront of shaping the industries that run the world. The CIA is at the forefront of drone and weapons technology, any kind of technological advancements that only serve and enrich the ruling class. The CIA is at the forefront of that research and development, and that goes for the internet too. Back in the mid-1990s, I took a class in the hypertext language, and to my surprise, we were taught that all information was routed through superprocessors in Langley. Putin recently said that the internet was a CIA special project, and he was right. I remember when the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency came out with ARPANET, which started helping us to access information in college libraries back in the early 1990s. It was all done under the Department of Defense, which was fronting for the CIA. So our internet capabilities are a new freedom, but at the same time we enjoy this freedom by the leave of the CIA. If they wanted to, they could shut it down in a minute. They control it, and they monitor every aspect of it. If we actually were doing something that threatened them, they would know about it in a nanosecond, and our activities would be stopped. But we're just mosquitoes. Dawson. The FCC has already moved to destroy net neutrality in the U.S. I see that internet freedom as kind of a black swan. You have all these commercial purposes, definitely. People like Omidyar making money selling things online. But I am not sure if they worried that there would be people who would become self-made journalists and start reporting on all the horrible things they do. Valentine. People are addicted to the internet now, and if Bill Gates or Omidyar wanted to, they could start charging you $1 a day. It's like a drug. Well, the first shot is for free, and now it's time for them to start charging. Nothing happening on the internet right now is indicative of what's going to be going on in 5 years. This whole internet fantasy could turn nightmarish very soon. Dawson. Well, that's pretty dark, but you may be right. At least they are charging people on the service end to provide it, and they are not happy about it. But you can completely control information if you can decide who is fast and who is slow. That is all it takes. Valentine. If you were an internet entrepreneur, how many different ways do you think you could come up with making millions off it? People are addicted to iPhones and texting. The entrepreneurs are hanging around the schoolyard, and they are giving you free Skype. The CIA, too. If the Brits could get away with pushing opium on China in 1848, what makes you think the CIA won't do it here now? Dawson. Do opium? Ha! Valentine. We'll have to come back in 5 years and see if I'm right. Dawson. I'm not arguing against you. I just don't want to believe it. You know, because it's dark. Valentine. Enjoy the good times, because these little bits of freedom that we have now may be the last. You don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. It's like Directive 304, which you could once find online, but is now classified. Civil liberties are diminishing, not increasing. The Supreme Court just said that nobody can challenge Obama's right to detain. Dawson. He kills without trial, too. Valentine. They can do anything, and it's not going to get better as resources diminish. As the income inequality gap widens, these trends are just going to get worse. Dawson. Yeah. They had the largest corporate bailout in history, and no one went to jail. There were some protests, but then it faded away. And that was after a $16 trillion bailout of these financial institutions, plus the Federal Reserve jumping in after that with even more money. Valentine. That is the perfect example of why we do not live in a democracy. At the time they did some polls, and 90% of the American public did not want the government to bail out the banks. These were decisions made by our secret rulers. All the big decisions in our democracy are made by them. Dawson. And mass media agreed with it. Too big to fail. Valentine. Yeah, that's a catchy slogan. And there are fewer rulers all the time, and more of us schleppers on the outside who are paying their bills. Dawson. Well, get out your pitchforks, people. Chapter 10. War Crimes as Policy. Co-authored with Nicholas J.S. Davies. In February 2013, The Guardian and BBC Arabic unveiled a documentary film exploring the role of retired Colonel James Steele in the recruitment, training, and initial deployments of the CIA-advised and funded Special Police Commandos in Iraq. The documentary was a departure from mainstream reporting in that it told how the commandos tortured and murdered tens of thousands of Iraqi men and boys. But the commandos are only one of America's many weapons of human destruction in Iraq. Along with U.S. military forces that murder indiscriminately, CIA-funded death squads that murdered selectively, and the CIA's Palace Guard, the Iraqi Special Operations Forces, the commandos are part of a genocidal campaign that had killed about 10% of the Sunni Arabs of Iraq by 2008 and driven half of all Sunnis from their homes. Including economic sanctions and a 50-year history of sabotage and subversion, America and its Iraqi collaborators have visited far more death and destruction on Iraq than Saddam Hussein and his Ba'athist regime. Driven into fanaticism by the brutal invasion and occupation, many thousands of Sunnis then formed the Islamic State of Iraq, ISI. After being decimated by U.S. forces, ISI was reinforced by former Ba'athist military and intelligence officers, as well as foreign mercenaries from places like Chechnya. Now known as ISIS, the militant Sunni resistance seized vast stretches of land in Iraq and Syria. Only as recently as June 2016 was it finally driven out of Fallujah. In the weeks after the documentary, American pundits began cataloging the horrors that had piled up by 2013. They told how the Bush and Obama regimes killed more than 1 million Iraqis, displaced around 5 million, and imprisoned and tortured hundreds of thousands without trial. The photos that were released of brutality at Abu Ghraib prison give but an inkling of the terror to which the Iraqis were subjected. The draconian administrative detention laws, systematic torture and executions that characterize the occupation are still in place in 2016. The Prime Minister's office, a position now held by Haidar Jawad Qadim al-Abad, is where the CIA-managed counter-terrorism service is still ensconced. In May 2016, the CTS gained fame for leading the U.S. offensive to take back Fallujah from ISIS forces that had occupied the city since 2014. Iraqi soldiers and the national police forces assisted. The systematic oppression the Americans imposed upon Iraq meets the definition of genocide in the Genocide Convention and violates multiple articles of the Geneva Conventions guaranteeing protection to civilians in time of war. But the guilty Americans have gone unpunished for their war crimes, not least of which was falsifying intelligence about Iraq's non-existent weapons of mass destruction. British legal advisers repeatedly warned their government in 2003 that invading Iraq would be a crime of aggression, which they called one of the most serious offenses under international law. For anyone familiar with the CIA, the systematic oppression was predictable. But the U.S. government, as usual, destroyed and concealed most of the hard evidence of its war crimes, making it harder to prove. And the media is content to revise history and focus public attention on frontmen like Steele rather than the institutions, in particular the CIA, for whom they work. History, however, provides contextual evidence that what happened in Iraq amounts to an official but unstated policy of carefully planned war crimes. Indeed, the CIA modeled the Iraqi Special Police Commandos on the special police forces it organized and funded in Vietnam. In November 2000, Counterpunch published an article describing how former Congressman Rob Simmons, while serving as a CIA officer in Vietnam, created the Special Intelligence Force Unit, SIFU, on which the Iraqi Special Police Commandos are very likely modeled. There are other examples. As we were reminded by The Guardian, Steele headed the U.S. Military Advisory Group in El Salvador, 1984 to 1986, where U.S.-advised Salvadoran units were responsible for thousands of cases of torture and extrajudicial killing. Operating in both rural and urban areas, they were directed against anyone opposing U.S. policy. always leftists advocating the things most hated by the CIA: land reform and redistribution of wealth from oligarchs to workers. The CIA's death squads in El Salvador were periodically moved from one administrative cover to another to confuse investigators. The CIA played this shell game with its special police commandos in Iraq as well, rebranding them as the National Police following the exposure of one of their secret torture centers in November 2005. In its finest Madison Avenue marketing traditions, the CIA renamed the commandos' predatory Wolf Brigade the Freedom Brigade, bringing to mind Reagan's description of the Contras as freedom fighters. In Vietnam, the CIA built an archipelago of secret torture centers to process the hundreds of thousands of suspects that were kidnapped by its mercenary army of counter-terrorists. All around the world, CIA officers and their military sidekicks teach modern torture techniques and design the torture centers concealed within the national security establishment's network of military posts. Along with the CIA's stations, those posts are the secret government's infrastructure for full-spectrum dominance. Major Joe Blair, the director of instruction at the School of the Americas, 1986 to 89, described the training the U.S. gave to Latin American officers as follows. The doctrine that was taught was that if you want information, you use physical abuse, false imprisonment, threats to family members, and killing. If you can't get the information you want, if you can't get that person to shut up or to stop what they're doing, you simply assassinate them, and you assassinate them with one of your death squads. In 2000, the School of the Americas was renamed the Western Hemisphere Institute for Security Cooperation. But as Blair testified at a trial of SOA Watch protesters in 2002, there are no substantive changes besides the name. They teach the identical courses that I taught, and change the course names and use the same manuals. General Paul Gorman, who commanded U.S. forces in Central America in the mid-1980s, defined this type of warfare based on systematic war crimes as a form of warfare repugnant to Americans, a conflict which involves innocents, in which non-combatant casualties may be an explicit object. Another problem with the official narrative, apart from historical amnesia, is that each new war crime is viewed as an isolated incident, and when the dots are connected, the media's focus is always on some shadowy character like Steele. To its credit, The Guardian made a feeble attempt to connect Steele to the former director of the Central Intelligence Agency, David Petraeus, and former Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. But it ignored the overarching reality that the entire national security establishment is staffed by the same right-wing ideologues who power the U.S. government's unstated policy of waging systematic war crimes for profit. We know perfectly well who these militants are. The problem is that they regularly have lunch with the reporters whom the American public, in its naivete, trusts to expose them and their criminal conspiracy. For example, on 17 March 2013, CNN talking head Fareed Zakaria had Donald Gregg on his show to discuss North Korea. Zakaria introduced Gregg as President George H.W. Bush's national security advisor in the 1980s. But he did not mention that Gregg, while the senior CIA officer in 3 Corps in Vietnam, helped to develop the repugnant form of warfare described by General Gorman. Nor did Zakaria explain how Gregg oversaw its application in El Salvador through the CIA's back-channel counter-terror network. Gregg's plan, adopted by Steele in El Salvador and then Iraq, requires CIA advisors to coordinate the occupied nation's civilian security services, like the Iraqi Special Police, with military intelligence and civil affairs units, in order to provide reaction forces units with timely information on the location of guerrillas, whose hideouts are bombed by U.S. warplanes and then ravaged in My Lai-style cordon and search operations in which counter-terror death squads hunt enemy cadres in their homes. In Vietnam, Gregg and his CIA companions, many of whom migrated to El Salvador, put together a chart of VC political cadres from battered detainees. The abused detainees were forced to point out on a map where their comrades were hiding. Next, the CIA officers piled the detainees into a helicopter and had them point out the hiding places on the ground. A CT team would then snatch the targeted VC cadres and bring them to the CIA's secret torture center, run by a CIA-paid and owned special police officer, the kind of guy Steele advised in Iraq. We brought guys in from the national prison to flesh out the reports, Gregg said about one particular operation. We had guys analyzing reports, marking photographs, putting the pictures together on the wall, and then photographing that. That led to 96 people in the organization. Using military intelligence, we took photos of the houses where they lived. Then we took the photos back to the helicopter where we had the 23 people who were hooded, and they circled the faces of the cadres. There's more historical evidence of CIA tactics, but the Pink Plan, developed by CIA officers Greg, Rudy Enders, and Felix Rodriguez in Vietnam, is the same basic plan the CIA exported to El Salvador and that Steele applied in Iraq. After finishing with Greg, Zakaria took a commercial break and returned with Paul Wolfowitz, President George W. Bush's Deputy Secretary of Defense and a member of the Bush's Office of Special Plans, which planned and promoted the terror war on Iraq. Zakaria, how do you think about, as an American policymaker, the issue of, was it worth the price in American lives and treasure, by some estimates, $1 trillion? Wolfowitz, I would like as much as anyone to be able to say, let's forget about the Persian Gulf. Let's forget about the larger Middle East. But that part of the world isn't leaving us alone. Al-Qaeda isn't leaving us alone. Pakistan isn't leaving us alone. I think our interests and our values would be advanced if we stick with it. Zakaria did not ask Wolfowitz what he meant by leaving us alone. War criminals waive press passes. Given the history of America's genocidal wars in Vietnam and Central America, it is unfortunate that The Guardian limited itself to establishing that Steele and his administrative bosses, General David Petraeus and Donald Rumsfeld, underwrote systematic torture and extrajudicial killing. What needs to be stressed is that thousands of Americans, including unelected political cadres like Wolfowitz, and scores of journalists with access to them like Zakaria, know that the CIA-owned Ministry of Interior operates more than a dozen secret prisons. They know what goes on in them, too. As one Iraqi general told the filmmakers, drilling, murder, torture, the ugliest sorts of torture I've ever seen. Likewise, the composition and operations of special police death squads, an American interviewee said, were discussed openly, wherever it was, at staff meetings, and were common knowledge across Baghdad. Common knowledge never shared with the public. It is a testament to the power of U.S. information warfare that this policy of systematic war crimes comes as a surprise to the general public. Such is the power of national security state insiders like David Korn and Michael Isikoff, who happily turn a policy of calculated war crimes into the hubris of a few sexy mad patriots whom the establishment is glad to scandalize but never prosecute. Certainly people have to be reminded, and the young have to learn, that America's policy of war crimes for profit cannot exist without the complicity of the mainstream media, which shamelessly exploits our inclination to believe that our leaders behave morally. As George Orwell wrote in 1945, the nationalist not only does not disapprove of atrocities committed by his own side, but he has a remarkable capacity for not even hearing about them. Belligerent nationalism is understood in America as the essence of patriotism, and this veneration for militants is taught to all budding reporters at journalism schools, along with the sacred code of silence. Which is why when insider Seymour Hersh reported that the CIA and Israel were training special forces assassination squads for deployment in Iraq based on the Phoenix program model, he described it in a bloodless manner that made it seem necessary and, at worst, a mistake. But war crimes are not a mistake. They are a repugnant and thoroughly intentional form of modern American warfare. Hersh quoted a former CIA station chief as saying, "We have to resuscitate Iraqi intelligence, holding our nose, and have Delta and agency shooters break down doors and take them, the insurgents, out." Hold your nose, Seymour, and cheer the war crimes. When insider Amy Goodman at Democracy Now! Interviewed Hersh about the Phoenix-style murder program, she didn't ask if it amounted to a policy of war crimes. When insider Zakaria had Wolfowitz on the hot seat, he failed to question him about the war crimes he plotted and committed. All this media psy-war is waged in the name of maintaining morale, to make us feel good about our leaders, Wolfowitz, Pearl, Frum, and Faith, and the war crimes they commit in our name. After the CIA death squads eliminated the senior leadership of the Iraqi government in 2003, they targeted mid-level Ba'ath Party members, a large portion of Iraq's middle class. Cover for this needless rampage was provided by Newsweek's top national security propagandist, John Barry, who quoted an army officer as saying, "The Sunni population is paying no price for the support it is giving to the terrorists. From their point of view, it is cost-free. We have to change that equation." How did they change the equation? In one case, U.S. forces held the general's 3 sons as hostages to persuade him to defect. But instead of releasing his sons as promised, they staged an elaborate mock execution of his youngest son before torturing the general himself to death. All of it is covered up. Not one victim featured on TV. All you'll ever see is ISIS beheading people. If you were to believe the New York Times, America's newspaper of record, it doesn't know the names of the CIA officers in Iraq behind these barbaric practices. Publishers may claim that the Intelligence Identity Protection Act prevents them from naming names, but they could describe the jobs and tell us what's being done. But they don't even do that. And that self-censorship is what the policy of war crimes depends upon. The Times conceals the criminal conspiracy waged by militant elites that undermines our democracy. We will never learn the truth about how the CIA nurtured the exile leadership it installed in Iraq, or how it organized the Ministry of Interior as its private domain, replete with a computerized list of every Iraqi citizen and every detail of their lives. The Times could at least describe the CIA as keeper of the hit lists, blackmail central. But it won't, because it's a family affair. As we know, the Iraqi National Congress was headed by Ahmed Chalabi, the CIA-sponsored source on the myth of weapons of mass destruction, hand-delivered to Times reporter Judy Miller, now a member of the Council on Foreign Relations and a Fox News analyst. Chalabi's lies and Miller's dutiful reporting of them were a major pretext for the war on Iraq. What is never mentioned is that the Iraqi National Congress was founded and funded by the CIA, and that one of its leaders was the exiled General Hassan al-Naqib. The CIA handpicked al-Naqib's son, Falah al-Naqib, as interim interior minister in Iraq, and in return for the favor, Falah appointed his uncle, General Tawit, to lead the special police commandos. Times reporters undoubtedly lunch with Tawit and his CIA case officer, which may be why they never explained the CIA's systematic methods of dominance. For example, that any American working for the Interior Ministry or Prime Minister's office is reporting to a publicly acknowledged administrative boss in the military or State Department, while secretly reporting to a CIA case officer, his operational boss. The Times never explains that every unit in the Special Commandos has a CIA advisor handing out hit lists to its counterpart American Special Police Transition Team. Up to 45 U.S. Special Forces soldiers work with each Iraqi unit. These teams are in round-the-clock communication with their CIA bosses via the Special Police Command Center. There is no record of the Special Police or Special Commandos ever conducting operations without U.S. supervision, even as they massacred tens of thousands of people. Every militia and Iraqi Special Forces unit has a CIA case officer in a similar management position. Every top Iraqi politician and ministry official has a CIA case officer too. And New York Times reporters drink with these advisors inside the green zone. It's the family secret that enables atrocity. American journalists do not report the truth. Consider their deference to the Interior Ministry's CIA advisor, Stephen Castile, after his Special Police Commandos launched their reign of terror in Baghdad. All reports of a Phoenix-style terror campaign were conveniently forgotten, and instead, Knight Ridder reporters regurgitated Castile's black propaganda that all atrocities were either rumor or innuendo or perpetrated by insurgents in stolen police uniforms. Forget about mistakes. Castile's explanation is as ludicrous as General Petraeus claiming that the Iraqis formed the Special Police Commandos on their own initiative. In its profile, Knight Ridder did not mention that Castile had managed DEA operations in Latin America. It did not say that he'd been the DEA's chief of intelligence before being sent to Iraq, or that the CIA has controlled the DEA's overseas targeting for 40 years. It wasn't noted that Castile served as a CIA asset in Latin America, attacking left-wing drug traffickers and letting right-wing traffickers flourish, supporting the CIA-sponsored Los Pepes AUC death squads who were responsible for about 75% of civilian deaths in the Colombian Civil War over the next 10 years. Knight Ridder did investigate commando atrocities and might have uncovered the whole story, but its Iraqi reporter, Yasser Salihi, was shot and killed by an American sniper in June 2005. Heeding what was an unmistakable warning, Knight Ridder instead blamed the abuses on infiltration of the commandos by Shiite militias. After the exposure of the Al-Jadiriya torture center, journalists reported that heads would roll. But CIA asset Adnan al-Assadi, the deputy interior minister, maintained command of the national police and prevented reforms promised by the interior minister at the time, Jawad al-Bulani. Throughout his CIA-sponsored tenure, Assadi's police forces were implicated in human rights abuses. During demonstrations in Tahrir Square in Baghdad in March 2011, demonstrators spotted Assadi on a rooftop directing snipers as they shot peaceful protesters in the square below. But no war crime goes unrewarded, and Assadi was eventually elected to parliament, where the big money is to be made. Such are the advantages of working for the CIA. Today, Iraq's prisons are still rife with rape, torture, executions, and disappearances. The Guardian and the BBC made a good start, but U.S. journalists need to launch an investigation into the full extent of U.S. command and control of the Special Police Commandos and all the death squads and torture centers the U.S. imposed on Iraq. Such an investigation must honestly examine the roles of the CIA and of U.S. Special Forces, including the secret Night Stalkers who worked with the Wolf Brigade in 2005. The investigation must lead to accountability for every war crime committed, all the way to the top. American journalists were glad to demonize Saddam Hussein for his war crimes, real and imagined. Now they need to identify and humanize the dead bodies that piled up every month in Baghdad. They need to follow up with Iraqi human rights groups like the Organization for Follow-up and Monitoring, which matched 92% of the bodies of execution victims with names and descriptions of people detained by U.S.-led Interior Ministry forces. America's ruling national security establishment has expanded covert paramilitary operations from 60 nations in 2008 to 120 in 2013. If we are ever to have a whiff of democracy, we need our journalists to reveal the extent to which the CIA commands and controls these operations in Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, and Syria. We need them to explain on a daily basis how the national security establishment corrupts foreign nations, intelligence, and news for the same racist imperial purposes that have defined U.S. foreign policy since its inception 240 years ago. Chapter 11. New Games, Same Aims. CIA Organizational Changes. Guillermo Jimenez. Welcome to Demanufacturing Consent. I am your host, Guillermo Jimenez. Our guest today is Douglas Valentine. How are you today? Valentine. I'm well. Thanks for having me on the show. Jimenez. The Phoenix program has recently been republished by Open Road Media as part of their Forbidden Bookshelves series. Would you mind sharing with us how your book was chosen for the series? What do you make of this newfound interest in Phoenix, what the CIA was up to in Vietnam, and what the CIA is up to generally? Valentine. When the book came out in 1990, it got a terrible review in the New York Times. Morley Safer, who'd been a reporter in Vietnam, wrote the review. Safer and the Times killed the book because in it I said Phoenix never would have succeeded if the reporters in Vietnam hadn't covered for the CIA. Several senior CIA officers said the same thing, that so-and-so was always in my office, he'd bring a bottle of scotch, and I'd tell him what was going on. The celebrity reporters knew what was going on, but they didn't report about it in exchange for having access. I said that in the book specifically about the New York Times. So I not only got the CIA angry at me, I also got the Vietnam Press Corps angry at me too. Between those two things, the book did not get off to an auspicious start. The Times gave Safer half a page to write his review, which was bizarre. The usual response is just to ignore a book like the Phoenix program. But the New York Times book review serves a larger function. It teaches the media elite and intelligentsia what to think and how to say it. So Safer said my book was incoherent because it unraveled the bureaucratic networks that concealed the contradictions between policy and operational reality. It exposed Colby as a liar. Safer was upset that I didn't portray his friend and patron Bill Colby as a symbol of the elite, as a modern-day Odysseus. Luckily, with the Internet revolution, people aren't bound by the Times and network news anymore. They can listen to Russia Today and get another side of the story. So Mark Crispin Miller and Philip Rappaport at Open Road chose the Phoenix program to be the first book they published. And it's been reborn. Thanks to the advent of the e-book, we've reached an audience of concerned and knowledgeable people in a way that wasn't possible 25 years ago. It's also because of these Internet developments that John Brennan, the director of CIA, thought of reorganizing the CIA. All these things are connected. It's a vastly different world than it was in 1947 when the CIA was created. The nature of the American empire has changed, and what the empire needs from the CIA has changed. The CIA is allocated about $30 billion a year, so the organizational changes are massive undertakings. If you want to understand the CIA, you have to understand how it's organized. Jimenez. Exactly. And that's what I want to talk to you about next. But first, I'd like to touch upon the CIA's infiltration of the U.S. media. I find it curious because the way that you describe it, it's not so much a deliberate attempt to censor the media. There's a lot of self-censorship as a result of that already existing relationship. Is that how you see this? Valentine. Yes. The media organizes itself the way the CIA does. The CIA has case officers running around the world, engaged in murder and mayhem, and the media has reporters covering them. The reporter and the case officer both have bosses, and the higher you get in each organization, the closer the bosses become. The ideological guidelines get more restrictive the higher up you go. To join the CIA, you have to pass a psychological assessment test. They're not going to hire anybody who is sympathetic towards poor people. These are ruthless people who serve capitalist bosses. They're very right-wing, and the media's job is to protect them. Editors only hire reporters who are ideologically pure, just like you can't get into the CIA if you're a communist or think the CIA should obey the law. It's the same thing in the media. You can't get a job at CNN if you sympathize with the Palestinians or report how Israel has been stealing their land for 67 years. The minute you say something that is an anathema or upsets the Israelis, you're out. The people who enforce these ideological restraints are the editors and the publishers. For example, while covering the merciless Israeli bombardment of civilians in Gaza in 2014, Diana Magnay was harassed and threatened by a group of bloodthirsty Israelis who were cheering the slaughter. Disgusted, Magnay later referred to them as scum in a tweet. She was forced to apologize, transferred to Moscow, and banished forever from Israel. In a similar case, NBC correspondent Ayman Moyeldin was playing soccer with 4 young boys in Gaza when Israel shelled the playing field. Moyeldin witnessed their murders, which he reported in a series of tweets. Without ever providing a reason, NBC pulled Moyeldin from Gaza and prevented him from ever returning. NBC replaced Moyeldin with Israeli sympathizer Richard Engel. Any dictator would be happy with the way American media is organized. The minute you step out of the box, they fire you or send you off to Siberia. It's a homogeneous system. Not just the media and the CIA, but politicians too. As the 2016 primaries proved, you can't be a candidate for either party unless you pass the ideological test. You must be a freewheeling capitalist. You must support Israel with billions of taxpayer dollars. You must give the military whatever weapons it wants. That's the nature of the American state. These things naturally work together because that is the way it has been structured for 240 years. Jimenez. We've seen pseudo-alternatives emerge in the Internet, posing as adversarial or anti-establishment when they're anything but. We've seen this growing trend, and it's something to be mindful of as we look for these sources on the Internet. Valentine. The Internet is a free-for-all, so you have to approach it the way any enlightened person approaches every part of America, which is buyer beware. Capitalism is not designed to protect poor people or make sure people lead healthy, fulfilling lives. It's designed to make sure the super-rich can steal from the poor. There's only so much wealth, and the rich want it. The rich want to monopolize information, too. Is a particular piece of information on the Internet coming from a reliable source? Who knows? Just because some of it is true doesn't mean that all of it is true. To be able to discern whether the information is accurate or complete, you must be grounded in the reality that the capitalist system and all its facets are organized to oppress you, keep you in the dark and off balance as much as possible. It's a game of wits, and you've got to be smart about it. Buyer beware. Jimenez. Exactly. Now I'd like to talk about the recent organizational changes in the CIA. It stems from an article in the Washington Post by Greg Miller. The headline is CIA Director John Brennan Considering Sweeping Organizational Changes. What the article is saying is that Brennan wants to restructure the CIA using the model of their counterterrorism center, merging different units and divisions, combining analysts with operatives into hybrid teams that will focus on specific regions of the world. This sounds to me like the organizational changes that were born out of Phoenix and that were exported to other parts of the world over the years. The CIA appears to be applying the same structure to all of its operations. Is that how you read this? Valentine. Yes. And it's something that, from my perspective, was predictable, which is why the Phoenix program was re-released now, because what I predicted 25 years ago has happened. And you can only predict if you know the history. The CIA initially, and for decades, had 4 directorates under an executive management staff: administration, intelligence, operations, and science and technology. Executive management had staff for congressional liaison, legal issues, security, public relations, inspections, etc. Administration is just that: staff for finance, personnel, and support services like interrogators, translators, and construction companies. Science and technology is self-explanatory too, but with a typical CIA twist. Science for the CIA means better ways to kill and control people, like the MK-Ultra program. And now there's a 5th directorate, digital, that keystrokes and hacks foreign governments and corporations. The operations people overthrew foreign governments the old-fashioned way, through sabotage and subversion. The operations directorate is now the National Clandestine Service. The intelligence directorate, which is now called analysis, studied political, economic, and social trends around the world so that executive management could mount better operations to control them. The Operations Directorate was divided into several branches. The Counterintelligence, CI branch, detected foreign spies. Foreign Intelligence, FI, staff liaison officers, worked with secret policemen and other officials in foreign nations. They collected positive intelligence by eavesdropping or by recruiting agents. The Covert Action branch engaged in deniable political action. The Special Operations Division, now the Special Activities Division, supplied paramilitary officers. There was also a political and psychological branch that specialized in all forms of propaganda. These branches and directorates were career paths for operations officers, operators, assigned to geographical divisions. An FI staff officer might spend his or her entire career in the Far East Asia Division. The managers could move people around, but those things, generally speaking, were in place when the CIA began. The events that led to the formation of the current Counterterrorism Center began in 1967, when U.S. security services began to suspect that the Cubans and the Soviets were infiltrating the anti-war movement. Lyndon Johnson wanted to know the details, so his Attorney General, Ramsey Clark, formed the Interdepartmental Intelligence Unit, IDIU, within the Department of Justice. The IDIU's job was to coordinate the elements of the CIA, FBI, and military that were investigating dissenters. The White House wanted to control and provide political direction to these investigations. The Phoenix program was created simultaneously in 1967 and did the same thing in Vietnam. It brought together 25 agencies and aimed them at civilians in the insurgency. It's political warfare. It's secret. It's against the rules of war. It violated the Geneva Conventions. It's what Homeland Security does in the U.S., bringing agencies together and focusing them on civilians who look like terrorists. The goal of this kind of bureaucratic centralization is to improve intelligence collection and analysis so reaction forces can leap into the breach more quickly and effectively. In 1967, the CIA already had computer experts who were traveling around by jet. The world was getting smaller, and the CIA, which had all the cutting-edge technology, was way out in front. It hired Ivy Leaguers like Nelson Brickham to make the machine run smoothly. Brickham, as I've explained elsewhere, was the Foreign Intelligence Staff Officer who organized the Phoenix program based on principles Rensis Likert articulated in his book, New Patterns of Management. Brickham believed he could use reporting formats as a tool to shape the behavior of CIA officers in the field. In particular, he hoped to correct the grave problem of distortion and cover-up which a reporting system must address. Likert organized industries to be adaptable, and the CIA organized itself the same way. It was always reorganizing itself to adapt to new threats. And in 1967, while Brickham was forming Phoenix to neutralize the leaders of the insurgency in South Vietnam, James Angleton and the CIA's counterintelligence staff were creating the MH-Chaos program in Langley, Virginia, to spy on members of the anti-war movement and turn as many of them as possible into double agents. Chaos was the code name for the Special Operations Group within Angleton's counterintelligence staff. The CIA's current Counterterrorism Center, which was established in 1986, is a direct descendant of Chaos. Starting in 1967, White House political cadres, through the IDIU in the Justice Department, coordinated the CIA's Chaos program, the FBI's COINTELPRO program, and the military's domestic spying programs. When Nixon took office in January 1969, he immediately grasped the partisan political potential of the IDIU and these various domestic spying programs. The Nixon White House expanded Chaos and assigned its chief, Richard Ober, a deputy and a case officer. The Chaos staff occupied a vault in the basement at CIA headquarters in Virginia. It had a room where files were kept and where slides of suspects and potential recruits were viewed. A group of female secretaries managed the super-secret files. Chaos was super-secret because it was illegal for the CIA to engage in domestic operations. Assignment to it was considered a command performance. There was a communications system exclusively for Chaos cables and couriers to CIA stations overseas. The Chaos back channel could bypass the division chiefs and station chiefs and work directly with its unilateral assets in a country. Chaos traffic had the highest security classification, was restricted to only those officers involved in the operation, and was inaccessible to everyone but the CIA's top administrators. In October 1969, based on names provided by the FBI, the Chaos case officer began recruiting double agents from the Black Power and anti-war movements. I never learned his name, but the case officer only approached people with radical credentials. Radicals who passed polygraph and psychological assessment tests were recruited, trained in the clandestine arts, supplied with gadgetry and cash, given a cover, and sent overseas. The case officer called his 40 to 50 double agents dangles because their job was to act like normal radicals and hope that a gullible KGB agent would make an approach. Chaos dangles also spied and reported on their American colleagues. That's the illegal domestic part. A folder was created for each dissident. The folder contained the dissident's 201 personality file from the FBI and included everything from arrest records to report cards to surreptitious photos taken of the person with other radicals. Some 7,000 to 10,000 hard files were eventually assembled. In 1970, the Chaos Squad started entering its information on radicals onto IBM cards and compiling it in a database code-named Hydra that ultimately contained the names of some 300,000 people. Hydra was developed domestically at the same time as the Phoenix Information System, PHMIS, in Vietnam, by the same people. Chaos included a mail intercept program codenamed HT Lingual. I'm sure the anthrax scare after 9/11 was a CIA provocation designed to justify a mail intercept program similar to HT Lingual. All of these things I'm talking about are happening today on a much grander scale within the Muslim American community. In 1971, the IDIU's Intelligence Evaluation Committee was managed by Robert Mardian, the Nixon administration's Assistant Attorney General in charge of internal security. The Chaos Squad was helping the Pentagon track Army deserters, as well as foreign nationals who were trying to coax soldiers to desert from U.S. military bases in Germany. Chaos dangles were sent to North Vietnam and Cuba, and one agent, possibly Timothy Leary, was launched against Eldridge Cleaver in Algeria. Another Chaos agent played a critical, though undisclosed, role at the May 1971 anti-war demonstrations in Washington. Even Nixon's national security advisor, Henry Kissinger, monitored chaos operations in regard to his secret peace negotiations with the North Vietnamese. By 1972, the Chaos Squad was working with Nixon's infamous plumbers. One Chaos agent may have been involved in the botched Watergate burglary that brought Nixon down. The mastermind of the burglary, Gordon Liddy, sat on Mardian's Intelligence Evaluation Committee and leveled requirements on CIA officer Richard Ober at Chaos. Liddy and his partner in crime, CIA officer E. Howard Hunt, are known to have directed Ober to spy on members of other government agencies. They also targeted Nixon's political enemies, including people like Daniel Ellsberg, who could in no way be considered terrorists, which gives you an idea of the prominence of political cadres in these operations and how they used their power to conduct all manner of dirty tricks. Incredible power was concentrated in the Chaos Office. Ober worked with the National Commission on Civil Disorders, the Protean Law Enforcement Assistance Administration, and the Special Services Units, Red Squads, of America's major metropolitan police departments. The CIA has always recruited cops as contractors to organize and advise foreign police forces, and local police forces certainly helped the CIA amass its chaos files. As head of the counterintelligence staff, James Angleton was the CIA's official contact with all federal law enforcement agencies, including the Bureau of Narcotics. Chaos exemplifies how the White House, through the CIA's network of law enforcement contacts, could use the Homeland Security apparatus as a cover to conduct all manner of illegal domestic operations. It shows how the CIA could use participating Homeland Security agencies for its own insidious institutional purposes, and that individuals like Hunt and Liddy could exploit it for partisan political purposes. Hunt and Liddy's many misadventures resulted in the Watergate scandal, which cast a bright light on CIA's shenanigans and eventually led to the exposure of the Chaos Squad. William Colby was the CIA's executive director at the time. Colby had returned to the United States in 1971 to testify to Congress about Phoenix and had stayed on to take charge of the CIA's organizational affairs. After the arrest of the Watergate burglars, Colby worked with the Justice Department to have the IDIU abolished, and he made sure the Chaos case officer was reassigned but not disciplined. After he became Director of Central Intelligence in September 1973, Colby personally minimized the damage by leaking some of the gory Chaos details to Seymour Hersh. Colby also sacrificed his bitter rival James Angleton, who as Chief of Counterintelligence was held responsible for Chaos and the Mail Intercept program. Colby's limited hangout and scapegoating of Angleton were part of a shell game, however, and the Chaos Squad continued to track radicals and respond to FBI and military requirements. Everything was the same as before, including the ultra-secure communication system and restricted filing system, except that now, and from then on, it was done under the aegis of counterterrorism. Colby started the ball rolling in July 1972 when he made Ober chief of the CIA's International Terrorism Group, ITG. Ober's new job was to set up and manage a central program on international terrorism and airplane hijackings. Building on the Chaos files, the ITG started penetrating terrorist training camps in Algeria and Libya. It kept track of black militants with international connections, and its reports, like Chaos reports, were sent to Kissinger at the National Security Council. Ober's appointment as chief of ITG coincided with the establishment of Nixon's Cabinet Committee to Combat Terrorism, the first U.S. government entity of its kind. After the official termination of Chaos in March 1974, the ITG continued to occupy the same space in the CIA's basement. A new ITG chief was assigned and was assisted by the same female secretaries who kept updating the Chaos files and computer tapes. As of 1975, no Chaos files had been destroyed because the CIA could not adequately define a dissident. In 1977, veteran CIA officer Howard Bain became the third ITG chief. The notion of state-sponsored terrorism had emerged and was attributed to Libya and Iraq, both of which were said to have Soviet backing. As a result, Jimmy Carter's DCI, Stansfield Turner, directed Bain to organize the CIA against this new threat. According to Bain, counterterrorism was a hot potato, but a low priority because of ongoing congressional investigations into CIA abuses. Bain said Turner was hung up on the legal definition of terror.
Turner insisted that CIA officers refer to counterinsurgency as low-intensity warfare, and in his effort to polish the CIA's image, Turner renamed the ITG the Office of Terrorism. Again, it was a shell game. Bain moved into the chaos/ITG space in Langley's basement. He described it as a windowless room as large as the ground floor of a house, divided into cubicles. There were 10 or 12 little old ladies running around in tennis shoes, he said. Operations were compartmentalized, and there was a vault mentality. Little was happening. The acting chief was the former ITG operations officer, and his job was following U.S. citizens overseas. An avid proponent of covert action, Bain had served as chief of the CIA's North Africa division and in other top operational posts. He was nearing retirement and approached his new assignment with the fervor of a man seeking to enshrine his legacy. He summoned everyone to a staff meeting and said, "Let's advertise ourselves to divisions." He set up a reference system to service each of the CIA's divisions, and each little old lady became an expert on a specific geographical area. Bain started meeting with his counterparts at State, Treasury, the FBI, the Pentagon, the White House, and the NSA. As the Office of Terrorism began to serve a visible function, he moved the office to a fourth-floor suite with windows. He was given an operations officer and recruited young men to replace the older women as his liaison officers to the divisions. He began working with Jim Glarum, the chief of the CIA's Special Operations Division, to beef up the paramilitary operational forces at his command. Meanwhile, the U.S. Army had created Delta Force to respond to the well-publicized terrorist incidents that occurred in the 1970s. Delta, and later the Navy SEAL Team 6, served as the CIA's vanguard in the nascent war on terror. Within the context of low-intensity warfare, the Office of Terrorism and its paramilitary units adopted a new lexicon, in which anti-terrorism was the term for broad policy, and counterterrorism applied to specific immediate actions. Bain got a bigger budget and high-tech gadgets like silenced weapons and bugging equipment for use in hostage rescue operations. He acquired a fleet of black choppers and formed a crisis management training program team composed of a psychiatrist and a few case officers, which advised U.S. and foreign law enforcement officers on how to negotiate with terrorists. Bain set up a two-man intelligence unit at Delta headquarters at Fort Bragg, at which point Delta became a customer of CIA intelligence. Bain's Office of Terrorism sent daily reports profiling known terrorists and their activities to the Defense Intelligence Agency and the FBI. Very quietly, his unit began to coordinate actual counter-terror operations. Say someone in Frankfurt had access to the Red Army, Bain explained. Then Delta would send a team. Bain's Office of Terrorism handled each incident on a case-by-case basis, depending on whether it was defined as international terrorism, meaning the terrorists crossed borders or had foreign support, or domestic terrorism, if terrorists were operating within their own country. If the incident related to domestic terrorism, the Office of Terrorism could not get involved unless authorized through a presidential executive order called a finding. The need for a finding was a stumbling block. Bain cited the time Colombia's M19 terror group took 20 foreign diplomats, including the U.S. ambassador, hostage at a party at the Dominican embassy. Thinking the transnational nature of the incident qualified it as international terror, Bain, with the approval of the State Department's terrorism unit, launched a Delta operation in conjunction with the CIA's new SOD chief, Rudy Enders. Bain provided intelligence on the terrorists, while Enders provided Delta with the equipment it needed to stage a rescue operation. Meanwhile, the crisis management team assembled in Florida and prepared to jump into Colombia. But the operation came to a screeching halt when the CIA's Assistant Deputy Director of Operations, John Stein, revealed the operation to Turner's Deputy Director of Operations, John McMahon. As Bain recalled, McMahon asked him, "Are you trying to send us all to jail?" McMahon put the operation on hold, and Bain was forced to call his officers back to Langley, where they waited while the lawyers met with Carter's National Security Council staff. Only after the lawyers gave their approval did Carter issue the required finding. In another instance, Bain was not allowed to mount an operation to rescue Italy's Prime Minister, Aldo Moro. According to Bain, his superiors determined that Moro's captors were Italian nationals and thus were deemed to be operating domestically.
Let me stress that all this was happening within the context of the Cold War. The Office of Terrorism was a feature of the broader, low-intensity warfare strategy designed to thwart Soviet aggression in Third World countries like El Salvador. Not until 4 November 1979 and the takeover of the American embassy in Tehran did the context start to change. This seminal event marked the emergence of Islamic fundamentalists as America's new bête noire, and it allowed Ronald Reagan to crush Jimmy Carter in the 1980 presidential election. In the wake of the embassy takeover, Carter ordered Bain and the CIA's Office of Terrorism to work with Delta Force to rescue the 53 hostages. Bain told me the plan was based on a covert action plan to obtain current intelligence on the status of the hostages, including Tom Ahern, the CIA's station chief in Tehran. Bain needed this information to know where to direct what he called the black and gray propaganda necessary to disguise the CIA's actual intentions. There was also a need to quickly train Delta Force to operate in the Iranian desert. The needed intelligence was obtained, but the government's first major counter-terror operation, the Desert One rescue mission, failed to get off the ground. Several aircraft malfunctioned, and one crashed on 25 April 1980, killing 8 soldiers. As with the Benghazi tragedy, Republican politicians jumped for joy at the chance to criticize Democrats. The hostage crisis dragged on for 6 months and enabled Reagan to characterize Jimmy Carter as weak, which means instant death for any American politician. There was other collateral damage as well. Reagan's flamboyant Director of Central Intelligence, William Casey, fired Bain and replaced him with William Buckley, a veteran CIA officer who had served several tours in Vietnam. From 1969 to 1971, under his patron Ted Shackley, Buckley had directed the CIA's National Counterterror Program in Vietnam. In April 1981, Casey and Buckley traveled together to Saudi Arabia to pave the way for the construction of an underground network of secret military bases that would be available to U.S. forces. If the remarks attributed to Osama bin Laden are true, the presence of those bases under Saudi soil was one of the reasons he staged the 1998 embassy bombings and the 9/11 terror attacks. The war on terror took its next great leap forward in October 1981 with the assassination of Egyptian President Sadat by his personal bodyguards, whom Buckley had trained. The assassination nullified the Camp David Accords and freed Israel to target PLO bases in Lebanon. In May 1982, Israeli assets in the fascist Christian Phalange militia organized one of the greatest acts of terror of all time: the massacre of hundreds of Palestinians in the Sabra and Shatila refugee camps. In August 1982, Buckley returned to CIA headquarters to coordinate anti-terrorism policy through the Domestic Terrorism Group. Meanwhile, Casey appointed veteran CIA officer David Whipple as the CIA's National Intelligence Officer, NIO, for counterterrorism. A veteran operations officer with extensive service in the Far East, Whipple had been serving as CIA station chief in Switzerland. Whipple told me that Casey's executive staff consisted of 16 NIOs. 8 handled geographical divisions, while the other 8 handled issues like narcotics, nuclear weapons, and in Whipple's case, terrorism. Under Casey's direction, every government agency established a counter-terror office as part of a secret apparatus. Whipple, as NIO, coordinated the CT offices and assisted the CIA's division chiefs, making sure their station chiefs were properly handling counter-terror issues in their area of operations. Whipple ran the Office of Domestic Terrorism, ODT, from 1982 until 1986. His staff included an operations chief, intelligence analysts, photo interpreters, and case officers. Because it had the authority to access any division's files and co-opt its penetration agents, the ODT was resisted by the divisions, especially the Near East Division, which was on the front lines of the war on terror. As you can see, the evolution of offices and later centers that transcended and coordinated the CIA's divisions was well underway by 1982. Throughout this early stage of its evolution, the CIA's Terrorism Office retained the legal authority to conduct unilateral domestic operations for a specific period of time before being required to notify and involve the FBI. The guidelines are more honored in the breach than the observance, I'm sure. The ODT also maintained the super-secret communications system instituted during chaos
that bypassed the CIA's normal chains of command. As part of this back-channel counter-terror network, Casey recruited Oliver North, a doe-eyed Marine lieutenant colonel assigned to the National Security Council, NSC. Whipple served as North's case officer in the monumental political misadventures North embarked upon. Cut from the same fascist cloth as his ideological forefathers, Hunt and Liddy, North formed a crisis management center along with Rex 84, a plan to suspend the Constitution in the event of a national crisis such as nuclear war, violent and widespread internal dissent, or national opposition to a U.S. military invasion abroad. North's plan called for the roundup and internment of large numbers of both domestic dissidents, some 26,000, and aliens, 3,000 to 4,000, in camps such as the one in Oakdale, Louisiana. Certain trusted members of Congress were witting, despite that august body's periodic protestations that the CIA operates as a rogue elephant, and Senator Daniel Inouye cut off all debate about North's plan to suspend the Constitution when the subject was raised during the televised Iran-Contra hearings in 1987. In April 1984, North created the Terrorist Incident Working Group, TIWG, specifically to rescue several American hostages held in Lebanon, including the aforementioned William Buckley, who had been kidnapped the month before. North became TIWG's chairman, and in October 1985 managed its first successful operation, the capture of the hijackers of the Achille Lauro. A few months earlier, after the June 1985 hijacking of TWA Flight 847 while it was flying from Athens to Beirut, George H.W. Bush had created the Vice President's Task Force on Combating Terrorism. As the NSC's liaison to the task force, North drafted a secret annex for its report which institutionalized and expanded his counter-terrorist powers, making himself the NSC coordinator of all counter-terrorist actions. North continued to acquire greater and greater powers, and on 20 January 1986, National Security Decision Directive 207 made him chief coordinator of Casey's secret counter-terror network through the Office to Combat Terrorism, OCT. Working through the NSC's operations subgroup, North coordinated the back-channel CT network with Major General Richard Secord's off-the-shelf enterprise in a series of illegal operations. Among them were Israel's facilitation of arms sales to Iran, American civilians supplying arms to the Contras, and Contra drug smuggling into America. North also planned for the repression of domestic dissent and criticism. As P.D. Scott has noted, the Office to Combat Terrorism became the means whereby North could coordinate the propaganda activities of Carl Spitz Channel and Richard Miller, and the closing of potential embarrassing investigations by other government agencies. The evolution climaxed in 1986 with the creation of the Counter-Terror Center under Duane Claridge. Yet another right-wing ideologue, Claridge had been chief of the CIA's station in Turkey in the late 1960s and early 1970s, when the fascist Grey Wolves went on a terror rampage, bombing and killing thousands of public officials, journalists, students, lawyers, labor organizers, social democrats, left-wing activists, and Kurds. Since then, Turkey's military has been one of America's strongest allies, despite the recent coup attempt staged by the American-based CIA-connected exile Fethullah Gulen. A bodybuilder and scion of the old boy clique that runs the CIA, Claridge was chief of Latin America Division from 1981 until 1984, when Nicaraguan harbors were mined and the CIA's murder manual was distributed to the Contras. Claridge helped Secord's off-the-shelf enterprise move PLO weapons captured by Israeli forces during their bloody invasion of Lebanon through Manuel Noriega in Panama to the Contras. That's the kind of stuff the CT Center still does today, moving weapons from chaotic places like Benghazi in Libya to deniable terrorist surrogates in Syria. As chief of the Europe Division, Claridge had also provided the back channel in Lisbon that Secord's enterprise used to sell Hawk and TOW missiles to the Iranians in exchange for the release of American hostages. According to Scott, the intrigues of North, Secord, Claridge, and Robert Oakley at the State Department at this point showed a concern for politics rather than security. When I interviewed him, Claridge described the CT Center, which has coordinated CIA back-channel activities since 1986, as a central unit with members from the directorates operating under a committee at the National Security Council. With input from the division chiefs, the CT Center divines, as he put it, anti-terrorism policy, and then constructs entities that conduct operations. It is not a function of U.S. Special Forces, as often portrayed in the media, but of CIA action teams trained to capture suspected terrorists and bring them to the United States to stand trial. During his tenure as CT Center Chief from 1986 to 1988, Claridge worked directly with George H.W. Bush. He was lucky in that regard. Claridge was indicted on 7 counts of lying to Congress, but his case never went to trial, thanks to a last-minute pardon Bush issued on 24 December 1992. When called to task about his crimes, North blamed the peaceniks who lost the Vietnam War. If liberal politicians hadn't investigated the CIA, he argued, then fascists like him wouldn't have had to resort to dirty tricks. North's hatred of the peace movement was palpable. North believed that the most pressing problem is not in the Third World, but here at home in the struggle for the minds of the people. North was out of control. When Jack Turrell told the Justice Department that North was involved in Contra drug smuggling, North labeled Turrell a terrorist and sicked the FBI on him. But neither North nor any of the other Iran-Contra criminals were ever punished because, as Michael McClintock noted at the time, the very notion of counter-terror as terrorism was forbidden, while circumlocution was the norm. That's how the CIA's CT Center evolved from the chaos domestic spying mechanism into the nerve center of the CIA's clandestine staff. Same thing happened with the CIA's counter-narcotics center at the same time. Both are modeled on Phoenix, and both are wonderful tools for White House cadres to exercise political control over the bureaucracies they coordinate. These centers are the perfect means for policing and expanding the empire. They make it easier than ever for the CIA to track people and events in every corner of the world. The need for the old-fashioned directorates is fading away. You don't need an entire directorate to understand the political, social, and economic movements around the world anymore, because the United States is controlling them all. The U.S. has color revolutions going everywhere. It's got the World Bank and the IMF strangling countries with debt, like the banks are strangling college students and homeowners here. The war on terror is the best thing that ever happened to U.S. capitalists and their secret police force, the CIA. Terrorism is the pretext that allows the CIA to coordinate and transcend every government agency and civic institution, including the media, to the extent that we don't even see its wars anymore. Its control is so pervasive, so ubiquitous, the CIA has actually become the Phoenix. Jimenez. Right. Valentine. It's the eye of God in the sky. It's able to determine what's going to happen next because it's controlling all of these political, social, and economic movements. It pits the Sunnis against the Shiites. It doesn't need slow and outdated directorates. These Phoenix centers enable it to determine events instantaneously anywhere. There are now counter-terror intelligence centers all over the world. In Phoenix, they were called Intelligence Operations Coordinating Centers. So it's basically exactly the same thing. It's been evolving that way, and everybody on the inside was gearing themselves for this glorious moment for 30 years. They even have a new staff position called Targeting Officers. You can Google this. Jimenez. Right, exactly. Valentine. The centers represent the unification of military intelligence and media operations under political control. White House political appointees oversee them, but the determinant force is the CIA careerists who slither into private industry when their careers are over. They form the consulting firms that direct the corporations that drive the empire. Through their informal old boy network, the CIA guys and gals keep America at war so they can make $1 million when their civil service career is over. Jimenez. The Washington Post and subsequent articles frame it as if these changes are drastic, but to hear you, it's a natural progression. So what does this announcement mean? Is the CIA putting out their own press release through the Washington Post just to give everyone the heads up? Valentine. Well, everybody in the CIA was worried that if the directorates were reorganized, it would negatively affect their careers. But executive management usually does what its political bosses tell them to do, and Brennan reorganized in 2015. He created a 5th directorate, the Directorate for Digital Innovation, DDI, ostensibly as the CIA's mantelpiece. But as the Washington Times reported, it is the formation of the new mission centers, including ones for counterintelligence, weapons and counter-proliferation and counterterrorism, that is most likely to shake up the agency's personnel around the world. The CIA's 10 new mission centers are designed to serve as locations to integrate capabilities and bring the full range of CIA's operational, analytic, support, technical, and digital skill sets to bear against the nation's most pressing national security problems. This modernization means the CIA is better able to control people politically, starting with its own officers, than everyone else. That's the ultimate goal. Politicians, speaking in a unified voice, create the illusion of a crime-fighting CIA and an America with a responsibility to protect benighted foreigners from themselves. But they can't tell you what the CIA does, because it's all illegal. Well, it's all a lie. In order for the politicians to hold office, they have to cover for the CIA. Their concern is how to explain the reorganization and exploit it. They squabble among themselves and cut the best deals possible. Jimenez: that makes complete sense. Talking about all the illegal activity the CIA is involved in, I couldn't help but think of the drug running. I'd like to point out to our listeners the article you wrote, which offers everything they ought to know as far as the history of the CIA and drugs. It's entitled The CIA and Drugs, A Covert History. Counterpunch, 7 November 2014. Meanwhile, I'd like to hear your opinion on the influence of counterterrorism and counterinsurgency tactics in local law enforcement. Local police departments are adopting many of the same tactics. We're seeing the U.S. government use counterterrorism and counterinsurgency tactics against its own people. Perhaps one of the most vivid examples is what happened in Ferguson, Missouri. Is that, too, a natural progression of Phoenix? Valentine: absolutely. The very last paragraph in my book, The Phoenix Program, says you'll know the Phoenix has arrived when you start seeing police forces advancing on protesters in paramilitary formations and driving around in armored vehicles. That's what the CIA does in foreign nations. It militarizes police forces so it can control that country's political, economic, and social movements. The CIA's influence is pervasive here, too. It advises all the major police departments in the U.S. The Phoenix model of coordinating agencies happens under the cognizance of the CIA because the premier threat is a terrorist infiltrating the U.S. with nukes. It goes back to chaos thinking. Maybe ISIS is recruiting black radicals in Ferguson. If so, we need paramilitary police forces and administrative detention laws to neutralize them. The Missouri governor can say a protester in Ferguson is violating national security laws and hold him indefinitely. The media loves it. Fox News said that Black Lives protesters were holding us, meaning white people, hostage. If it's a hostage situation, they're terrorists. Tucker Carlson said, I paraphrase, "You can talk about race all you want, it's a hostage situation and race doesn't matter." So the racists in government and law enforcement are elated. Now they can send in provocateurs, maybe an Afghanistan veteran like Dallas shooter Micah Johnson, who got wiped out by a robot carrying a Claymore mine, and start riots and crush the protesters because they're terrorists. And that's how, over the last 40 years, dissent has come to equal terrorism. It's how the 1% wants us to see nonviolent protest. They want the public to believe that anybody who resists law enforcement is a terrorist. All the pieces have been put in place through the corporate media to make the lies seem true. These counter-terror intelligence centers are already operating in the United States through the Department of Homeland Security's fusion centers, which do the same thing. Jimenez: exactly. Valentine: the American empire consists of hundreds of military bases and a CIA station in every country. It's Pepsi being sold in Vietnam. We are the world. It's not just 50 states and a few protectorates. It's crazy for average Americans to think their fate is not directly connected to the fate of every other person in the world, or that the 1% considers them higher-class peasants than the other worker bees elsewhere around the world. There are diminishing resources and other strategic problems that the CIA is forecasting 20 years into the future. It's planning stratospheric aerosol injections to cure climate change. The reorganization of the CIA is another incremental step in anticipation of America reaching that tipping point. Gated communities are the future. The centers replicate them. Jimenez: indeed. Something you said just now really struck me. And that's the way that Americans separate themselves from the other.
It reminds me of these arguments we hear in the media regarding the use of militarized police. It's okay in Afghanistan, but not in Ferguson. The use of predator drones to kill somebody in Yemen is okay, but not in Montana. It's murder either way, but most of the American public doesn't see it that way. We can discuss this, but unless the American people do something to change this, then we run the risk of these things just becoming normal and accepted. For example, the CIA's drug running, now we see in feature films, in Hollywood productions. Valentine. They think, well, that's what the CIA does. Everybody knows it. If you watch a pro football game, you know the U.S. military owns the NFL. There's F-14s flying over the stadiums. Every spectator has to stand and salute and plant a big wet kiss on the military's fat, bloated butt. In my opinion, what it will take is for the men and women in the military to realize they're part of a self-defeating enterprise. Before you can change the CIA, you have to change some other things. You have to shrink the military establishment and end the war on drugs, which can be done. When given the chance in state referendums, people are voting for medical marijuana and adult recreational use. When given a chance to vote, people express common sense. Marijuana is not going to make you go out and massacre school kids or abortion providers. That happens because we live in a country that glorifies the god of violence and his sacred warriors. Demilitarizing American society is a start, like decriminalizing marijuana is a first step in ending the war on drugs. It's easier than challenging an arcane thing like the CIA that's covered with gray and black propaganda. It's hard for people to understand how huge bureaucratic systems work together. They get frustrated and vote to leave the European Union, or they cling to Trump or Clinton, thinking things will change. Maybe next year all the students will default on their loans and bring the system down. Maybe they'll say to hell with the bankers for mortgaging my future. We're taking it back. If something like that can happen, if that kind of consciousness can spread among young people being held in economic bondage and groomed to administer the empire, then there's hope. If they see they have nothing to lose, they'll come together and start making a fuss. Jimenez, that would be something to behold. Valentine, you have to use your imagination. Part 2. How the CIA co-opted and manages the war on drugs. The whole history of spectacular society called for the secret services to play the pivotal role, because it is in them that the characteristics and means of execution of such a society are concentrated to the highest degree. Guide aboard comments on the Society of the Spectacle. Chapter 12. Creating a Crime. How the CIA commandeered the Drug Enforcement Administration. The outlawing of narcotic drugs at the start of the 20th century coincided with Secretary of State John Hay's open-door policy toward China. This is one of the ironies of American history, given that the open-door policy originated with Great Britain's first Opium War, 1839 to 1842, against China. At the time, the British insisted that free trade civilized the world by making it wealthier. Free trade, they said, gave them the divine right to push Indian opium on China in exchange for tea. They shared this principle with Confederate Americans who fought for their right to own slaves. America's open-door policy placed it in competition with the world's other imperial powers. From that point on, the federal government was committed to maintain, through military might, open markets in every nation in the world on behalf of American businesses. Not coincidentally, the outlawing of narcotic drugs turned the issue of addiction from a matter of public health into a pretext for expanding police forces and reorganizing the criminal justice and social welfare systems. The new healthcare industry was placed in the hands of businessmen seeking profits at the expense of despised minorities, the poor, and working classes. Private businesses established civic institutions to sanctify this policy. Public educators developed curriculums that doubled as political indoctrination, promoting the business party line. Bureaucracies were established to promote the expansion of corporate interests abroad, while suppressing resistance to the oligarchy that benefited from it. It takes a library full of books to explain the economic foundations of the war on drugs and the reasons for America's laissez-faire regulation of its medical, pharmaceutical, and drug manufacturing industries. Suffice it to say that investors used the government to unleash and transform their economic power into political and military might.
and by World War II, the free trade world was relying on the United States for its opium derivatives under the guardianship of Harry Anslinger, the Commissioner of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, FBN. Narcotic drugs are a strategic resource, and when Anslinger learned that Peru had built a cocaine factory, he unilaterally confiscated its stash before it could be sold to Germany or Japan. In another instance, Anslinger and his counterpart at the State Department prevented a drug manufacturer in Argentina from selling drugs to Germany. At the same time, according to Douglas Clark Kinder, Anslinger permitted an American company to ship drugs to Southeast Asia despite receiving intelligence reports that French authorities were permitting opiate smuggling into China and collaborating with Japanese drug traffickers. Federal drug law enforcement's relationship with the espionage establishment matured with the creation of the Office of Strategic Services, OSS. Prior to World War II, the FBN was the government agency most adept at conducting covert operations at home and abroad. As a result, OSS Chief William Donovan asked his friend Harry Anslinger to provide senior FBN agents to help organize the OSS. FBN agents trained OSS agents to manage agent networks, engage in sabotage and subversion, and work undercover to avoid security forces in hostile nations. The relationship grew during the war when FBN executives and agents assisted OSS scientists in truth drug experiments involving marijuana. The extra-legal nature of the relationship continued after the war. When the CIA decided to test LSD on unsuspecting American citizens, FBN agents were chosen to operate the CIA safe houses where the experiments were conducted. The relationship was formalized overseas in 1951 when Agent Charlie Siragusa opened an office in Rome and began to develop the FBN's foreign operations. In the 1950s, FBN agents posted overseas spent half their time doing favors for the CIA, such as investigating diversions of strategic materials and Marshall Plan largesse behind the Iron Curtain. A handful of FBN agents were actually recruited into the CIA while maintaining their FBN credentials as cover. Officially, FBN agents set limits. Siragusa, for example, claimed to object when the CIA asked him to mount a controlled delivery into the U.S. as a way of identifying the American members of a smuggling ring with communist affiliations. In his autobiography, Siragusa said, "The FBN could never knowingly allow 2 pounds of heroin to be delivered into the United States and be pushed to mafia customers in the New York City area, even if in the long run we could seize a bigger haul." In 1960, the CIA asked Siragusa to recruit assassins from his stable of underworld contacts. Siragusa again claimed to have refused. But mafia drug traffickers, including most prominently Santo Trafficante Jr., were soon participating in CIA attempts to assassinate Fidel Castro. Siragusa did open a CIA safe house in 1960. FBN agents in New York maintained the MK Ultra pad and used it to make cases and debrief informants. When the CIA wanted to use the pad, it would call the district supervisor in New York City and tell him to keep the agents away for a few days. FBN agent Arthur Fleur served as New York District Supervisor George Belk's administrative assistant from 1963 to 1968. As Fleur recalled, Belk was given a CIA contract. George said that he never actually met anyone from the CIA, but that Siragusa told him to cooperate if and when he was contacted. Later, the CIA did call. They told Belk, "You'll have this checking account, but don't write any checks other than for rent and the maintenance of the 13th Street apartment." The CIA used Belk's account, which at times held $1 million and at other times was empty, as a slush fund for foreign officials on its payroll. "Sometimes we were told to babysit people for the CIA while they were in town," Fleur said. "One time it was a group of Burmese generals. They came for a few days, and when they weren't at the UN, they used the money in Belk's account to go on a shopping spree. They went down to the electronics shops on Canal Street and filled suitcases full of stuff." The CIA chaperoned the visiting Burmese generals through customs without their bags being checked. One can imagine what they brought into New York City in those same suitcases. The CIA used the safe houses to conduct all manner of illegal domestic operations behind the FBI's back. Indeed, in the course of investigating illegal FBI wiretaps in January 1967, Senator Edward Long learned that the FBN was managing the CIA's safe houses. No one in Congress knew about it. Treasury officials held meetings with the CIA's Assistant Deputy Director of Plans, Desmond Fitzgerald, and MK Ultra boss Sid Gottlieb. After a few days of dissembling, Gottlieb admitted that the CIA had used the pads to obtain information, which was of obvious interest to us in connection with our own investigative work. That particular pad was shut down. We gave the furniture to the Salvation Army, Fleur recalled, and took the drapes off the windows and put them up in our office. And FBN agent Andrew Tartolino opened a more luxurious CIA safe house on Sutton Place. As the dominant partner in the relationship, the CIA exploited its affinity with the FBN. Like the CIA, FBN agent Robert Defoe explained, narcotics agents mount covert operations. We pose as members of the narcotics trade. The big difference is that we're in foreign countries legally, and through our police and intelligence sources we can check out just about anyone or anything. Not only that, we're operational, so the CIA jumped in our stirrups. Jumping into the FBN's stirrups afforded the CIA deniability. To further ensure that the CIA's criminal activities are not revealed to the public, narcotics agents are organized militarily within the sacred chain of command. Highly indoctrinated, they blindly obey on a need-to-know basis. This institutionalized ignorance sustains the illusion of American righteousness in the name of national security, upon which their motivation to commit all manner of crimes depends. But, as FBN agent Martin Pera explained, if you're successful because you can lie, cheat, and steal, those things become tools you use in the bureaucracy. Institutionalized corruption originated at headquarters in Washington, where FBN executives provided cover for CIA assets engaged in drug trafficking. In 1966, Agent John Evans was assigned as an assistant to FBN Enforcement Chief John Enright. And that's when I got to see what the CIA was doing, Evans told me. I saw a report on the Kuomintang saying they were the biggest drug dealers in the world and that the CIA was underwriting them. Air America was transporting tons of Kuomintang opium. Evans bristled. I took the report to Enright. He said, "Leave it here, forget about it." Other things came to my attention, Evans added, that proved that the CIA contributed to drug use in America. We were in constant conflict with the CIA because it was hiding its budget in ours, and because CIA people were smuggling drugs into the U.S. We weren't allowed to tell, and that fostered corruption in the Bureau. Heroin smuggled by CIA people into the U.S. was channeled by mafia distributors primarily to African American communities. Local narcotics agents then targeted disenfranchised blacks as an easy way of subduing or criminalizing them, reducing their community organizing and voting power, and thereby preserving the white ruling class's privileges. "We didn't need a search warrant," explained former New Orleans narcotics chief Clarence Geruso. "It allowed us to meet our quota, and it was ongoing. If I find dope on a black man, I can put him in jail for a few days. He's got no money for a lawyer, and the courts are ready to convict. There's no expectation on the jury's part that we have to make a case. So rather than go cold turkey, the addict becomes an informant, which means I can make more cases in the neighborhood, which is all we're interested in. We don't care about Carlos Marcello or the mafia. City cops have no interest in who brings dope in. That's the job of the federal agents." The establishment's race and class privileges have always been equated with national security, and FBN executives preserved the social order. Not until 1968 were black FBN agents allowed to become group supervisors and manage white agents. The war on drugs is a projection of two conditions peculiar to America. First is the institutionalized white supremacy that has defined it since slave owner Thomas Jefferson declared, "All men are created equal." Second is the policy of allowing anti-communist allies to traffic in narcotics. These deniable but official policies reinforce the belief among CIA and drug law enforcement officials that the Bill of Rights is an obstacle to national security. Blanket immunity from prosecution for bureaucrats who translate these policies into practice fosters corruption in other forms. The FBN's premier case-making agents, for example, routinely created a crime by breaking and entering, planting evidence, using illegal wiretaps, and falsifying reports. They tampered with heroin, transferred it to informants for sale, and even murdered straight agents who threatened to expose them. All of this was known at the highest level of government, and in 1965 the Treasury Department launched a corruption investigation of the FBN. Headed by Andrew Tartolino, The investigation ended in 1968 with the resignation of 32 agents and the indictment of 5. That same year, the FBN was reconstructed in the Department of Justice as the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, BNDD. But as Tartolino said to me dejectedly, the job was only half done. The first infestation. Richard Nixon was elected president based on a vow to restore law and order to America. To prove, symbolically, that it intended to keep that promise, the White House launched Operation Intercept along the Mexican border in early 1969. There were, however, unintended consequences. The massive stop-and-search operation so badly damaged relations with Mexico that National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger formed the Ad Hoc Committee on Narcotics, aka the Heroin Committee, to coordinate drug policy and prevent further diplomatic disasters. The Heroin Committee was composed of cabinet members represented by their deputies. James Ludlam represented CIA Director Richard Helms. A member of the CIA's counterintelligence staff reporting directly to James Angleton, Ludlam had been the CIA's liaison officer to the FBN since 1962. When Kissinger set up the Heroin Committee, Ludlam recalled, the CIA certainly didn't take it seriously because drug control wasn't part of their mission. As John Evans noted above, and as select members of Congress were aware, the CIA for years had sanctioned the heroin traffic from the Golden Triangle region of Burma, Thailand, and Laos into South Vietnam as a way of rewarding top officials for advancing U.S. policies. This reality presented the White House with a dilemma: either curtail the CIA and risk losing the war, or allow tons of heroin to be smuggled into the U.S. for use by rebellious middle-class white kids dabbling in cultural revolution. Nixon's compromise solution was to make drug law enforcement part of the CIA's mission. This decision forced the CIA to target its clients in South Vietnam. Although reluctant to do so, CIA Director Richard Helms told Ludlam, "We're going to break their rice bowls." This betrayal occurred incrementally. Fred Dick, the BNDD agent assigned to Saigon, passed the names of complicit South Vietnamese military officers and politicians to the Heroin Committee. But as Agent Dick recalled, Ambassador Ellsworth Bunker called a meeting in Saigon at which CIA Station Chief Ted Shackley appeared and explained that there was a delicate balance. What he said, in effect, was that no one was willing to do anything. Meanwhile, to protect its global network of drug trafficking assets, the CIA began infiltrating the BNDD and commandeering its executive management, internal security, intelligence, and foreign operations branches. This act of bureaucratic piracy required the placement of CIA officers in influential positions in every federal agency concerned with drug law enforcement. CIA officer Paul Van Marks, for example, was assigned as an assistant on narcotics control to the U.S. ambassador in France. Van Marks thereafter ensured that BNDD conspiracy cases against European traffickers did not compromise CIA operations and assets. He also vetted potential BNDD assets to make sure they were not enemy spies. The FBN had never had more than 16 agents stationed overseas, but Nixon dramatically increased funding for the BNDD, with the result that hundreds of agents were soon posted abroad. The success of these overseas agents depended entirely on CIA intelligence and cooperation, as BNDD Director John Ingersoll understood. BNDD agents soon felt the sting of CIA involvement in drug law enforcement operations within the United States. Operation Eagle was the flashpoint. Launched in 1970, Eagle targeted anti-Castro Cubans smuggling cocaine from Latin America to the Trafficante crime family in Florida. Of the dozens of Cuban traffickers arrested in June, many were found to be members of Operation 40, a CIA terror organization active in the U.S., the Caribbean, Mexico, and Central and South America. Operation 40 was one of several narco-terrorist groups created, funded, and directed by the CIA. The revelation that CIA narco-terrorists were operating within the U.S. led to the assignment of CIA officers as advisors to mid-level BNDD enforcement officials, including Latin American Division Chief Jerry Strickler. The CIA officers tasked to work with the Enforcement Division served as political cadre. Their job was not to make cases, but to protect CIA drug trafficking assets from exposure and prosecution while facilitating the recruitment of these assets as informants for the BNDD. Many of the anti-Castro Cuban exiles arrested in Operation Eagle were indeed hired by the BNDD and sent through Latin America to expand its operations. They got fantastic information, Strickler noted, but many were playing a double game. The second infestation. By 1969, Ingersoll's inspections staff had gathered enough evidence to warrant the investigation of several corrupt FBN agents who had risen to management positions in the BNDD. But Ingersoll could not investigate his top managers without subverting the organization's drug investigations. So he asked CIA Director Helms for help building a counterintelligence capacity within the BNDD. The result was Operation Twofold, in which 19 CIA officers were infiltrated into the BNDD to spy on corrupt BNDD officials. According to Chief Inspector Patrick Fuller, a corporation engaged in law enforcement hired 3 CIA officers posing as private businessmen to do the contact and interview work. CIA officer Jerry Soule, a former Operation 40 case officer, was the primary recruiter. In selecting CIA officers for Twofold, Soule chose junior officers whose careers had stalled due to the reduction of forces in Southeast Asia. Those hired were put through the BNDD's training course and assigned to spy on the BNDD's 16 regional directors. No records were kept, and some participants have never been identified. Chuck Gudensson was one of several Twofold torpedoes I interviewed. Prior to his recruitment into the BNDD, Gudensson had spent 2 years at the CIA's base in Paxe, a major heroin transit point between Laos and South Vietnam. Fuller said that when we communicated, I was to be known as Leo Adams for Los Angeles, Gudensson said. He was to be Walter DiCarlo for Washington, D.C. Gudenson's cover, however, was blown before he got to Los Angeles. Someone at headquarters was talking, and everyone knew, he recalled. About a month after I arrived, one of the agents said to me, "I hear that Pat Fuller signed your credentials." Twofold existed at least until 1974 and was deemed by the Rockefeller Commission to have violated the 1947 Act, which prohibits the CIA's participation in law enforcement activities. It also, as shall be discussed later, served as a cover for clandestine CIA operations. The third infestation. The Nixon White House blamed the BNDD's failure to stop international drug trafficking on its feeble intelligence capabilities, a condition that opened the door to further CIA infiltration. In late 1970, CIA Director Helms arranged for his recently retired Chief of Continuing Intelligence, E. Drexel Godfrey, to review BNDD intelligence procedures. Among other things, Godfrey recommended that the BNDD create regional intelligence units, RIUs, and a Strategic Intelligence Office, SIO. The RIUs were up and running by 1971, with recycled CIA officers assigned as analysts, prompting regular BNDD agents to view the RIUs with suspicion as repositories for Twofold torpedoes. The SIO was harder to implement, given its arcane function as a tool to help senior BNDD managers formulate plans and strategies in the political sphere. As SIO Director John Warner explained, "We needed to understand the political climate in Thailand in order to address the problem. We needed to know what kind of protection the Thai police were affording traffickers. We were looking for an intelligence office that could deal with those sorts of issues on the ground overseas." Organizing the SIO fell to CIA officers Adrian Swain and Tom Tripodi, both of whom were infiltrated into the BNDD. In April 1971, Swain and Tripodi accompanied Ingersoll to Saigon, where they were briefed by Station Chief Ted Shackley. Swain had worked in Laos and Vietnam, and through former CIA contacts, he surreptitiously obtained maps of CIA-protected drug smuggling routes in Southeast Asia. Upon their return to the U.S., Swain and Tripodi expressed frustration that the CIA had access to people capable of providing the BNDD with additional intelligence, but these people were involved in narcotics trafficking, and the CIA did not want to identify them. Seeking a way to finesse the situation, Swain and Tripodi recommended the creation of a Special Operations or Strategic Operations staff that would function as the BNDD's own CIA, using a backdoor approach to gather intelligence in support of operations. Those operations would rely on longer-range, deep-penetration, clandestine assets who remain undercover, do not appear during the course of any trial, and are recruited and directed by the Special Operations agents on a covert basis. The White House approved the plan in May 1971, along with a $120 million proposal for drug control, of which $50 million was earmarked for BNDD special operations. 3 weeks later, Nixon declared a war on drugs, at which point Congress responded with funding for the SIO and authorization for the extra-legal operations Swain and Tripodi envisioned. Director John Warner was given a seat on the U.S. Intelligence Board so the SIO could obtain raw intelligence from the CIA. But in return, the SIO was compelled to adopt CIA security procedures. A CIA security officer was assigned to establish the SIO's file room and computer system. Safes and steel doors were installed, and witting agents had to obtain CIA clearances. 3 active-duty CIA officers were assigned to the SIO as desk officers for Europe and the Middle East, the Far East, and Latin America. Tripodi was assigned as the SIO's chief of operations. Tripodi notably had spent the previous 6 years in Florida with the CIA's Security Research Services, where his duties included the penetration of peace groups, as well as setting up notional private investigation firms to conduct black bag jobs. It is of historical importance that White House plumber E. Howard Hunt inherited Tripodi's Special Operations Unit, which included several of the Watergate burglars. SIO Ops Chief Tripodi liaised with the CIA on matters of mutual interest, including the covert collection of intelligence outside of routine BNDD channels. As part of his operational plan, codenamed Medusa, Tripodi proposed that SIO agents hire foreign nationals to blow up contrabandista planes while they were refueling at clandestine airstrips. Another proposal called for ambushing traffickers in America and taking their drugs and money, which, as I've reported elsewhere and in my books on the subject, case-making agents had been doing for decades, albeit unofficially. Enter Lucien Conein. The creation of the SIO coincided with the assignment of CIA officer Lucien Conein to the BNDD. As a member of the OSS, Conein had parachuted into France to form resistance cells that included Corsican smugglers. As a CIA officer, Conein in 1954 was assigned to Vietnam to organize anti-communist forces in the north, and in 1963 he achieved infamy as the intermediary between the Kennedy White House and the cabal of generals that murdered President Diem and his brother Nhu. In The Politics of Heroin in Southeast Asia, historian Alfred McCoy alleged that in 1965, Conein arranged a truce between the CIA and the drug-trafficking Corsicans in Saigon. Conein apparently knew some of these gangsters from his work with the French resistance. The truce, according to McCoy, allowed the Corsicans to traffic in narcotics as long as they served as contact men for the CIA. The truce also endowed the Corsicans with free passage at a time when Marseille heroin labs were turning from Turkish to Southeast Asian morphine base. In a letter to McCoy's publisher, Conein denied McCoy's allegation and insisted that his meeting with the Corsicans was solely to resolve a problem caused by Daniel Ellsberg's peccadillos with the mistress of a Corsican. It is impossible to know who is telling the truth. Ellsberg denies that his CIA friends were involved in drug trafficking. McCoy and all the evidence indicate they were. What is definitely known is that in July 1971, on Howard Hunt's recommendation, the White House hired Conein as an expert on Corsican traffickers in Southeast Asia. Conein was assigned as a consultant to the SIO's Far East Asia desk, then under CIA officer Walter Mackham, a veteran of Vietnam. Conein's activities will be discussed in greater detail. The parallel mechanism. In September 1971, the Heroin Committee was reorganized as the Cabinet Committee for International Narcotics Control, CCINC, under Secretary of State William Rogers. The CCINC's congressional mandate was to set policies which relate international considerations to domestic considerations. By 1975, its budget amounted to $875 million, and the war on drugs had become a boondoggle for bureaucrats. Concurrently, the CIA formed a unilateral drug unit in its operations division under Seymour Bolton. Known as the Special Assistant to the Director for the Coordination of Narcotics, Bolton directed CIA division and station chiefs in unilateral drug control operations. In doing this, Bolton worked with Ted Shackley, who in 1972 was appointed head of the CIA's Western Hemisphere Division. Bolton and Shackley had worked together in post-war Germany, as well as in anti-Castro operations, including Operation 40 in the early 1960s. Their collaboration would grease federal drug law enforcement's skid into moral and legal oblivion. "Bolton screwed us," BNDD's Latin American Division Chief Jerry Strickler said bitterly, and so did Shackley. Bolton also screwed the judicial system by setting up a parallel mechanism using a computerized register of international drug traffickers and a CIA-staffed communications crew that intercepted calls from drug traffickers in the U.S. to their accomplices around the world. The International Narcotics Information Network, INIS, was modeled on the Phoenix Information System, PHMIS, the CIA had used to terrorize the underground resistance in South Vietnam. Bolton's staff also retooled dozens of CIA officers and slipped them into the BNDD. Several went to Lou Conin in the SIO for clandestine, highly illegal operations. Factions within the BNDD, CIA, and military were opposed to Bolton's parallel mechanism, but CIA Executive Director William Colby supported Bolton's plan to preempt the BNDD and use its agents and informants for unilateral CIA purposes. The White House also supported the plan for political purposes related to Nixon's re-election. As part of the CIA's secret government, BNDD officials who resisted were expunged. Those who cooperated were rewarded. The Bureau of Narcotics Covert Intelligence Network, BUNCIN. In September 1972, DCI Helms, then immersed in Watergate intrigues, told BNDD Director Ingersoll that the CIA had prepared files on specific drug traffickers in Miami, the Florida Keys, and the Caribbean. Helms said the CIA would provide Ingersoll with assets to pursue the traffickers and develop information on tangential targets of opportunity. The CIA would also provide operational, technical, and financial support. The result was the Bureau of Narcotics Covert Intelligence Network, BUNCIN, whose methodology reflected Tripodi's Medusa plan and included unconventional warfare tactics like provocations, inducement to desertion, creating confusion and apprehension. Some BUNCIN intelligence activities were directed against senior foreign government officials and were blamed on other government agencies or even on the intelligence services of other nations. Other BUNCIN activities were directed against American civic and political groups. BNDD officials managed BUNCIN's legal activities, while Conin at the SIO managed its extra-legal jobs. According to Conin's administrative deputy, Rich Kobakov, BUNCIN was an experiment in how to finesse the law. The end product was intelligence, not seizures or arrests. CIA officers Robert Medell and William Loge were chosen to manage BUNCIN operations in the field. A Bay of Pigs veteran born in Cuba, Medell was initially assigned to the twofold counterintelligence program. Medell was BUNCIN's covert agent and recruited its agents from the anti-Castro Cuban drug smuggling underworld. All of his assets had previously worked for the CIA, and all understood that they were working for it again. Medell started running agents in March 1973 with the stated goal of penetrating the Santo Trafficante organization in Florida. To this end, the BNDD's enforcement chief, Andy Tartolino, introduced Medell to Sal Caniba, a retired mafioso who'd been in business with Trafficante in the 1950s. Caniba, in one day, identified the head of the Cuban side of the Trafficante family, as well as its organizational structure. But the CIA refused to allow the BNDD to pursue the investigation because it had employed Trafficante in its assassination attempts against Fidel Castro, and because Trafficante's Operation 40 associates were performing similar functions for the CIA around the world. Medell's principal agent was Bay of Pigs veteran Guillermo Tabraue, whom the CIA paid a whopping $1,400 a week. While receiving this princely sum, Tabraue participated in the Alvarez Cruz drug smuggling ring. Medell also recruited agents from Manuel Artime's anti-Castro organization. Howard Hunt, notably, had been Artime's case officer, and many members of Artime's narco-terror organization had worked for Bolton and Shackley, while Shackley was the CIA's station chief in Miami in the early 1960s. Bill Loge was the overt agent assigned to the BUNCIN office in Miami. A member of the CIA's Jeweler program for junior officers, Loge had been Shackley's bodyguard in Saigon in 1969. From 1970 to 1971, Logay served under Tully Akampora as the CIA's Special Police Liaison and Drug Coordinator in Saigon's Precinct 5. Logay was asked to join Twofold, but claimed to have refused. Medell and Logay's reports were hand-delivered to BNDD headquarters via the Defense Department's classified courier service. The military was in charge of emergency planning and provided BUN-CIN agents with special communications equipment. The CIA supplied BUN-CIN's assets with forged IDs that enabled them to work for foreign governments, including Panama, Venezuela, and Costa Rica. Like the Twofold canard, BUN-CIN had two agendas. The first, according to Chief Inspector Fuller, was told and had a narcotics mission. The second provided cover for the plumbers and their dirty tricks. Orders for the domestic subversive political facet emanated from the White House and passed through Conin to Gordon Liddy and his Operation Gemstone squad of anti-Castro Cuban narco-terrorists from the Artime organization. BNDD Enforcement Chief Tartolino was unhappy with the arrangement and gave Agent Ralph Frias the job of screening the anti-Castro Cubans the White House sent to the BNDD. Frias was assigned to the BNDD's International Affairs staff. When Nixon's Chief of Staff, Bob Haldeman, sent 3 Cubans to the BNDD, Frias discovered they were plants who, once in possession of BNDD credentials, were to act on behalf of their political patrons at the White House. Those 3 were not hired, but, Frias told me, many others were successfully infiltrated inside the BNDD and other federal agencies. Under BUN-CIN cover, CIA assets reportedly kidnapped and assassinated people in Colombia and Mexico. The Nixon White House sponsors also used BUN-CIN assets to gather dirt on Democratic politicians in Key West. Thanks to the CIA, through BUN-CIN, federal drug law enforcement sank to new lows of political repression and corruption. Novo Yardley. The Nixon White House exploited the operations by committee management method to ensure political control over its illegal drug operations. As the various agencies involved in drug law enforcement pooled resources, the BNDD's narcotics mission was further diluted and diminished. As the preeminent agency in the federal government, the CIA used Bolton's parallel mechanism to commandeer the BNDD's global network of agents. The process advanced in South America when, at their introductory meeting in Mexico City in 1972, Western Hemisphere Division Chief Shackley ordered the BNDD's Latin American Division Chief, Jerry Strickler, to hand over all BNDD files, informant lists, and cable traffic. Bad things happened as a result, according to Strickler. The worst abuse was that the CIA allowed drug shipments into the U.S. without telling the BNDD. Individual stations allowed this, SIO Director John Warner confirmed. Insofar as evidence acquired by CIA electronic surveillance is inadmissible in court, the CIA was able to protect its controlled deliveries simply by monitoring them. The significance of this strategy cannot be overstated. The courts have terminated numerous investigations as a result of the CIA spying on traffickers. Likewise, dozens of narcotics prosecutions have been dismissed on national security grounds due to the participation of CIA assets operating in trafficking organizations around the world. Strickler knew by name which CIA people were guilty of sabotaging cases in Latin America and wanted to indict them. He brought his list to BNDD headquarters, but at Bolton's insistence, Strickler was immediately kicked out of the enforcement division. Meanwhile, CIA assets from Bolton's unilateral drug unit were kidnapping and assassinating traffickers as part of Operation Twofold. Ingersoll confirmed the existence of this covert facet of Twofold. Its purpose, he told me, was to put agents under deep cover to develop intelligence on drug trafficking from South America. The regional directors weren't aware of the program. Ingersoll said he got approval from Attorney General John Mitchell and passed the operation on to his successor, John Bartels, the first administrator of the Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA. Ingersoll said the unit was not supposed to operate inside the U.S., which is why he thought it was legal. Ingersoll said he was surprised that no one from the Rockefeller Commission asked him about it. I was fortunate to interview Joseph DiGennaro, a member of this covert operation. Joey DiGennaro's entry into the covert facet of Twofold began when a family friend, who knew Jim Ludlam, suggested that he apply for a job with the BNDD. Then working as a stockbroker in New York, DeGennaro met Chief Inspector Fuller in 1971 in Washington. Fuller gave DeGennaro the code name Novo Yardley based on his posting in New York and as a play on the name of the famous codebreaker. After DeGennaro obtained the required clearances, he and several other recruits were spun off from Twofold into the CIA's operational unit. The background check took 14 months, during which time he received intensive combat and tradecraft training. In October 1972, DeGennaro was assigned to a New York City enforcement group as a cover for his CIA activities. His paychecks came from BNDD funds, but the program was reimbursed by the CIA through the Bureau of Mines. The program was authorized by the appropriate congressional committee. DeGennaro's unit was a component of the Special Operations Division, which at the time was managed by former Phoenix Program Director Evan Parker. The U.S. military provided assets within foreign military services to keep exfiltration routes, air corridors, and roads open. The military cleared airspace when captured drug trafficking suspects were brought into the U.S. DeGennaro spent most of his time in South America, but the unit operated worldwide, including in Lebanon, France, and the Far East. The unit numbered about 40 men, including experts in printing, forgery, maritime operations, and telecommunications. DeGennaro would check with Fuller and take sick time or annual leave to go on missions. There were lots of missions. As his BNDD group supervisor in New York, Joseph Carecchio said, "Joey was never in the office." The job involved tracking, kidnapping, and if they resisted, killing traffickers. Kidnapped persons were incapacitated by drugs and dumped in the U.S. As DEA agent Jerry Carey recalled, "We get a call that there was a present waiting for us on the corner of 116th Street and 6th Avenue. We'd go there and find some guy who'd been indicted in the Eastern District of New York, handcuffed to a telephone pole. We'd take him to a safe house for questioning and, if possible, turn him into an informer. Sometimes we'd have him in custody for months. But what did he know? If you're a Corsican drug dealer in Argentina, and men with police credentials arrest you, how do you know it's a CIA operation?" DeGennaro's last operation in 1977 involved the recovery of a satellite that had fallen into a drug dealer's hands. Such was the extent of the CIA's parallel mechanism. The Dirty Dozen. With the formation of the DEA in July 1973, BUNCIN was renamed the DEA Clandestine Operations Network, DEACON. A number of DEACONs were developed and funded as special field intelligence programs. As an extension of BUNCIN, Pt.1 developed intelligence on traffickers in Costa Rica, Ohio, and New Jersey, politicians in Florida, terrorists and gun runners, the sale of boats and helicopters to Cuba, and the venerable Trafficante organization. Under DEA boss John Bartels, administrative control of the Deacons fell under DEA Intelligence Chief George Belk and his assistant for special projects, Phil Smith. Through Belk and Smith, the Office of Special Projects became a major facet of Bolton's parallel mechanism. It housed the DEA's Air Wing, staffed largely by CIA officers, conducted research programs with the CIA, provided state-of-the-art technical aids and false documentation to agents, and handled fugitive searches. As part of Deacon 1, Smith sent covert agent Bob Medell to Caracas and Bogota to develop a network of agents. As Smith noted in a memorandum, reimbursement for Medell is being made in back-channel fashion to CIA under payments to other agencies and is not counted as a position against us. Thoroughly suborned by the CIA, DEA Administrator Bartels established a priority on foreign clandestine narcotics collection. Thus, when Belk proposed a Special Operations Group in the Office of Intelligence, Bartels immediately approved it. In March 1974, Belk assigned the Special Operations Group to Lou Black Luigi Conin. As chief of the Intelligence Group Operations, IGO, Conin administered the DEA's Special Operations Group, DEA SOG, and its National Intelligence Officers, NIO program. The chain of command, however, was unclear, and while Medell reported administratively to Smith at Special Projects, Conin directed him through a separate chain of command, reaching to William Colby, who had risen to the rank of CIA Director in the summer of 1973, concurrent with the formation of the DEA. Conein had worked for Colby in Vietnam, and through Colby's personnel assistant, Jack A. Matthews, he hired a dirty dozen CIA officers to staff DEA SOG. As NIOs, not regular DEA agents, the DEA SOG crew did not buy narcotics or appear in court, but instead used standard CIA operating procedures to recruit assets and set up agent networks for the long-range collection of intelligence on trafficking groups. They had no visible connection to the DEA and were housed in a safe house outside headquarters in downtown Washington. The space was provided by Conein's drinking buddy from Vietnam, John Picadune Muldoon, who had formed a private investigative firm as cover for CIA domestic ops. Muldoon's PI firm was located in the same building. The first DEA SOG recruits were CIA officers Elias P. Chavez and Nicholas Zapata. Both had paramilitary and drug control experience in Laos. Jack Matthews had been Chavez's case officer at the Long Tien base, where General Vang Pao ran his secret drug-smuggling army under Laos Station Chief Ted Shackley's auspices from 1966 to 1968. A group of 8 CIA officers followed. Wesley Dykeman, a Chinese linguist with service in Vietnam, was assigned to San Francisco. Louis J. Davis, a veteran of Vietnam and Laos, was assigned to the Chicago RIU. Chris Thompson from the CIA's Phoenix program went to San Antonio. Hugh E. Murray, veteran of PAC-C and Bolivia, where he participated in the capture of Che Guevara, was sent to Tucson. Thomas D. McFall had worked with Conein in Vietnam and was sent to Dallas. Thomas L. Briggs, a veteran of Laos and a friend of Shackley's, went to Mexico. Vernon J. Gertz, a Shackley friend who had participated in the Allende coup, went to Venezuela, and David A. Sherman, a Conein friend and former manager of the CIA's interrogation center in Da Nang, went to sunny San Diego. Gary Maddox, who ran the CIA counterterror teams in Vietnam's Delta, and interrogator Robert Simon were the 11th and 12th members. Terry Baldwin, Barry Carew, and Joseph Lagatuta joined later. According to Lou Davis, Conein created DEA SOG specifically to do Phoenix program-style jobs overseas, the type where a commando breaks into a trafficker's home, steals his drugs, and slits his throat. The NIOs were to operate overseas and target traffickers the local cops couldn't touch for political reasons. The Prime Minister's son or the police chief in Acapulco, if he was the local drug boss. If the NIOs couldn't assassinate the target, Conein and the CIA would arrange to bomb his labs or use psychological warfare to make him look like he was a DEA informant, so his own people would kill him. The DEA SOG people would be breaking the law, Davis observed, but they didn't have arrest powers overseas anyway. Conein envisioned 50 NIOs operating worldwide by 1977. But a slew of Watergate-related scandals forced the DEA to curtail the program and reorganize its covert operations staff in ways that have since corrupted federal drug law enforcement beyond repair. Assassination scandals. The first scandal focused on Deacon 3, which targeted the Aviles Perez organization in Mexico. Eli Chavez, Nick Zapata, and Barry Carew were the NIOs assigned. A veteran CIA officer who spoke Spanish, Carew had served under Talia Campora as a special police advisor in Saigon before joining the BNDD. Carew was assigned as Conein's Latin American desk officer and managed Chavez and Zapata, a.k.a. the Mexican assassin, in Mexico. According to Chavez, a White House task force under Howard Hunt started the Deacon 3 case. The task force provided photographs of the Aviles Perez compound in Sinaloa, from whence truckloads of marijuana were shipped to the U.S. Funds were allotted in February 1974, at which point Chavez and Zapata traveled to Mexico as representatives of the North American Alarm and Fire Systems Company. In Mazatlan, they met with Carew, who, according to Chavez, stayed at a fancy hotel and played tennis every day, while Chavez and Zapata, whom Conein referred to as pepper bellies, fumed in a flea-bag motel. Eventually, a female informant arranged for Chavez, posing as a buyer, to meet Perez. A deal was struck, but DEA Chief John Bartels made the mistake of instructing Chavez to brief the DEA's regional director in Mexico City before making the buy. At this meeting, the Deacon 3 agents presented their operational plan. However, when the subject of neutralizing Perez came up, analyst Joan Bannister took this to mean assassination. Bannister reported her suspicions to DEA headquarters, where the anti-CIA faction gleefully leaked her report to Washington Post columnist Jack Anderson. Anderson's sensational allegation that the DEA was providing cover for a CIA assassination unit was supported by revelations that the Senate had investigated Conein for shopping around for assassination devices, including exploding ashtrays and telephones. Conein kept his job, but the investigation exposed Muldoon and led to Conein's comrade from the OSS, Mitch Wirbel, a deniable asset Conein used for parallel operations. Wirbel had sold silenced machine pistols to Pt.1 target Robert Vesco. Then living in Costa Rica, Vesco was surrounded by drug-trafficking Cuban exiles from the Trafficante organization. Trafficante was also at the time living in Costa Rica as a guest of President Figueres. Figueres' son had purchased weapons from Wirbel and used them to arm a death squad he had formed with Pt.1 asset Carlos Rambolt, a notorious anti-Castro Cuban narco-terrorist and fugitive drug smuggler. Meanwhile, in February 1974, DEA agent Anthony Triponi, a former captain in the Army Special Forces and a Phoenix Program veteran, was admitted to a hospital in New York suffering from hypertension. DEA inspectors found Triponi in the psychiatric ward, distraught because he had broken his cover and now his special code would have to be changed. Thinking he was insane, the DEA inspectors called former Chief Inspector Patrick Fuller in California just to be sure. As it turned out, Triponi was an active member of Operation Twofold, and everything he said was true. The incredulous DEA inspectors called the CIA and were stunned when they were told, "If you release the story, we will destroy you." By 1975, Congress and the Justice Department were investigating the DEA's nefarious relations with the CIA. In the process, they stumbled upon Tripodi's Medusa program, as well as DEA plots to assassinate Moises Torrijos, brother of Panamanian President Omar Torrijos, and Panama's Chief of Military Intelligence, Manuel Noriega. In a draft report, DEA Inspector Richard Salmi described Medusa as follows. Topics considered as options included psychological terror tactics, substitution of placebos to discredit traffickers, use of incendiaries to destroy conversion laboratories, and disinformation to cause internal warfare between drug trafficking organizations. Other methods under consideration involved blackmail, use of psychopharmacological techniques, bribery, and even terminal sanctions. The cover-up. Despite the flurry of investigations, Nixon's successor, Gerald Ford, reconfirmed the CIA's arrangement with DEA. The CIA continued to have its way. Much of its success is attributed to Seymour Bolton, whose staff, perhaps not coincidentally, handled all requests for files from the U.S. Senate Select Committee to study governmental operations with respect to intelligence activities. The Church Committee, as it was known, was investigating the CIA's many and varied illegal activities. But rather than bring about the total destruction of the agency, the Church Committee concluded that allegations of drug smuggling by CIA assets and proprietaries lacked substance. The Rockefeller Commission likewise gave the CIA a clean bill of health, falsely stating that Operation Twofold was terminated in 1973. As Ingersoll noted, the Commission completely ignored the existence of the CIA's operational unit hidden within the inspections program. However, as a result of the DEA SOG assassination scandals, Ford did task the Justice Department to investigate allegations of fraud, irregularity, and misconduct in the DEA. Under U.S. Attorney Michael DeFeo, the ensuing investigation examined allegations that DEA officials had discussed killing Omar Torrijos and Manuel Noriega. In March 1976, Deputy Attorney General Richard Thornburg announced there were no findings to warrant criminal prosecutions. In 1976, Congressman Bella Abzug submitted questions to Ford's CIA Director George H.W. Bush about the CIA's role in international drug trafficking. Bush's response was to cite a 1954 agreement with the Justice Department that gave the CIA the right to block prosecution and keep its crimes secret in the name of national security. In its final report, the Abzug Committee wryly noted, "It was ironic that the CIA should be given responsibility of narcotic intelligence, particularly since they are supporting the prime movers." Acknowledging the operational realities, Congress in 1976, through the Mansfield Amendment, sought to curtail extra-legal activities by prohibiting DEA agents from kidnapping suspects without the consent of the host government. The CIA, of course, was exempt and continued to sabotage DEA cases against its prime movers, while further tightening its stranglehold on DEA executive management. In 1977, having reached the end of his rope, the DEA's enforcement chief Daniel Casey sent a memo co-signed by the enforcement division chiefs to DEA Administrator Peter Bensinger. The memo stated, "All were unanimous in their belief that present CIA programs were likely to cause serious future problems for DEA, both foreign and domestic." Casey and his division chiefs specifically cited CIA-controlled deliveries into the United States and the fact that the CIA will not respond positively to any discovery motion as the biggest impediments. Many of the subjects who appear in these CIA-promoted or controlled surveillances, the DEA officials complained, regularly travel to the United States in furtherance of their trafficking activities. The de facto immunity from prosecution the traffickers enjoyed due to the CIA's electronic surveillance of the controlled deliveries enabled the CIA assets to operate much more openly and effectively. But Bensinger suffered the CIA at the expense of America's public health and the DEA's integrity. Under Bensinger, the DEA created its CENTAC program to target trafficking organizations worldwide. But the CIA subverted CENTAC too. As CENTAC chief Dennis Dale famously said, "The major targets of my investigations almost invariably turned out to be working for the CIA." Murder and Mayhem. Pt.1 inherited BUN-CIN's anti-Castro Cuban assets from Brigade 2506, which the CIA had organized to invade Cuba in 1960. Controlled by Nixon's secret political police, these CIA assets, operating under DEA cover, had parallel assignments involving extremist groups and terrorism, and information of a political nature. Pt.1's downfall, however, had more mundane origins, and began when overt agent Bill Logue charged that covert agent Bob Medel's anti-Castro Cuban assets had penetrated the DEA on behalf of the Trafficante organization. In other words, the CIA was using its narco-terrorists to spy on the DEA so it could better protect its anti-Castro Cuban narco-terrorist networks. Pt.1 Secretary Cecilia Plissette fanned the flames by claiming that Conin and Medel were using principal agent Tabraue to circumvent the DEA and thus more easily bring drugs into the country, in what amounted to an endless succession of controlled deliveries, all monitored by the CIA. Tabraue financed loads of cocaine and used Pt.1 assets to smuggle them into the U.S. Plissette told me that Medel and Conin worked for the other side and wanted the DEA to fail. These accusations prompted yet another cover-up, in which Logue was reassigned to the DEA's inspections staff, and Medel was replaced by Gary Maddox, an NIO member of the Dirty Dozen. According to Maddox, Western Hemisphere Division Chief Ted Shackley, whom Maddox had worked for in Vietnam, helped Colby set up DEA SOG and brought in his people, including Tom Clines, whom Shackley placed in charge of the CIA's Caribbean Operations Group. Clines, like Shackley and Bolton, knew all the exiled Cuban narco-terrorists on the DEA SOG payroll. CIA officer Vernon Gertz, notably, worked for Clines in Caracas as part of the CIA's parallel mechanism under DEA SOG cover. As cover for his Pt.1 activities, Maddox set up a front company designed to improve relations between Cuban and American businessmen. Meanwhile, he hired members of the Artime organization, including Watergate burglars Rolando Martinez and Bernard Barker, and Che Guevara's killer, Felix Rodriguez. These anti-Castro narco-terrorists were allegedly part of a hit team that Shackley and Clines employed for private as well as professional purposes, a distinction no longer relevant in the 21st century. In late 1974, Pt.1 finally expired when Robert Simon's daughter was murdered in a drive-by shooting by Maddox's crazed anti-Castro Cubans. Simon at the time was managing the CIA's drug database and had linked the exiled Cuban narco-traffickers with a foreign terrorist organization. As Maddox explained, it got bad after the brigaders found out Simon was after them. It was bad, yes, but it was business as usual, and none of the CIA's narco-terrorists were arrested for murdering Simon's daughter. Instead, Conin issued a directive prohibiting Deacon-1 assets from reporting on domestic political affairs or terrorist activities. The murder was swept under the carpet for reasons of national security. Deacon-1 unceremoniously ended in 1975 after Fred Dick was assigned to head the DEA's Caribbean Basin Group. In that capacity, Dick, who hated Seymour Bolton, visited the Deacon-1 safe house and found, in his words, a clandestine CIA unit using miscreants from Bay of Pigs, guys who were blowing up planes. Dick hit the ceiling, and in August 1975, Deacon-1 was terminated. No new deacons were initiated, and the rest quietly ran their course. Undeterred, the CIA redeployed its anti-Castro Cuban miscreants to the terror organization CORU in 1977. Others would go to work for Ollie North in the Reagan regime's Iran-Contra narco-terror network. Conin's IGO was disbanded in 1976 after a grand jury sought Deacon-1 intelligence regarding several drug busts. But, as noted earlier, CIA-acquired intelligence cannot be used in prosecutions, and the CIA refused to identify its assets in court, with the result that 27 prosecutions were dismissed on national security grounds. Gary Maddox was thereafter unwelcome at the DEA, but his patron Ted Shackley had become DCI George H.W. Bush's Assistant Deputy Director for Operations, at which point Shackley rehired Maddox into the CIA and assigned him to the CIA's narcotics unit in Peru. At the time, drug kingpin Santiago Ocampo was purchasing cocaine in Peru, and his partner, Mata Ballesteros, was flying it to the usual Cuban miscreants in Miami. One of the receivers, Francisco Chanes, an erstwhile Deacon asset, owned two seafood companies that allegedly served as fronts in North's Contra's supply network, receiving and distributing tons of Contra cocaine. Maddox soon joined the Contra support operation as Nicaraguan guerrilla leader Eden Pastora's case officer. In that capacity, Maddox was present in 1984 when a CIA case officer handed pilot Barry Seal a camera and told him to take photographs of Sandinista official Federico Vaughn loading bags of cocaine onto Seal's plane. A dual CIA-DEA special employee, Seal was running drugs for Jorge Ochoa Vasquez and using Nicaragua as a transit point for his deliveries. North asked DEA officials to instruct Seal to steal $1.5 million in cash from Ochoa and deliver the money to the Contras instead. When the DEA officials objected, North leaked a blurry photo to the right-wing Washington Times. Purportedly taken by Seal, the photo showed Vaughn loading cocaine onto the plane. For partisan political purposes, North blew the DEA's biggest case at the time, and the DEA did nothing about it, even though DEA Chief Jack Lawn said in 1988, in testimony before the Subcommittee on Crime of the Committee on the Judiciary, that leaking the photo severely jeopardized the lives of agents. The criminal conspiracy climaxed in 1989 when the CIA instructed Gary Maddox to testify as a defense witness at the trial of Deacon-1's principal agent, Gabriel Tabraue. Although Tabraue had earned $75 million from drug trafficking while working as a CIA-DEA asset, the judge declared a mistrial based on Maddox's testimony. Tabraue was released without a scratch. Some people inferred that President George H.W. Bush had personally ordered Maddox to torpedo the case. Other examples of the CIA's use of narco-terrorists abound. In 1981, for example, DEA agent Dick Salmi recruited Roberto Cabrillo, a drug-smuggling member of CORU, another organization of crazed Cuban exiles formed by Frank Castro and Luis Posada, while George Bush was director of Central Intelligence. The DEA had arrested Frank Castro in 1981, but the CIA engineered his release and hired him to establish a Contra training camp in the Florida Everglades. Castro's colleague, Luis Posada, reportedly managed drug shipments for the Contras in cahoots with Felix Rodriguez. Charged in Venezuela with blowing up a Cuban airliner and killing 73 people in 1976, Posada was shielded from extradition by President George W. Bush in the mid-2000s. Having been castrated by the CIA, DEA officials could only ask their CORU assets to please stop blowing up people like Orlando Letelier in the U.S. They could maim and kill people anywhere else, just not here in the happy homeland. By then, Salmi noted, the Justice Department had a special gray mail section to fix cases involving CIA terrorists and drug dealers. The joke is on you. Director of Central Intelligence William Webster formed the CIA's Counter-Narcotics Center, CNC, in 1988. Staffed by over 100 agents, it ostensibly became the springboard for the covert penetration of and paramilitary operations against top traffickers protected by high-tech security firms, lawyers, and well-armed private armies. Under CIA political control, the CNC brought together every federal agency involved in the illusory war on drugs. Former CIA officer and erstwhile Operation Twofold member Terry Burke, then serving as the DEA's Deputy for Operations, was allowed to send one liaison officer to the CNC. The CNC quickly showed its true colors. In late 1990, customs agents in Miami seized a ton of cocaine from Venezuela. To their surprise, a Venezuelan undercover agent said the CIA had approved the delivery. DEA Administrator Robert Bonner ordered an investigation and discovered that the CIA had, in fact, shipped the load from its bulging warehouse in Venezuela. The controlled deliveries were managed by CIA officer Mark McFarlane, a veteran of Reagan's terror campaign in El Salvador. Bonner wanted to indict McFarlane, but was prevented from doing so because Venezuela was in the process of fighting off a rebellion led by leftist Hugo Chavez. This same scenario has been playing out in Afghanistan for the last 15 years, largely through the DEA's Special Operations Division, SOD, whose sole purpose is to provide cover for CIA operations worldwide. The ultimate form of imperial corruption, the SOD's job is not simply to create a crime as freewheeling FBN agents did in the good old days, but to recreate a crime so it is prosecutable despite whatever extra-legal methods the CIA employs to obtain the evidence. That way, law enforcement agencies can make arrests without probable cause. As Reuters reported in 2013, the unit of the DEA that distributes the information is called the Special Operations Division, or SOD. 24 partner agencies comprise the unit, including the FBI, CIA, NSA, Internal Revenue Service, and the Department of Homeland Security. It was created in 1994 to combat Latin American drug cartels and has grown from several dozen employees to several hundred. The utilization of information from the SOD, which like DEA SOG operates out of a secret location in Virginia, cannot be revealed or discussed in any investigative function, according to a DEA document cited by Reuters, which added that officials are specifically directed to omit the SOD's involvement from investigative reports, affidavits, discussions with prosecutors, and courtroom testimony. Agents are told to use parallel construction to build their cases without reference to SOD's tips, which may come from sensitive CIA intelligence intercepts, wiretaps, informants, and a massive database of telephone records, Reuters reported. Citing a former federal agent, Reuters reported that SOD operators would, like Joey DeGennaro's CIA unit, tell law enforcement officials in the U.S. to be at a certain place at a certain time and to look for a certain vehicle, which would then be stopped and searched on some pretext. After an arrest was made, agents then pretended that their investigation began with the traffic stop, not with the SOD tip, the former agent said. An anonymous DEA official told Reuters that this parallel construction approach is decades old, a bedrock concept for law enforcement seeking to avoid probable cause requirements. The SOD's approach does indeed replicate techniques from the early 1970s used in Operation Twofold and Bolton's parallel mechanism, but it is a bedrock concept only insofar as revising reports in order to convict defendants, which was always conducted as unstated policy, is now official policy. No longer considered corruption, it is how your government manages the judicial system on behalf of the rich political elite. As FBN agent Bowman Taylor caustically observed, "I used to think we were fighting the drug business, but after they formed the BNDD, I realized we were feeding it." The corruption was first collateral, a function of national security performed by the CIA in secret, but has now become integral, the essence of an empire run amok. I'll elaborate on that below. Chapter 13. Beyond Dirty Wars, the CIA-DEA connection and modern-day terror in Latin America. Guillermo Jimenez. On today's show, I am joined by Mr. Douglas Valentine, an expert on the CIA and the DEA and their adventures in terror and narcotics trafficking. Doug, thank you for being on the show. Valentine, you're very welcome. Jimenez. I'm trying to piece together how modern-day narco-terrorists, the notorious cartels that we hear and read so much about, may connect with the Phoenix program, and how by studying and understanding this history we can better understand what is happening today. Perhaps we could begin with a summary on what we need to know about Phoenix before we can explore the program's expansion and how it's been implemented in other parts of the world. Valentine. The Vietnam War was a unique experience for the American military and the CIA. They were fighting the North Vietnam Army, NVA, in what they called a main force war. The U.S. was quite prepared to fight that main force war because it had the biggest military in the world. What America wasn't prepared to fight was a guerrilla war, a political war. Ho Chi Minh had said he'd rather have 2 political cadres in every village than a battalion in the field. And that's what happened. The communists organized the people of South Vietnam to fight the oligarchy that was working for the CIA and following American policies. The guerrilla war in the villages baffled the Americans, so the CIA started experimenting with a lot of political and psychological ways of fighting the insurgency in the villages. They called it the other war, pacification. The job fell to the CIA because it meant killing civilians, not soldiers. The military isn't supposed to go into a village and kill everybody. They did it anyway plenty of times, but it turned the people against the U.S. and its puppets in the South Vietnamese government. So the job of killing civilians was given to the CIA, which isn't hampered by any rules of engagement related to the laws of any country. There is nothing to stop the CIA's hired killers from going into the villages and snuffing and snatching Uncle Ho's cadres. The cadres are teachers, laborers, mailmen, farmers, but they're not soldiers. They provide support for the NVA and the guerrillas. They're the backbone of the insurgency. The CIA realizes it has to eliminate these people to win the war. It works through its assets in a country's judicial system to create administrative detention laws that allow Americans and their subsidiary counterterrorism teams to snatch the cadres from their homes at midnight without charging these targeted cadres with having committed criminal offenses. It builds secret interrogation centers where the cadres and their friends and family members can be tortured and turned into double agents. It creates a system that terrorizes everyone in order to create millions of informers. Once it finds out who the cadres are, the CIA sends out its death squads. The CIA calls them counterterrorism teams, like the ones it uses today in Afghanistan and Iraq and other countries around the world. They creep into the cadres' homes in the middle of the night, drag them away to the interrogation centers, or slit their throats and kill their friends and their families for psychological reasons, and run away before anybody knows what happened. In 1967, the CIA brings together all these methods of fighting the guerrilla war in the Phoenix program. Phoenix combines all these things plus a lot I haven't mentioned. It pulls together people from the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Special Forces. It includes the Vietnamese Secret Services. It coordinates everybody that's involved in the war and brings every resource to bear on the political people in the villages in an effort to wipe them off the face of the earth. That's what the Phoenix program is. The total number of people killed was between 25,000 and 40,000. Jimenez. Wow. Hearing you speak about this tactic of going into someone's home at night, which is happening in places like Iraq and Yemen, and taking out an entire family, associates, and friends, and doing so in a public and violent way as a form of psychological warfare. I see a lot of parallels between what you just described and what is happening now in northern Mexico with these drug cartels. They employ the same or similar tactics, and it's not a coincidence as we look at the history of the Phoenix program and how it transitioned into Central America. Many of the founding members of the more violent and notorious drug cartels in Mexico today, namely Los Zetas, are directly linked to the death squads that were trained during this transition of the Phoenix program to Central America. Why did Phoenix become the go-to strategy in El Salvador, Guatemala, and later Iraq? Valentine. Phoenix was a program in Vietnam, a methodology, but it is also a concept based in a speculative philosophy of history in which self-made America is exceptional and its will to power is determinate. Phoenix, the program, goes through organizational changes.
Over the 8 years it existed, pieces were put into it and taken out. The pieces were called different things, different labels were put on the jar up on the shelf. But it is also a method of thinking about and controlling perceptions of and events in the ever-present spectacular moment, and as such is transferable and adaptable to any situation. The United States never met a war it didn't like, especially now that it has the biggest military and the best intelligence service the world has ever known. They're the biggest and the best because they're always fighting to expand the empire. They're always finding a reason to start a war so they can send the next generation of young men into battle to learn how to kill people in the most brutal fashion. The U.S. has an imperative to be as super-aggressive as it can be so it doesn't lose its edge. If its predatory impulse to dominate was stilted in Vietnam, that doesn't mean the soldiers and spies aren't going to pop up someplace else. They're always going to pop up someplace else. They always do. As Vietnam was winding down, the CIA was beset by congressional investigations that revealed some of the criminal activities it was involved in, like MKUltra. The military took a big hit with the release of the Pentagon Papers in 1971. The military had lied to the American public about why it was fighting the Vietnam War. During the Watergate period, the CIA had a reduction of forces in Southeast Asia, but the impulse to dominate was still there, and Phoenix was the perfect template to apply elsewhere, so the CIA and military could release their repressed aggressive forces. Phoenix is both the methodological and programmatic way these repressed impulses to dominate gradually emerge. By 1973, the people who had been running Phoenix were overthrowing the elected socialist government in Chile. One of them was Ted Shackley, who'd been station chief in Saigon. By 1973, Shackley was head of the CIA's Western Hemisphere Division and helped engineer the coup in Chile. From there, the CIA and military fanned out through Latin America. If you review the history, you'll see that there's an infusion of American covert forces into Latin America as the war in Vietnam winds down. Nowhere was this more evident than in El Salvador, where Lieutenant Colonel Stan Fulcher served from 1974 until 1977 as an intelligence advisor with the U.S. Military Advisory Group. Fulcher had run Phoenix operations in Binh Dinh province in South Vietnam in 1972. 2 years later in El Salvador, as he told me when I interviewed him, he saw the same old boys who'd run the war in South Vietnam. The big difference in El Salvador was that the CIA effected U.S. policies through proxies from allied countries as a result of the reduction in the CIA's paramilitary forces. Fulcher watched while Israeli advisors taught El Salvador's major landowners how to organize criminals into vigilante death squads. The death squads used intelligence from El Salvador's military and security forces to target and murder labor leaders and other opponents of the oligarchy. But they were deniable. Fulcher watched while Taiwanese military officers taught Kuomintang political warfare techniques at El Salvador's Command and General Staff College, Phoenix-related subjects like population control through psychological warfare, the development and control of agent provocateurs, the development of political cadres within the officer corps, and the placement of military officers in the civilian security forces. He saw political prisoners put in insane asylums he described as being like Hogarth's paintings. Fulcher saw Americans smuggle weapons and money to the death squads. He was outraged by what he saw and organized at his own home a study group of young military officers who supported land reform, nationalization of the banks, and civilian control of the military. In 1979, these reformist officers staged a successful but short-lived coup. As a result of that coup, the Salvadoran National Security Agency, ANSESAL, which the CIA had formed in 1962, was disbanded and reorganized as the National Intelligence Agency, ANI. This reorganization didn't put an end to the death squads. Instead, the landowners and the fascist military officers moved to Miami and Guatemala, where they formed a political front called ARENA, to which the CIA channeled funds for the purpose of eliminating the reformers. Major Roberto D'Aubuisson was chosen to head ARENA. D'Aubuisson was a former member of ANSESAL, and he transferred his files to General Staff Headquarters, where they were used to compile blacklists. Operating out of Guatemala under CIA supervision, D'Aubuisson's death squads murdered Archbishop Oscar Romero and El Salvador's Attorney General in early 1980.
In December of that year, 6 members of El Salvador's Executive Council were kidnapped, tortured, and killed by a death squad. The death squads went on a rampage, which included the murders in January 1981 of the head of the Land Distribution Program, along with his American advisors, Michael Hammer and Mark Perlman. At this time, according to Salvadoran Army officer Ricardo Castro, death squad supervision passed to Department 5, the civil affairs branch of the Salvadoran General Staff. Department 5 suddenly started coordinating everything, said Castro, a West Point graduate with a master's degree in engineering. Formed in the mid-1970s by the CIA, Department 5 became the political intelligence apparatus within the General Staff. Although it was designed as an investigative, not an operating agency, Department 5 had a large paramilitary force of people dressed in civilian clothes, and because it targeted civilians, they can knock someone off all by themselves or capture them, Castro said. When military as opposed to political targets were involved, Department 2, the intelligence branch of the General Staff, would send information from its informant nets to Department 3, operations, which then dispatched its own death squad. Whether the people to be killed were guerrillas or civilians, Castro explained, the rich people, the leading citizens of the community, traditionally have a great deal of input. Whatever bothers them, if they've got someone who just came into their ranch or their farm and they consider them a bad influence, they just send a messenger to the commander. So Latin America was, for economic reasons, the place the U.S. aimed its aggression after Vietnam. The Phoenix people brought their techniques and ideas into South and Central America, the Caribbean, and Mexico, and began applying and perfecting the Phoenix model in various ways in these countries. All this erupts in 1980 when the Reagan regime comes to power. Jimenez: the Salvador option, is that synonymous with the Phoenix program? Is it essentially the same thing under a different name? Valentine: yes. In fact, the people who created and imposed the Salvador option were Phoenix veterans. The Pink Plan, approved by Vice President Bush for use in El Salvador in 1981, was developed by CIA officers Donald Gregg, Rudy Enders, and Felix Rodriguez in Vietnam, and exported to El Salvador and Iraq. I did interviews with Gregg and Enders in 1988. Gregg was Bush's national security advisor at the time, and he called me from the White House one afternoon when, as he put it, he had nothing to do. He described the whole process in detail. The interview is in my book, The Phoenix Program. Like I said, you can change the label on the jar on the shelf. It's still poison. Jimenez: the same poison, the same concept you mentioned earlier. To me, this sounds like standard operating procedure in every theater of war that America is involved in today. It's amazing. Valentine: I was just reading a book about Daniel Siqueiros, the muralist. There's a passage where a peasant woman says that the foreman who's beating the peasants does what the hacienda owner says, and the hacienda owner does what the North Americans say. Every working-class person in South America understands that. That Americans don't understand it is just a testament to the media here. There's a lot of anti-Americanism in South America and Mexico. The poor people understand that the hand of the Americans, the CIA, FBI, State Department, has always been corrupting high officials in their countries. They do it a number of ways. One way is through drug trafficking. People think this is something that started in Central America during Iran-Contra, but it started in China when the U.S. backed Chiang Kai-shek in the 1920s. The only way that Chiang Kai-shek could finance his government was through the opium trade. There were laws restricting the opium trade, but the U.S. turned a blind eye to Chiang's opium business because they didn't want the communists taking over China. The United States has been engaged in an unstated policy since the 1920s of supporting its political allies by allowing the leadership to make fortunes dealing drugs. The CIA allowed General Vang Pao, the leader of the CIA's secret army of Hmong tribesmen in Laos, to make a fortune through the opium trade in the 1960s and 1970s. FBN agent Bowman Taylor told me about it. Taylor had been an agent in Dallas since 1951, and in 1963 he was assigned to run the Bureau's newly created office in Bangkok. There was no preparation, Taylor noted. I just packed bags and went. Finding friends in Thailand wasn't easy for Taylor, who had no diplomatic training or skills. The war on drugs wasn't a sexy thing yet, and no one at the U.S. Embassy wanted to jeopardize his career by helping an FBN agent whose job was to make drug cases on the most important people in the kingdom of opium. Shunned by his American colleagues, Taylor forged relations with a colonel in the Thai army. 3 months after his arrival, he received additional help when FBN agent Charles Casey arrived. Casey teamed up with a Chinese-American FBN undercover agent from San Francisco to make a case against Kuomintang drug smugglers in the Shan states of Burma. For CIA-related reasons of so-called national security, which everyone is acquainted with by now, the case collapsed after several months. At Taylor's direction, Casey next made a case against 2 Thai lieutenants serving with the CIA-advised border police. But they were the CIA's best lieutenants, according to Taylor, so after their arrest, the CIA simply sent them to manage a drug network in Laos. In another instance, a CIA pilot left a suitcase full of opium at the Air America ticket counter in Bangkok. Taylor and the Thai police officer tailed the pilot to an American airbase outside Tokyo, but the pilot was whisked away to the Philippines and put under protective custody by CIA security officers. Joining Taylor and Casey in 1965 was Agent Al-Habib. "I went on a 90-day TDY," Habib recalled in our interview, "and after the initial shock, I wound up staying 2 years. The initial shock was the CIA. Taylor had gotten in trouble in Laos," Habib recalled, "and he sent me there to patch things up. I reported to the embassy in Vientiane, where I was met by a CIA officer. He asked me what I wanted, and I told him I was there to make narcotics cases. That made him nervous, so he called the Marine Guard. He said, 'Stay here until we come to get you.' And I sat there under guard until they took me to see Ambassador William Sullivan." Habib laughed. "I'm sitting in Sullivan's office, surrounded by a gang of menacing CIA officers. Sullivan introduces himself and asks if I would please explain what I'm doing in Laos. I say I'm there to work undercover with the police to locate morphine labs. To which he replies, 'Are you serious?' At that point, a CIA officer says to me, 'You don't do nothing.' Meanwhile, Sullivan goes to his office and composes a yard-long telegram to Secretary of State Dean Rusk, saying in effect, 'Don't they know that Laos is off-limits? They tell me how Taylor set up an undercover buy from a guy. He got a flash roll together and went to the meet covered by the Vientiane police. When the guy steps out of the car and opens the trunk, the police see it's the king of the Mayos. The police run away, and Taylor busts General Vang Pao alone.' It's true," Taylor laughed when I asked him about it. "I made a case on Vang Pao and was thrown out of the country as a result. What you weren't told was that the Laotian Prime Minister gave Vang Pao back his Mercedes-Benz and morphine base, and the CIA sent him to Miami for 6 months to cool his heels. I wrote a report to FBN Commissioner Henry Giordano, but when he confronted the CIA, they said the incident never happened." The station chiefs ran things in Southeast Asia, Taylor stressed, adding that the first secretary at the Vietnamese embassy in Bangkok had a non-stop drug-smuggling airline to Saigon. "I tried to catch him, but there was no assistance. In fact, the CIA actively supported the border police who were involved in trafficking." He shrugged. "The CIA would do anything to achieve its goals." According to several FBN agents I interviewed, the CIA actually flew opium to its warlords in South Vietnam. In one documented case that supports this assertion, Major Stanley C. Hobbs, a member of MACV Advisory Team 95, was caught on 30 August 1964 smuggling 57 pounds of opium from Bangkok to a clique of South Vietnamese military officers. Hobbs flew into Saigon on the CIA's proprietary airline, Air America. His court-martial was conducted in secret at Ryukyu Island for security reasons. The witnesses were all U.S. Army and South Vietnamese counterintelligence officers. The records of the trial have been lost, and though convicted, Hobbs was fined a mere $3,000 and suspended from promotion for 5 years. As a protected drug courier, he served no time. FBN Commissioner Giordano wrote a letter to the Assistant Secretary of Defense complaining about the light sentence Hobbs received. After his request for a record of the trial was denied, Giordano wrote to Senator Thomas J. Dodd asking for help obtaining information. But Dodd was similarly stonewalled, which only goes to show that in the 1960s the CIA was powerful enough to subvert federal drug law enforcement even at the legislative level. It still is today. A kid in the slums who steals a loaf of bread will draw stiffer punishment than that, columnist Carl Rowan quoted Missouri Senator Stuart Symington as saying about the Hobbs case. With the support and blessings of the CIA, several top generals in South Vietnam had franchises in the drug trade. According to Al McCoy, The three men at the head of the syndicate were Air Force General Nguyen Cao Ky, President Thieu, and Prime Minister Tran Tien Kiem, who worked hand-in-hand with William Colby running the Phoenix program. According to Nguyen Ngoc Huy, a Vietnamese historian and former professor at Harvard, General Dan Vang Quang, Admiral Chung Tan Cang, Prime Minister Kiem, Air Force Chief Ky, and Thieu's military chief of staff Cao Van Vien ran the rackets in Vietnam through their wives. None of this officially sanctioned corruption was made public until the U.S. decided to get out of Vietnam. Then, when it served U.S. interests, as with Manuel Noriega in Panama in 1990, it was, "Oh my God, we've got drug traffickers on our hands. We can't deal with these people anymore." But the fact is that the CIA organized the drug trade out in the Far East and used it to reward the generals and politicians who pushed American policy even though it was against the interests of their people. The CIA buys American politicians in the same way. Corrupting the leadership of a country in order to keep it in your pocket is integral to maintaining an empire. It is a well-established colonial policy. The two main facets of Phoenix, controlling the upper-tier people in a foreign government by corrupting them, and terrorizing the lower tier into submission, come together in the mid-70s in Central America and explode with Iran-Contra in the 1980s. In The Great Heroin Coup, author Henrik Kruger advanced the theory that with the loss of Vietnam and its networks in Southeast Asia, the CIA shifted its drug headquarters to Mexico through drug trafficker Alberto Cecilia Falcón, a Cuban exile who popped up in Mexico in 1973. Kruger theorized that the CIA put Cecilia Falcón in business using the old French connection network of corrupt officials in Mexico. The mafia and its connections in the French Corsican underworld had operated there for decades, with top Mexican politicians, generals, and security forces, just like in Vietnam. I write extensively about that in my books. Anyway, Cecilia Falcón claimed that he was working for the CIA and with the same corrupt officials, and that his real job was to provide weapons to anti-communist forces in Central America. In 1977, Senator Sam Nunn held a hearing to investigate arms smuggling from the U.S. to drug lords like Cecilia Falcón and other criminal organizations in Mexico. It was quite a scandal. President Echeverría said in 1975, "External forces are trying to destabilize our country." At the Nunn hearings, the director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, ATF, said that there was a tremendous markup for American-manufactured weapons, and that hundreds of people were smuggling automatic rifles into Mexico. The same thing happened again with the Fast and Furious scandal 40 years later. That case also ended up in front of Congress. In that case, the ATF allowed guns to be smuggled into Mexico, ostensibly to locate big crime bosses, none of whom were ever arrested. The guns just ended up in the hands of criminals, like the gun that was used to kill a U.S. Border Patrol agent. The true intent of the operation was never revealed. So, the corruption, the drugs for arms trafficking, and the death squads aren't divorced from each other. They are systematically related and historically dependent on one another. That's Phoenix. Jimenez. To what extent is this being done strictly for political reasons? Aligning themselves with a given cartel, for example, because they have the same goal of keeping the same group of people in a given country in or out of power? How much is based on profiting financially from the narcotics trade? Your thoughts on how this plays out in today's illicit black markets. Valentine. The illicit drug trade produces some $300 billion a year in cash that exists off the books until it's deposited in a bank. Everyone wants to have the U.S. $100 bill, so the majority of the narco dollars end up in banks that hold U.S. dollars. A lot of that money buys arms that are used for political purposes, to overthrow governments, like in Syria. We're often told that drug money helps support ISIS and other so-called terrorist groups. But it's impossible for $300 billion, no matter what currency it's in, to float around the world economy undetected. The great white fathers who control world finances know where it comes from and where it goes. The CIA has a new digital division that keeps track of all this. We're talking about people who can arrange economic sanctions on Iran. It's amazing to see what they can do, but it is impossible for me to explain how they do it. But that $300 billion has a lot to do with buying people's loyalty.
Controlling that $300 billion is a very high priority of the CIA. Jimenez. It's clear that this is being managed by the powers that be. So how much of what we're seeing today in places like northern Mexico can be traced to the training of the death squads like the Caibiles in Guatemala? A couple of the founding members of Los Zetas were Caibiles, and others were trained in the School of the Americas. Officially, they defected from the Mexican Special Forces and went into the narcotics trade for themselves. Is this a matter of blowback, of people trained in Phoenix tactics going bad? Or is it by design? Bill Conroy of Narco News has done a lot of investigative work into the drug cartels in Mexico, and he doesn't even consider them cartels. He considers them factions of the Mexican government itself vying for control. Valentine. The U.S. has had an unstated policy of smuggling guns to militant factions in Mexico's northern states that are continuously fighting against the central government. It's one of many ways of keeping the central government weak, so that Mexico can never develop into a strong economic or political adversary. The U.S. effects the same secret policy in every nation south of Mexico, too. Hillary Clinton staged a coup in Honduras in 2009. Corruption is the best way of destabilizing a country. If a nation's top officials are corrupt and don't represent the people, then it's not the people's government. America has made sure this happens in Mexico. After World War II, the CIA started to effect this policy. Several presidents of Mexico have been agents of the CIA, working not to advance policies that help average people, but to effect American policy. The CIA uses Phoenix techniques because these techniques are deniable, affordable, and effective. Neither country can afford to have the U.S. military bombing Mexican villages, so the oligarchs unite and do the job in this dirty, underhanded way. Political factions in Mexico compete for power and money, and in pursuit of short-term profits, they become pawns in the CIA's double game to destabilize Mexico by keeping it in a constant state of violence against itself. CIA officers in Mexico contribute to this by guiding and manipulating the arms for drugs trade. As you noted, the CIA has trained some of the Mexican Special Forces people in one of the cartels in the modern techniques of guerrilla warfare. Opposing cartels, whether wittingly or unwittingly, have likely been assisted by the CIA too, just to keep them at each other's throats. It's an underworld, and there's a lot going on that never gets publicly revealed. And no one talks about it, but the CIA has an operations officer engaged in covert actions in every province and state in Mexico, including along the border. These CIA officers work with the local DEA agents, reporting to the Fusion Center and the counterterrorism and counter-narcotics centers in Mexico City. As in Fast and Furious, they monitor the guns for drugs networks so they can 1. Blackmail and turn the political bosses into assets, and 2. Keep the various cartels armed and fighting each other. They're not interested in disarming Mexico. If Trump was elected and built a wall, the CIA would put trapdoors in it. At the other end of the pipeline, as Gary Webb revealed, they monitor the delivery of drugs to disenfranchised minorities in America, whom the police pit against each other and use as commodities to pack the prisons, where they are then exploited as slave labor. Here, the social engineering is based on institutional racism. Again, you're not allowed to talk about it, but people see it. Very sophisticated methods of social engineering are behind this, and the Black Lives Matter people have a hard time articulating it. And even if they find the language, the media shuts them down because you're not allowed to talk about systematic repression. We're a free country, and that isn't supposed to be possible. Jimenez. I agree completely with everything you just said. The idea is to corrupt foreign leaders and keep them in your pocket. There's no better example than Mexico, and as you just alluded to, this is happening right here within our own borders. I want to read a short excerpt from your book to illustrate the point. You quote a Salvadoran army officer, Ricardo Castro. He was running a death squad in El Salvador, and he described what they would do as a sort of daily routine. He said, "Normally you eliminate everyone. We usually go in with an informant who is part of the patrol and who has turned these people in. When you turn somebody in, part of your obligation is to show us where they are and identify them. We would go in and knock on people's houses. They'd come out of their house, and we'd always tell them we were the left, and we're here because you don't want to cooperate with us or whatever, and then we'd eliminate them all, always with machetes." This is exactly what we're seeing today in Mexico. The cartels going into someone's home, always with machetes. Again, not a coincidence. I was always a fan of rap and hip-hop, Groups like NWA and Public Enemy in the early to mid-90s. And back then I was hearing through this music that the CIA was bringing in drugs to South Central Los Angeles to neutralize the black population. This became the stuff of urban legend. Then Gary Webb introduced us and the world to Freeway Ricky Ross, and that confirmed that indeed the CIA was facilitating the trafficking of crack cocaine to L.A. This is done for political and financial reasons, but also as a means of social engineering through the drug trade. They can manufacture a crisis like the crack epidemic. Valentine. These things were planned 70 years ago. After World War II, the big brains in industry and government prepared to rule the world. So this is not something that a magician pulled out of a hat. If you read the news, Americans are surprised every day by institutionalized racism and its attendant cycle of violence. The cops kill a black man, and then a black man kills some cops. We've been seeing it every day of our lives, but it's always news that's characterized as an aberration. But all these things and the way they're happening were plotted decades ago. It was known back then that social engineering would be a more potent weapon than the atomic bomb. The CIA and the military hire the smartest anthropologists, sociologists, and psychologists to figure out how to do this stuff. They have it down to a science called human factors. The way they have perfected things like Phoenix is beyond my knowledge. I don't get to drive the latest Lamborghini. I have a Toyota. I was able to figure out some of these things 30 years ago. But the methods of preventing people from finding out have also improved, and it's harder than ever to know exactly what's going on. That's why you need a broad historical view. If you focus just on what's happening now, you're shocked every day by what you see. We need to develop a collective historical consciousness to understand the predicament and to be able to do something about it, to stop being manipulated by the press on a daily basis. The media have us trained like sex-texting teenagers to focus on things that have nothing to do with how our perceptions of events are being controlled. It is important for people to take a broader view and to try to put these things in perspective, not only to understand what is happening now, but to see where things are going in the future and to plot a way to deal with it. Jimenez, I couldn't agree more with what you just said, Doug. I follow these stories as they're breaking, like the news of the IRS targeting certain political groups and AP reporters, or the Edward Snowden NSA scandal, and I find myself falling into this trap. I have to check myself and say, slow down here. Let's process this stuff again with a broader, more historical view, because these are not mistakes. The interventionism overseas, the bungles in Iraq and Afghanistan, this is by design. And if you understand the historical context, you can better understand what is happening. Valentine. The media needs its crise du jour. The news can't last more than 24 hours without being refreshed. You need a new headline to get people's attention so you can sell them something. Of course, partisan political politics is poison and does nothing to help. The endless bickering creates the political gridlock within the government we see. Meanwhile, the bureaucracies grow more powerful. When I first started studying the DEA, I looked at its predecessor organization, the Bureau of Narcotics, which was created in 1930. It had a $3 million budget and 300 agents up until 1968. Now there are 600 agents in New York City alone, and the industry is so profitable that Congress gives the DEA around $20 billion annually. It has something called the Special Operations Division, which was featured by Reuters a couple of days ago. The DEA's Special Operations Division was created in 1994 to go after Pablo Escobar. It was a unit of about 12 people from the CIA, FBI, and NSA, organized on the Phoenix model. It used the latest surveillance technology to find Escobar. Over the last 20 years, the SOD has become a giant Phoenix-type center in the DEA with hundreds of agents. Through the NSA, they listen in on everyone's conversations on the pretext that someone might have something to do with drug trafficking. This information is used for political and economic purposes by the bureaucrats who have run these operations for 10 years. After they get out of the NSA or DEA or CIA, the bosses go to work for corporations that benefit from the knowledge they've acquired through these secret surveillance operations, because despite what they say publicly, they are not throwing away the extraneous information. They're using it for their personal benefit. It really pays nowadays to get involved in the domestic spy business as a DEA or a CIA agent, because you're set for life. It's another way the CIA has corrupted our society. Jimenez. Absolutely. Regarding the correlation between the DEA, CIA, and NSA,
A story broke this week that the NSA is indeed feeding the DEA information that they're collecting through these wiretapping programs to go after a small drug smuggler. That sort of information to someone like you, Doug, who has been following the history of this, probably comes as no surprise at all. Valentine. In my book, I tell how the NSA and DEA were doing that in 1970. It's nothing new. What's so dangerous is that the intelligence that the DEA gets from the CIA and the NSA is inadmissible in court. The CIA can promote a drug trafficker and use him as an agent simply by wiretapping him. If the CIA wiretaps a drug trafficker, the DEA can't take him into court, and the guy has a license to deal. At first, the DEA was upset, but after 10 years, the executives saw the writing on the wall and joined in the fun and games. The CIA corrupted the DEA the same way it corrupts foreign governments. The CIA is corrupting the NSA and the military in the same fashion. It corrupts our bureaucracies the same way it corrupts foreign governments. They say it's for national security, but really it's for the money. It's gotten to the point where the Justice Department allows the DEA to lie. They can't say they acquired the evidence from a CIA wiretap, which they did, so they say they acquired it from a confidential informant whose name they say they can't reveal. They present that fiction as evidence in court. The judges, who've also been corrupted, won't ask where it came from, and the defendant goes to jail for 20 years. The moral to the story is that you don't have to commit a crime anymore to go to prison. The law enforcement agencies can frame you and send you to prison for thinking bad thoughts. The powers that be coordinate all the bureaucracies on the Phoenix model, and they've all been corrupted because it's the most effective way to ensure political control. If the bureaucrats subvert the Bill of Rights, they can own 2 houses and afford a trophy wife, send their kids to the best colleges. All our democratic institutions are so corrupt, are involved in so many illegal activities, that their main focus now is how to keep it quiet. Jimenez. Earlier you called the CIA a criminal conspiracy, and I think that's true. As you just mentioned, this is how the social order is kept through engineered instability, even within our own country. So much of what was once criminal has become standard operating procedure. Just to emphasize your points about information gathering and intelligence, Russell Tice, an NSA whistleblower, did an interview with Peter B. Collins and Sybil Edmonds of Boiling Frogs Post a few weeks back, in which he said all content in all our conversations, telephone, electronic, or otherwise, is indeed being collected and stored. Not only that, but they're targeting everyone in the country, including politicians, congressmen, even Barack Obama himself from the time he was a senator. So to emphasize your point again, this is about corrupting and or compromising the leaders of a country to keep them under control. We can look at the FBI program, COINTELPRO, and how it targeted political groups like the Black Panthers. When they were thoroughly destabilized and discredited and splintered, members of the Black Panthers went on to form the Bloods, the Crips in South Central and elsewhere around the country. All of this is connected and explains how we ended up in the mess we're in. Earlier I laughed when we were talking about this, but that's just a defense mechanism to keep from screaming at this insanity. Valentine. Another defense mechanism is to read the right books, like Sam Greenlee's book, The Spook Who Sat by the Door. 40 years ago, black people were aware of everything that is happening now. Nothing has changed for them, except the bureaucracies that repress them are more powerful. As I've mentioned elsewhere, from the time the Bureau of Narcotics was created in 1930 until 1968, black agents were not allowed to become managers and supervise whites. Drug law enforcement has always been run by supremacists for the purpose of incarcerating blacks and Mexicans and anyone considered inferior. Nothing has changed. The presence of a black president hasn't changed these bureaucracies. They still exist with that purpose in mind, and despite appearances, that's still the policy. Jimenez. I understand. In closing, I'd like to read from the final chapter of the Phoenix program. It's the perfect way to end this conversation. I'd like folks to listen and consider what is happening not just in other parts of the world today, but within our own borders as well. You finish the book with this paragraph. Where can Phoenix be found today? Wherever governments of the left or the right use military and security forces to enforce their ideologies under the aegis of anti-terrorism. Look for Phoenix wherever police checkpoints ring major cities, wherever paramilitary police units patrol in armored cars. This sounds like Boston just a few months ago. And wherever military forces are conducting counterinsurgency operations. Look for Phoenix wherever emergency decrees are used to suspend due process, wherever dissidents are interned indefinitely, and wherever dissidents are rounded up and deported. Look for Phoenix wherever security forces use informants to identify dissidents, wherever security forces keep files and computerized blacklists on dissidents, wherever security forces conduct secret investigations and surveillance on dissidents, and wherever security forces, or thugs in their hire, harass and murder dissidents, and wherever such activities go unreported by the press. So again, just take that in and consider what is happening not just around the world, but within this country, in this supposed land of the free and home of the brave. So, Doug, your final thoughts on this before we wrap this up. Valentine. I'd say it's all about consciousness. It sounds like a fake term from the 60s, but if you become aware of the problem, you'll see the way out. Chapter 14. Project Gunrunner. Ken McCarthy. Welcome to Brass Check TV. Our guest today is Doug Valentine. The story we're going to talk about is Project Gunrunner and Operation Fast and Furious. Gunrunner started under the Bush administration and continued under Obama, and here's the story. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms allowed and encouraged people with criminal backgrounds and known connections to Mexican cartels to buy guns from shops in Arizona and send them to Mexico. More than 1,000 military-grade weapons were involved. Not only did the ATF allow it, the gun store owners in Arizona were concerned. They'd tell the ATF, this guy keeps coming by and buying 20 or 30 AK-47s. Can you look into him? He seems to have a criminal background. And the ATF would get back and say, let him buy them. Some of the guns ended up in Mexico. Some were involved in crimes. In one case, a U.S. border agent was killed by one of these guns. That's the official story. Now it's come out that about a dozen drug cartels in Mexico were operating independently of one another for years. They were prosperous and stayed out of each other's hair. Everybody was happy. Then in 2006, a war broke out and they started killing each other and a lot of Mexican civilians as well. About 50,000 people have been killed, often in a very gruesome manner. One of the cartels, Los Zetas, has an interesting pedigree. It is made up of people who were trained by the U.S. Special Forces. They were trained to kill drug cartel leaders and then decided they'd rather run their own cartel. A member of the Sinaloa cartel, Vicente Zambada Niebla, is currently in prison in the U.S. on charges of trafficking more than $1 billion in cocaine and heroin. Zambada's attorney is saying that since the late 1990s, the Sinaloa cartel has provided various U.S. law enforcement agencies with information about the other cartels. They help the U.S. eliminate their rivals, and in exchange they're allowed to import limitless quantities of drugs into the U.S. Chicago is one of their main drop-off points. So, Doug, has there ever been a case when the U.S. government, through its various law enforcement agencies, gave a pass to drug dealers in exchange for something else? How often does it happen, and how far back does this go? Valentine. An old FBN agent, Lenny Schreier, once told me, the only way you can make cases is if your informant sells dope. So yes, not only has it happened, and not only does it still happen, but giving dealers a free pass to deal drugs is the foundation stone upon which federal drug law enforcement is based. Once you realize that, you have to look beyond at the political and economic context that makes such an extra-legal practice possible. Allow me to explain. In the 1920s, the U.S. threw its weight behind Chiang Kai-shek, whose Kuomintang party was fighting the communists and several other warlords for control of China. The U.S. was competing with the other colonial nations for control of China, which had a cheap labor force and represented billions in profits for U.S. corporations and investors. The problem was the Kuomintang supported itself through the opium trade. It's well documented in the diplomatic cables between the U.S. government and its representatives in China. Historians Kinder and Walker said the commissioner of the Bureau of Narcotics, Harry Anslinger, clearly knew about the ties between Chiang and opium dealers. Anslinger knew that Shanghai was the prime producer and exporter to the illicit world drug markets through a syndicate controlled by Du Yuesheng, a crime lord who facilitated Chiang's bloody ascent to power in 1927. As early as 1932, Anslinger knew that Chiang's finance minister was Du's protector. He'd had evidence since 1929 that American tongs were receiving Kuomintang narcotics and distributing it to the mafia. Middlemen worked with opium merchants, gangsters like Du, Japanese occupation forces in Manchuria, and Dr. Lansing Ling,
who supplied narcotics to Chinese officials traveling abroad. In 1938, Chiang Kai-shek appointed Dr. Ling head of his narcotic control department. In October 1934, the Treasury attaché in Shanghai submitted reports implicating Chiang Kai-shek in the heroin trade to North America. In 1935, the attaché reported that the superintendent of maritime customs in Shanghai was acting as agent for Chiang Kai-shek in arranging for the preparation and shipment of the stuff to the United States. These reports reached Anslinger's desk, so he knew which KMT officials and trade missions were delivering dope to American tongs and which American mafia drug rings were buying it. He knew the tongs were kicking back a percentage of the profits to finance Chiang's regime. After Japanese forces seized Shanghai in August 1937, Anslinger was even less willing to deal honestly with the situation. By then, Du was sitting on Shanghai's municipal board with William J. Keswick, a director of the Jardine Matheson Shipping Company. Through Keswick, Du found sanctuary in Hong Kong, where he was welcomed by a cabal of free-trading British colonialists whose shipping and banking companies earned huge revenues by allowing Du to push his drugs on the hapless Chinese. The revenues were truly immense, according to Colonel Joseph Stilwell, the U.S. military attaché in China. In 1935, there were 8 million Chinese heroin and morphine addicts and another 72 million Chinese opium addicts. Anslinger tried to minimize the problem by lying and saying that Americans were not affected. But the final decisions were made by his bosses in Washington, and from their national security perspective, the profits enabled the Kuomintang to purchase $31 million worth of fighter planes from arms dealer William Colby to fight the communists, and that trumped any moral dilemmas about trading with the Japanese or getting Americans addicted. It's all documented. Check the sources I cite in my books. Plus, U.S. congressmen and senators in the China lobby were profiting from the guns for drugs business too. They got kickbacks in the form of campaign funds, and in exchange, they looked away as long as Anslinger told them the dope stayed overseas. After 1949, the China lobby manipulated public hearings, and Anslinger cooked the books to make sure that the People's Republic was blamed for all narcotics coming out of the Far East. Everyone made money, and after 1947, the operation was run out of Taiwan with CIA assistance. The U.S. government's involvement in the illicit drug business was institutionalized during World War II. While serving on General Joseph Stilwell's staff in 1944, Foreign Service Officer John Service reported from Kunming, the city where the Flying Tigers and OSS were headquartered, that the nationalists were totally dependent on opium and incapable of solving China's problems. Service's reports contributed to the Truman administration's decision not to come to Chiang Kai-shek's rescue at the end of the war. In retaliation, Chiang's intelligence chief, General Tai Li, had his agents in America accuse Service of leaking the Kuomintang's battle plans to a leftist newsletter. Service was arrested. After Service was cleared of any wrongdoing, the China lobby persisted in attacking his character for the next 6 years. He was subjected to 8 loyalty hearings and dismissed from the State Department in 1951. Service's persecution was fair warning that anyone linking the nationalist Chinese to drug smuggling would at a minimum be branded a communist sympathizer and his reputation ruined. That is how the U.S. drug operation is still protected today, although security for the operation has improved and whistleblowers are smeared in other ways. After World War II, the business of managing the government's involvement in the illicit narcotics trade was given to the CIA because it could covertly conduct support operations for, among others, the nationalist Chinese in Taiwan. The CIA also relocated and supplied one of Chiang's armies in Burma. This KMT army supported itself through the opium trade, and the CIA flew the opium to places where it was converted to heroin and sold to the mafia. The other bureaucracies, the military and the Departments of State, Justice, and Treasury, provided protection, along with the China lobby congressmen and senators who controlled the little information that was made public. Mexico fits into this equation. The history of U.S. relations with Mexico is the determinant factor in why the drugs for guns business is booming in Mexico right now. It has a lot to do with the United States treating Mexico not as the kind of ally nationalist China was against the communists, but as an ongoing threat that needs to be perpetually destabilized. The U.S. has been destabilizing Mexico since